Valley, an expensive facility which housed the former president, mausoleum, the library, an old Air Force One plane, as well as its official chopper and armored car. The Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and Center for Public Affairs is the presidential library and resting place of Ronald Wilson Reagan, the 40th President of the United States, designed by Hoof Stubbins and Associates. The laboratory is located in Simi Valley, California, about the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library and Center for Public Affairs is the presidential library and resting place of Ronald Wilson Reagan, the 40th President of the United States, designed by Hoof Stubbins and Associates. The library is located in Simi Valley, California, about 40 miles, that's 64 kilometers northwest of downtown Los Angeles, 15 miles, 24 kilometers west of Chatsworth. The Reagan Library is the largest of the 13 federal corporate, the largest of the The Reagan Library is the largest of the 13 federally operated presidential libraries. The street address, 40 Presidential Drive, is numbered in honor of Reagan's place as the 40th president. The library and museum is located on top of a hill with a great view of the Simi Valley. Due to then ongoing economic shutdown of the U.S. Congress, the facility was not opened at full strength on the day of our visit. Thus, there are very few visitors around. The staff were very friendly and helpful. As we went round the facility. At the entrance of the library, at the library's hallway, was a large life-size portrait of the former president, where I happily posed. We went on a guided tour of the Air Force One, which last flew on the 8th of September 2001, when it was brought to the museum. The Boeing 727 aircraft still looked elegant. We were shown the cockpit, communications room, forward gallery, where meals were cooked for the president and his team, as well as the president's office, stateroom, bedroom, senior staff room, security compartment, as well as the press compartment. I'll also have a look at all the different offices that cooperate to make the office of the president to work. I also had a quick look at the President Reagan's marble mausoleum in the library's courtyard. The highlight of my visit was, however, Air Force One, the official American presidential aircraft. You could walk through the plane used by the several U.S. presidents. We were allowed to take photographs while on the plane, but we got our picture at the gangway taken by a staff member for $15. With the visit over, we went home for dinner, after which Tayo and I went for a walk in Sycamore Village and Sycamore Heights neighborhood. Nice and beautiful buildings, some belonging to the rich and famous, could be seen high up the mountains and hills, their lights beaming and twinkling like 1,000 stars. The area, I was told, was home to some famous Americans, such as Clint Eastwood and former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, among others. As if waiting to wish me a goodbye, Santa Ana was back as I made my way to the Los Angeles airport the following day for my flight back to New York. From the comfort of the air-conditioned car, I watched pedestrians struggle with their flapping jackets, hats, and handbags as the gusty, dry wind resumed its activity. Far in the horizon on a mountain top, I could see a pall of flickering light and smoke, the beginning of another wildfire as I took my exit from the city of angels. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. A visit to the president. We've skipped 19. As the years passed, he actually grew lonelier. The more successful he was politically, the less he seemed capable of trusting his most intimate friends. Instead, he gained the support of some party activists who only told him what they thought he wanted to know. They did not always report what was actually happening in the country as a whole. This excerpt from Genoveva Cano's Nkrumah, the man, came to my mind as I listened to President Jonathan address the visiting team of the Board of Trustees of the Rainbow Book Club in Aso Rock that January morning. Even though Jonathan did not appear to be embattled as the late Ghanaian President Kwame Nkrumah was in the twilight of his rule, the analogy between the two African leaders could not be ignored. This was more so when it was observed that all great men experience the loneliness of their greatness, but because vision never deserted them and they walked alone their cradle. This except as the years passed, he actually grew lonelier. The more successful he was politically, the less he seemed capable of trusting his most intimate friends. Instead, he gained the support of some party activists who only told him what they thought he wanted to know. They did not always report what was actually happening in the country as a whole. This excerpt from Genoveva Cano's Nkrumah, the man, came to my mind as I listened to President Goodluck Jonathan address the visiting team of the Board of Trustees of the Rainbow Book Club in Aso Rock that January morning. Even though Jonathan did not appear to be as embattled as the late Ghanaian President Kwame Nkrumah was in the twilight of his rule, the analogy between the two African leaders could not be ignored. This was more so when it was observed that all great men experience the loneliness of their greatness. because their vision never deserted them, and they too alone understood their credo. As Kano put it in her historic book, this solitude, this loneliness is something which takes place within the soul of the leader himself. He may be surrounded by crowds, people that may throng around him, and yet the leader remains within himself. He remains alone. It is the great price great men. It is a price great men pay. Great men have to pay. Yes, it was true. Seen from a distance, President Jonathan seemed to be enjoying the job of ruling the country. However, at close quarters, just as I observed during our January visit, the president caught a picture of a weary, lonely leader. Gone was the fresh look and robust cheeks of my earlier encounter with him years ago, when he was the governor of a sedate and homely Bayelsa state. Instead, we were greeted by a tired and sad-looking president of a raucous, restive monolith of a nation. Suddenly, the president looked older than his age. It was as if he had aged overnight. It was not long ago that we saw Tony Blair, George Bush, and Bill Clinton grow gray hair before our eyes as they grasped with the rigors of ruling Britain, U.S. respectfully. Barack Obama, just like Goodluck Jonathan, had also lost his boyish innocent look just a few years in office, no thanks to the stress of the leadership. In fact, Obama also said to have the record of the fastest aging president of all times. The New York Times once observed that Obama had already gone gray after only 44 days in office. On the other hand, Ronald Reagan, who was dubbed by the American press as the absentee president because of his perfunctory performance as the U.S. president, was one of the very few world leaders who actually left office with the color of his hair intact. One U.S. scientist, however, discovered that while Reagan's hair remained dark until after leaving office, almost his political hairs were gray and bald. One U.S. scientist, however, discovered that while Reagan's hair remained dark even after leaving office, almost all his political aides and cabinet members were gray and bald after his 8 years tenure as U.S. president. This led the scientists to conclude that Reagan was a master in the art of delegation of duty and, of course, official stress. No Nigerian scientist had ever had the time or temper to examine the hairs of former President Obasanjo and his cabinet before and after office. However, a mischievous friend of mine, after reading Madam El Rufai's latest book, The Reluctant Public Servant, observed that from the kind of drama, comedy, and intrigue that plagued OBJ's rule, it was obvious that neither former president or his yesterday men, Reuben Abati, would have left office with any gray hair. The only people OBJ managed to give gray hairs were Nigerians, whom he tossed up and down like salad with his policy somersault and political gymnastics. Although President Jonathan patiently listened to our presentation that auspicious January morning, interjecting his remarks with humor. The warning. A close look at his visage told of a man who needed some sleep and a holiday. I had gone to the villa in the company of the Board of Trustees and patrons of the Port Harcourt-based Rainbow Book Club to pay a courtesy call on President Goodluck Jonathan, led by Mrs. Koko Kalongo, the club's founder. Our delegation used the occasion of the visit to present a copy of the organization's coffee book, Nigerian Literature, a coat of many colors, to the president. The book was a pictorial analogy of 50 Nigerian authors in which the president wrote the foreword. We also formally notified the president on the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization nomination of Port Harcourt as the World Book Capital for 2014. Expectedly, the realization that Port Harcourt was picked following a competitive bid where the Port Harcourt bid by the Rainbow Book Club beat other world cities to become Sub-Saharan Africa's World Book Capital, delighted President Jonathan. In his remarks, the President commended Rainbow Book Club for encouraging development through reading. He was happy with the timing of the UNESCO nomination, which coincided with Nigeria's centenary celebration. The President immediately mandated Ministers of Education, Ministers of State for Education, Petroleum Resources, and Housing, who were all present during the visit, and whom the President acknowledged had Port Harcourt background, to liaise with the club for a centenary celebration. The President also asked his special advisor on media, Dr. Ruben Agbati, to join the team. While thanking the President for receiving our delegation, Koko Kalango gave kudos to the President for his commitment to book reading. As she stated, the World Book Capital nomination to us is a testimonial of the impact of Mr. President's Bring Back the Book project. This recognition comes at the right time. We can use books as a tool for change. Much as I agree with Kalango for appreciating the President's support, for the national reading culture, it was equally important that we commended the Rivers State Governor, Governor Readmania, for UNESCO nomination. It was Amechi's deep commitment to the annual Garden City Literary Festival, organized by the Rainbow Book Club, that put Port Harcourt on the world map and made the UNESCO World Award possible. The ceremony over, the President came round to shake hands with our delegations. The ceremony over, the President came round to shake hands with our delegation. When I told him of my last encounter with him as the Bayelsa State Governor, the President smiled and nodded with a faraway look in his eyes, as if reminiscing with nostalgia about happier days. He was still conversing with me and Adobe Nwobani, the other writer in the delegation. when he felt that he was keeping his ministers waiting, and reluctantly left the matter of literature to attend to matters of state governance. As I watched President Jonathan enter his office after the group photograph, I could not but sympathize with the man who, despite the enormous powers of his disposal as the president of Africa's most populous nation, seemed so humble and lonely. It reminded me of former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, who somehow angelic mien prompted one of his cabinet members to once observe that while I am ready to follow President Carter to church, I will not be ready to follow him to war. Outside in the lobby, I ran into the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Cassava Adesina, and asked him how his pet project, the cassava bread, was doing. Very well, he replied, with a boyish grin. The bread will soon be all over the country, he added, as we exchanged complimentary cards. In another corner of the lobby was my good friend, the media advisor to the president, Dr. Ruben Abati, holding court with some state house journalists. Like a headmaster reprimanding naughty people, I asked Reverend Abati how he was faring after his last journalistic salvo to Obasanjo and his yesterday's men. He laughed with a hearty gusto of a pugilist enjoying a brawl. It's okay, just part of the job. I still hold former President Obasanjo in high esteem, he replied. It was soon time to go, and as we waited to be picked up from the villa courtyard, I took another look at the beautiful architecture around me. Then Still that I lose 7 hours. I'll be the by you lose schedule now 17 seconds and 10. So you know, no, against guideline. Outside the lobby, I ran into the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Cassava Adesina, and asked him how his pet project, the cassava bread, was doing. Very well, he replied, with a boyish grin. The bread will soon be all over the country, he added. As we exchanged complimentary cards. In another corner of the lobby was my friend, the media advisor to the president, Dr. Ruben Abati, holding court with State House journalists like a headmaster reprimanding naughty pupils. I asked Ruben how he was faring after a journalistic salvo to OBJ and his yesterday's men. He laughed with the hearty gusto of a pugilist, enjoying a brawl. It's okay, just part of the job. I still hold former President Obasanjo in high esteem, he replied. It's just part of the job. I still hold former President Obasanjo in high esteem, he replied. It was soon time to go, and as we waited to be picked up from the villa courtyard, I took another look at the beautiful architecture around me, the enchanting greenery, the immaculate manicured lawns, and the soothing palms that yield in the gentle wriggle to the rhythm of the daylight breeze, together with an all-white coating of the structures made for a sprawling, picturesque villa. As a regular visitor to the seat of government, I observed that the place was very quiet that January morning, contrary to what obtained in my previous visits during past administrations. The low human traffic could have been due to the fact that the villa was still recovering from the New Year hangover, or it was a better administrative organization where only important visits were entertained, unlike the past when the villa was an all-comers affair. Certainly, things were getting better in Aso Rock. Chapter 21, a visit to the President 2. The Nigerian presidential villa, popularly called Aso Rock, never failed to impress me with its grandeur. Enclosed amidst an aggregation of towering rocks, intricately set in place by Mother Nature, hedged around by a man-made canal and shielded from easy view by big trees and tall shrubs, the villa had obviously been designed by an architect with his mind set on maximum security. It was on this splendiferous, pulchritudinous architectural terra firma, apologies to Honorable Patrick Obanyobo, the Igodomigodo, that I was reluctantly hauled in few weeks ago by my friend and fellow writer, Professor Atukwe Okai, the Secretary General of the Ghana-based Pan-African Writers Association. Professor Okai This states the OOPL aims at preserving the past, capturing the present, and inspiring the future. It is a historic, touristic, recreational, and academic center, which is regarded as a national archive and a place for the preservation of presidential documents and historical items associated with the office and person of President Olusegun Obasanjo, to house some cultural artifacts and feature essential events in the Nigerian history and modern history. And after the usual pleasantries, my host, the DDC, assigned me over and after the usual pleasantries, my host, the DDC, assigned me and the other visitors a tour guide as well as a shuttle driver to take us around the edifice, which he promised to be ready. We promised will be ready for use by the end of the year. Comfortably ensconced in a 6-seater shuttle cart, we were taken around the complex, the library complex, a massive construction site full of live artisans, library workers, and a smattering visitors, commencing from the youth center, a 3-story building at the posterior end of the complex. One tour of the OOPL took us up hills and down valleys, benches, lakes, and through parks and other postcard-worthy views. Apart from various forms of relaxation, young people would be exposed to various forms of formal and informal relaxation training, formal and informal through trainings and workshops. The tour guide said the youth center, the tour guide said of the youth center. We then proceeded to the wildlife park, which according to the guide would be filled with exotic animals such as lions, elephants, hyena, many others. And for our visitors, we want you to feel truly welcome. And for a visitor who wants a true taste of African cuisine, Bamboo Grove is the place to go, the tour guide said, pointing out a large, lush bamboo clearing and neatly arranged chairs and tables where the waiter and waitresses could be seen serving food and drinks. Nearby a clear and gentle stream snaked its way through and sloped through, giving the grove a place of wonderful aroma, its wonderful vibrant colors, highly romantic setting. If you want a bird's eye view of Abeokuta, you have to go to the highest point of the complex, the rock of inspiration, said our guide. Since the shuttle cart could not ascend the rocky and sharply incline, we had to make our way to the rock of inspiration using wooden steps. It was a long climb. Which left me breathless, as could be gleaned from red crosses and other inscriptions on the rock. The rocky spot must have been used previously as a prayer mountain. We had an awesome view of Abeokuta from the mountain top. Our view has a view that the guide promised would be better once the much expected telescope was installed. A little higher above our head, we could see a 3-story building, a 3-story main building still under construction. Its location at the mountain peak gave the grayish building an ecclesial aura, all the more grandeur, with a beautiful man-made lake in front. The building has been designed like an outstretched arm, welcoming visitors. Our tour guide and were fully informed that when fully commissioned, the library will be stocked with books and educational materials from all over the world. The penthouse on top of the library was being used as the penthouse on top of the library was being designed as the private residence of the library's chief coordinator. A statement that left our small group of visitors amazed. We descended the mountain to a massive stone and the motor hangar. And the motor hangar that accommodated some presidential artifacts, such as OBJ's cars, a well-kept Volkswagen, many. Volkswagen Beetle car, one official car, a jeep, a military helicopter, and a miniature warship. The scene reminded me of my visit to the Ronald Reagan Memorial Presidential Library in Los Angeles, California, 2 years earlier. The Reagan Library, which is the largest of the 13 federal-operated presidential libraries in the USA, is located at 40 Presidential Drive, Simi Valley, Los Angeles. The library is numbered in honor of Reagan's place as the 40th U.S. president. The expansive facility houses the former president's mausoleum, the library, an old Air Force One plane, as well as his official chopper and armored car. And just like the OOPL, the RRMPL, the RRMPL was also located on top of a hill with a great view of the Simi Valley and Los Angeles. However, unlike the RRMPL and the Kwame Nkrumah Presidential Library, which I also visited in Accra, Ghana, a few years ago, some of OBJ's personal materials used during his presidential career, such as briefcase, writing table, reading glasses, pen, agbada, and caps, were missing from the OOPL. And since Reagan's famous bottle of jelly bean was also in his library, I had hoped that OBJ's famed kola nuts would also be included in the OOPL. In addition, OBJ's mausoleum at a ripe old age would also be sited in the library complex. Our next visit was the 4-star Green Legacy Resort, the hotel facility already commissioned and functioning according to the company's official brochure. The resort is an eclectic blend of the modern harmonizing grandeur of offering style and comfort, in which guests and tourists can enjoy the serenity of the resort without feeling isolated from the vibrancy and pulse of nature. The Green Legacy Resort has over 100 rooms with facilities such as elevated swimming pool, a tennis court, a modern, well-designed gym, amusement park, sauna, among other facilities. Other functioning facilities in the complex are the auditorium, amphitheater, and the Adire and African Fabric Center, where I purchased some mementos and some good quality Adire tops. And just opposite the church, is the children's playground. This is a high-rise mechanical contraption of automated circular steel and plastic seats, certain to send children into whoops of joy and excitement. Despite the reported controversy that trailed the launch of the OOPL many years ago, the novel idea of OOPL formally began in 1939 when President Franklin Roosevelt of the USA donated his personal and presidential papers to the US federal government. At the same time, Roosevelt pledged part of his estate at Hyde Estate to the United States. And friends of the president formed a non-profit corporation to raise funds for the construction of the library and museum building. Roosevelt's decision stemmed from a firm belief that presidential papers are an important part of national heritage and should be accessible to the public. He asked the National Archive to take custody of his papers and other historical materials to administer his library before the advent of the presidential library system. The president or other successors often dispersed presidential papers at the end of the administration. Though many pre-Hoover collections now reside in the Library of Congress, others are split among other libraries, historical societies, and private collections. Sadly, many materials have been lost or destroyed. In 1955, the U.S. Congress passed the Presidential Libraries Act, establishing a system of privately erected and federally maintained libraries. The act encouraged other presidents to donate their historical materials to the government and ensure the preservation of presidential papers and their availability to the American people. Under this and subsequent acts, more libraries have been established. In each case, funds for private and non-federal public sources provide the funds to provide the libraries. Once completed, the private organization turned over the libraries to the national Once completed, the national organization turned over the libraries to the National Archives and Records Administration to operate and maintain. The Presidential Records Act of 1978 established the presidential records that document the constitutional, statutory, and ceremonial duties of the president are the property of the United States government. After a president leaves office, the archivist of the United States assumes custody of the records. The Act allowed for the continuation of presidential libraries as the repository of presidential records. The Presidential Libraries Act 1986 also made significant changes to presidential libraries, requiring private endowments linked to the size of the facilities. NARA Bring ice block on that cooking block. After a president leaves office, the archivist of the United States assumes custody of the records The acts allow for the continuation of presidential libraries as the repository for presidential records. The Presidential Libraries Act of 1986 also made significant changes to presidential libraries, requiring private endowments linked to the size of the facility. NARA uses these endowments to offset a portion of the maintenance cost of the library. From the above, it is hoped that Nigeria's National Assembly will also enact appropriate legislations regarding presidential libraries in the country. Back in the DCC's office after my tour, Ayo Aderinwale was very upbeat about OOPL. With a gleaming smile and an infectious optimism, he said, "Our plan is to turn every inch of the library complex into a repository of knowledge. Every item from wildlife to the trees and rocks will be labeled and classified as a form of library without walls for our visitors." As I later took my leave of OOPL and Abeokuta, it was obvious that a new scene was emerging in the city. In art, literature, fashion, and culture, apart from the famous Olumo Rock and the Adire fabric, the RK Literary Festival, a great ensemble of international and local writers, has now become an annual event, another tourist delight in the rocky city. Now a world-class library has been added to boot, and being the hometown of a Nobel laureate in literature, Abeokuta will soon be playing host to the rest of the world. A fleeting stopover can no longer do it justice. Abeokuta has plenty to say, and it's worth saying to listen. Dara, how many? Can't see this thing again. Chapter 24, A Weekend with Kongi. Check for the eye doctor. Eye doctor. Eye doctor. Eye doctor. Trespassing vehicles. Have you gotten? Chapter 24, A Weekend with Kongi. Trespassing vehicles will be shot and eaten was the grim sign that welcomed us to the Wole Soyinka's residence in Abeokuta. Set in a forest enclave at the far corner of the Kemta housing estate, the massive leafy enclave reminded one of the legendary D.O. Fagunwa's Igbo Iromole, that is, a forest of 1,000 demons. However, instead of demons, What Bros Kongi had in his own forest was a brick-walled villa tucked into a corner of an enchanting forest and accessed by a lateral road, sandwiched by sky-high trees and creepers, above which birds flew and sang, and through which a natural stream slowly flowed. So thick was the foliage that daylight visibility was a challenge. On what necessitated the scary signboard, our guide, Yaya, one of the caretakers of the estate, explained that it came when the workers, in a bid to fend off marauders, had advised Professor Shoyinka to fence off the property and install a gate. However, Nobel laureate told his staff that he had a better idea on how to ward off potential intruders, and so the scary sign on whether the trick had worked. On whether the trick has worked? Yes, it works like magic. Once anybody, including visitors, see the sign, they all stop at the entrance and shout to announce their arrival, Yaya replied. Since they know that Oga is a hunter, they fear that he might turn his gun on them. Yes, it works like magic. Once anybody, including visitors, see the sign, they all stop at the entrance and shout to announce their arrival, Yaya replied. Since they know that Oga is a hunter, they fear that he might turn his gun on them. Fortunately, Prof only shoots aparo, that is partridge, and not human beings. I had come to Abeokuta on the invitation of the Wole Soyinka Foundation to the formal inauguration. Well done, sir. Well done. Yes, well done. Yeah, well done, sir. Don't mind. It's only, I don't even have 10 minutes, just 5 minutes. We'll do. Let's just do. I can close my eyes now. See, I'm not doing my eye.
Because how do eyes stress? Maybe it's I need to be your eye. You just close your eye.
Mr. John, you're reading too fast. Are you hungry? Hope you see your friend because it's not too cold. one. This is 2 minutes. That's the taking 10 minutes. Make sure that I will put you for something. Put your hand. Just make sure that you read it as slow as possible and take those breaks, those stops, pause. Don't take these pauses. This is the one.
Yeah, make use of those in seconds. Even if you pause, even if you want to just pause.
Even if you don't know what, just pause.
Just pause.
Take your eyes off the book. Look at the crowd.
The crowd, communicate with the crowd the way you used to do. No. Just communicate with the crowd in those seconds. Only 1 minute venue.
Hello? I had come to Abeokuta on the invitation of the Wole Soyinka Foundation for the formal inauguration of a residential fellowship for the arts, research, and creativity. Although the venue of the inauguration was the Cultural Center, Kuto, in Abeokuta, I had tagged along with Kunle Ajibade, one of Professor Soyinka's close associates, who had come ahead of the invitees to put final touches to the preparations. To arrive that early in Abeokuta meant leaving Lagos just as the muezzins in the local mosque called for the early morning prayers. Even at that hour, the Lagos-Ota road through which we had traveled to Abeokuta was already choked with traffic. Matters were not helped by the deplorable state of the road, where whole sections of the road were full of potholes and sides of gullies, mercifully. Things got better immediately after Ota, and we could then glide down the road. We could then glide down the well-paved road. At Ewekoro, white dusty villages and farms flew past as the whole environment laid prostrate under tons of white powder from the nearby cement factory. Finally, we arrived at Abeokuta long before the inauguration and made straight for Kemta Estate. Kunle and I were still a few meters from the entrance to Kongi's residence when we saw the Nobel laureate coming out of a building which turned out to be the residential annex for the junior fellows. As always, I was immediately captivated by the aura of the 81-year-old savant. In spite of the years, he was in good health, his white, fluffy mane glistening in the early morning sunshine. And although he appeared quiet and introspective, his brown eyes danced with excitement, like a man who had not only experienced life, but had also endured and come out victorious. On sighting me, Kongi said, "Hello, Wale. I saw your mail," then quickly disposing of an unfinished business between us. Greetings over, our host turned back to the bungalow as he took Kunle and I on a quick tour of the 5-bedroom bungalow, which was richly decorated with artworks and paintings. From the spacious and well-furnished main sitting room, we looked through the comfortable-looking bedrooms, one of which had been named after the legendary poet Christopher Okigbo. Okigbo's daughter Obiageli, who is one of our pioneer senior fellows, has graciously agreed to unveil the plaque to the room named after her father, Professor said. He later introduced us to another pioneer junior fellow, Ife Dolapo Akinola, a Port Harcourt-based writer. All in all, there were 5 bedrooms in the annex for the junior fellows. According to Professor Shoyinka, one of the highlights of the residency is for the junior fellows to be mentored by the seniors who will be quartered in the main house. Done with the annex, Kunle and I joined Professor in his black SUV for the short trip to the entrance of the forest enclave. I was impressed by the vast forest, which I was told is about 4.2 hectares in size. And as I walked, our host gave a running commentary of the empire, made up of an enchanting greenery, immaculate manicured lawns, and soothing flowers that yielded to the gentle wriggle of the rhythm of the early morning breeze. A few minutes later, we came out of the forest and were greeted by a brick-walled, picturesque villa, deliberately tucked into the far corner of the forest. It was a lovely house, enormous and quiet, and romantically mysterious like the owner and designer. With its high ceilings, priceless artworks, memento-adorned walls, and sparse but tasteful furniture, it gave an aura of quiet grandeur, the type you see only in the homes of the deep. Expectedly, the house had many parts to it: an amphitheater, an inner chamber for Ibale Abba, that is elders, with its own wine cellar, many sitting rooms, as well as 4 large double bedrooms for the use of senior fellows. Suddenly, Kongi turned to me. "Wale, this is where you will say when you come for your own residency." I quickly muttered my thanks for what I considered an open invitation. Kunle and I were later introduced to Kongi's elder sister, Mrs. Tinu Aino, who had come visiting. It was obvious that she was still the doting elder sister as she passed some snacks to Kongi for onwards transmission to another younger brother, Professor Femi Shoyinka, Emeritus Professor of Medicine and former teacher in medicine school. As we continued the tour, our host reminded us that the whole house got its power supply from solar energy, which ran the house for 4 hours. He also led us into the objectives of the residency. As he put it, The main idea is to bring writers, artists, scholars, researchers, and other creative thinkers together in an optimally conducive environment for reflection and creativity by providing them a serene retreat in which to pursue their projects. According to the mission statement in the brochure supplied to visitors, in quote, the Foundation will especially encourage literature, art, and environmental designs that are inspired by the ideal of pluralism in society and committed to the eradication of prejudice, bigotry, and intolerance in all spheres of human undertaking. In addition, entry requirements will be abstracts or outlines of the writer's work in progress. Selected candidates will become Foundation Fellows in residence. A selection committee will identify artists, scholars in need of the fellowship. Fellows will spend a few days, or weeks, or months at a time when they will be free of all constraints for a period of reflection and creativity. Emphasis, especially at inception, will be placed on youth with a view to a mentor-pro-teach development partnership where desirable and practicable. Accommodation will be modest, but residents will have the freedom to work on a project of their choosing without economic or other constraints or distractions. The duration of stay will be decided on the nature of each fellow's project and its demands. Fellows would be free to interact with the neighborhood. Fellows will be free to interact with the neighborhood or isolate themselves completely. They will be offered opportunities where available to hold workshops and special tutorials with students and other interested groups, to go out to deliver lectures in response to requests, or simply open themselves to outsiders for exchanges. It was soon time to go for the inauguration ceremony at the cultural center in town. That was when Kongi reminded Kunle of his role as one of the readers at the event. Kunle told him that he would be reading from Soyinka's Ake. I was looking forward to you reading from your book, Jailed for Life. It would be nice to hear a former prisoner recount his experiences, Kongi had retorted. And as we all laughed at the joke, Kunle quickly retorted, "But sir, you were there before me. I was never jailed, just put in a long-drawn detention, whereas in your case, you were a condemned prisoner." When Kongi's response amid I was never jailed, just put in a long-drawn detention, whereas in your case, you were a condemned prisoner. This came Kongi's response amidst another bout of laughter. As we all laughed at the joke, I quietly informed another guest that, from the caliber of the writers invited for the occasion, I seemed to be the only one who had not been to detention or jail before. You are an ajebota, as butter fit my writer. You can't write what will take you to jail. Unfortunately, it is too late to do otherwise. Buhari is not in the mood to jail any writer now. And that is, now that he's a born-again Democrat, my friend replied. Mr. Kule and I made our way to our car from the trip to Kuto Cultural Center. We saw a familiar figure behind the wheel of a black Land Rover parked in front of the annex. It was the former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, who had obviously driven himself all the way from Lagos. Not showing any sign of having just gone through the rigor of a ministerial screening, Amechi still looked fresh and in high spirits. Also on ground at the residence was Christopher Okibo's daughter, Obiageli, who had come to unveil a room named in her father's honor, as well as being a pioneer senior fellow at the residency. At Kuto Cultural Center, we were welcomed by a platoon of Pirates Confraternity members in their traditional black, red, and white outfits as they sang and danced to the delights of visitors. This was in addition to another column of traditional dancers at the entrance of the main hall. It soon became obvious that Rotimi Amechi and I were not the only politicians who were taking weekends off from politics, as former governors Kayode Fayemi, Donald Duke, as well as governors Amoshun and Oshiomhole soon made their appearances. In his welcome remarks as the chief host, Governor Amoshun poked fun at Rotimi Amechi as he reminded him that even though he had been screened by the Senate, he was yet to be confirmed like Kayode Fayemi. As such, he should brace up. Apart from politicians, students, pirates, former prisoners and detainees, members of the literati such as Francesca Emmanuel, Promise Okekwe, Kole Omotosho, Odia Ofeimun, Remy Raji, Igoni Barrett, Dapo Adeniyi, Jumoke Verissimo, and Hakim Lasisi, among others, were all there to support their own. It was a long, fascinating inauguration made up of speeches, poetry recitations, readings, a film screening, as well as a performance of excerpts of Wole Soyinka's Alapata Apata by Tunde Awoshomi before Governor Adams Oshiomhole did the informal presentation of Kongi's latest book, The Republic of Liars. In his closing remarks, Professor Soyinka expressed his happiness at the fact that many writers' residencies were coming up in the country around the same time. These were Wale Okediron's Ebedi residency in Isheyin, Oyo State, Femi Osofishan's residency in Ibadan, as well as J.P. Clark's residency in Kiaboda, Delta State. As I came to the end of the excuse me. So I came to the end of the refreshing weekend, with one of the greatest living writers in the world, I counted myself lucky of such worthy honor. In the past, some of my literary weekends spent with the likes of Anton Chekhov, Kwame Nkrumah, and Winston Churchill via their books, to mention just a few, had been done posthumously. As a recorder of men and events, I considered spending another literary weekend with a living legend a rare honor. I admit that I wasn't doing anything original, only following in the footsteps of some of the masters, the storytellers, dreamers, and thinkers who, as life legendary witnesses, have witnessed and recorded far greater events. Plato, Dante, D.H. Lawrence, Leo Tolstoy, Chinua Achebe, Abubakar Imam, to them a few. Having set the pace, their fame has become inseparable from civilization's glory, despite the fact that the bond between writer and society seems to fade with each passing year. Our duty, therefore, as legatees of this ancient craft, is to refreshen the bond of dreaming, wondering, and recording society as it is. The sun was still up when I finally took my leave of this memorable and respected writer, and as my taxi drove out of the Cultural Center Kuto in the Saturday sunshine, I looked back to see him standing, talking, gesticulating in his trademark fashion. He stood there in the warm glow of the sun, ram-shot straight, white fluffy mane shining like a famous statue, with all the aura of a man who has lived to tell his tale. Chapter 25, A Return to Yola. Please, this time we are going to I returned to Yola one May afternoon after, I doubt if, please, live stream. Do we have this book cover on the live stream? The book cover. It's on live stream. Okay, great. So for those here, we are reading Tales of a Troubadour by Wale Okedinro. Yeah. I returned to Yola one May afternoon after a 7-year absence. On hand to receive me to the land of beauty was a midday soft sun that peeked out of the azure sky, bathing the tarmac of the Yola International Airport with a golden hue. It had been raining. It had been raining, as evidenced by the wet fuselage of the Medview aircraft that had brought us from Abuja, as well as the puddles of water on the terra firma. This explained the very clement weather that wafted all around as I drove into Jimeta, whose original name, Jinta, actually means I have received the blessings of this land with my 2 hands. 7 years is a long time, but I could still remember some of the landmarks despite the much improved road networks and several billboards with the screaming slogan, Bindo means business. From the airport, located at the Damili community in Jimeta, we drove on to Yola South, where the runabout with the beautiful Fulani milk gourd still stood, as it did during my last visit. As we entered Yola North, a newly constructed city gate with the boldly written sign, "Welcome to Yola," welcomed me to the administrative capital of Adamawa State, where His Excellency Governor Bindo Umaru Jibrila's office was located. The governor, we were told, had just left for the neighboring Cameroon on an official visit. Unlike my last visit, which was limited to Yola metropolis, on this visit I plan to touch the 3 senatorial districts of the state, viz. Adamawa North, Central, and South, as part of my job as a health consultant. After checking into the much improved American University of Nigeria's Hotel and Conference Center at 228 Modibo Adama Way, we headed to the hotel's clubhouse, where I had also visited during my last trip. As we waited for dinner to be served by the poolside, we watched as a father put his 2 young daughters through the rudiments of swimming at the shallow end of the swimming pool. Meanwhile, at the deep end, 2 lovebirds who appeared to be experts were showing off their aquatic expertise to the motley crowd of diners and onlookers. After a leisurely dinner of barbecued spiced chicken and rice, we watched the finals of the European League Championship between Seville and Liverpool in a match where the French side triumphed. Drugged with fatigue and the sumptuous meal, we soon made our way to our rooms for the night's rest. In that case, we need to move very fast, our guide and driver responded when I informed him of my desire to go up north to Gombe, Hong, Mararaba, Mubi, and Malagali local government areas and return to Yola same day. It is not because of the distance. The problem is the road. It's in a very bad condition, my guide added. It was a lovely day as we moved past farmlands with busy farmers and grazing cattle, both working and moving side by side without disturbing each other. From the farmlands, the scenery changed to palm tree-dotted mountainous peaks as we moved further north in the direction of the Cameroonian border. Mango trees and baskets of mangoes could be seen all over the place as the side sellers tried to make a bargain. We soon entered a massive valley surrounded by a lovely ring of craggy mountains, beautiful date palms, and more mango trees. Fortunately, at that point, the hitherto good road took a turn for the worse. This is my guide now mournfully intoned as I gazed with the disbelief at the bad road where giant potholes, almost the size of motor cars, made driving a nightmare. All around us were bombed out shells, bullet-poked buildings, including banks and churches, which I was told were telltale signs of the dreaded Boko Haram insurgency. As we progressed, the vegetation soon turned to rocky outcrops and mountains with dry vegetations and shrubs. These were interspersed with mud walls and thatched houses. Once in a while, we chanced upon a dry riverbed, a sign of a long dry season anticipatory of any rainy season which was yet to begin in that part of the state. At Mararaba, we took a left road that led to Mubi and decided to abandon our initial plans of going right to Malagali because of the late hour. Malagali aborts parts of Borno State where the Boko Haram insurgencies are still active, said my guide. When I expressed my sadness at the thought of not visiting Malagali, we stopped for a lunch of semolina, draw soup, and fish at Song, a drowsy, dusty small town a few kilometers outside Mubi. As we approached Mubi, several security checkpoints manned by gun-toting and serious-looking soldiers slowed down our movement. The soldiers were assisted by members of the local vigilante in their maroon color uniforms, holding their own guns. The bad roads, there were ongoing afforestation projects where thousands of gedu and dogonjaro trees were being planted to combat the menace of forest encroachments. Just before entering Mubi town, we chanced upon the Mubi Army Barracks, which was attacked by Boko Haram insurgents sometime the previous year. The barracks still had an artificially made barrier of a moat all around the facility. After the barracks were sprawling cattle markets on both sides of the road. We were soon welcomed to Mubi town by more billboards of Bindo means business. Governor Bindo is from Mubi, was our guide's response when I expressed my surprise at the number of Bindo billboards in the town. Mubi is a very big commercial nerve center which continues to serve to be a very important international market, serving Nigeria, Cameroon, and Chad Republic. At the town's Tike Junction was another sad reminder of the Boko Haram insurgency in the form of the remnant of a bombed EcoBank building at an incident which had also taken place the previous year, where the insurgents were able to cut away millions of naira from the bank's vault. Twilight was settling in when we finally departed Mubi through Maihia, where we had some meetings. It was on our way back to Yola that we gave a soldier who was going home for a week leave in Lagos a lift. The soldier, a tall, shy guy who gave his rank as corporal, explained that he was going on leave after a long time in the bush. He assured us that the Nigerian army had badly decimated the Boko Haram insurgents to the extent that their remnants occasionally came out of the bush to beg for food from the soldiers. The following day took me on a tour of Adamawa Central and with visit of Fufure, Yola South, and Yola North, where the town of Jambutu is located. The Yola metropolis region, as well as development and largely urban It is instructive to note that while the Yola South is the traditional headquarters of the Adamawa, where the palace of the Lamido of Adamawa is sited, Yola North is the administrative capital where the governor resides. My last tour of Adamawa was of the south part of the state, which with visits to Demsa, Mayobelwa, Bamtatu, Newman, and Lafia in Lamode local government area, which abuts Gombe State. In Newman, I chanced upon the Savannah Sugar Plantation, said to be owned by Dangote Sugar Plantation, located on both sides of the very rough and almost impassable Yola-Gombe Road. The massive empire extended into the horizon as far as the eyes could see. After Newman, we crossed wide belly of a tributary of River Benue, which was now largely dry as an evidence of an ongoing drought in that part of the state. And as we crossed the river, I could see far below children swimming in the muddy pool of water, which was all that remained of the wide river. Due to security checks, there was a traffic snarl on the road into Lafia in Lamode local government area, whose hard, craggy terrain reminded me of parts of the Simi Valley in California, USA. As I rounded up my visit to Yola and other parts of Adamawa State, I remembered to reconnect with some of my friends in the state. Those included Alhaji Hamed Jama, the MD of Adama Beverages, makers of the well-known Faro water, Abba Tahi of the American University of Nigeria, and Reverend Dr. Tiliza, whom I worked with on a number of health-related projects. Of course, I did not leave out the current Deputy Governor of the state, His Excellency Martin Babale, who was my colleague in the House of Representatives in Abuja a few years ago. On the day of my visit to the Deputy Governor's office in the Godabawo ward in Yola North, I met the whole place in darkness as the electricity had been disconnected due to the then ongoing Nigerian Labour Congress-induced strike over the sudden increase in the price of petrol. On my last visit in Yola, I asked my friend Abatahi, a staff of the American University, to take me on a tour of the 11-year-old institution. Although I had been to the university before, I was impressed with the development I saw in the university. Since my last visit, apart from the new e-library, which I was told had 99% electronic book, I also saw the 4,000-seat well-equipped Commonwealth Hall, which also doubles as the university's indoor sports hall, with a population of 1,000 students from 37 countries. The university has an average population of 25 students per class. Some are lower. When I arrived at the large expanse of the school, university land, Abba informed me that the university has a total of 1,000 hectares of land, some acquired and some donated by host community. At the time of my visit, the university was hosting the National Conference of the Association of University Librarians in its ultra-modern library. As I later departed for the airport, on my way out of Yola, I took another long look at my favorite landmark, the statue of the Fulani Milk God, and hope that it will be there when I return for another visit to the land of beauty. 26. A boat to Zanzibar. At exactly 9:35 a.m. on a sunny Tanzanian morning, the lovely lady with the elegant topside, firm, beautiful waist, and an adorable deck blew her horn and eased off the Dar es Salaam ferry station, leaving a foamy billowing of sea water in her wake. the Lady of Zanzibar, a brightly painted 554-passenger ferry, slowly increased her speed and slid into the warm embrace of the Indian Ocean. From my vantage point on the top deck, I could see the receding skyline of Dar es Salaam far in the distance. Spread in the early morning sunshine like a totem of a golden land. Before long, all that was left of the city of peace were silhouettes and shadows of important landmarks such as the Cocoa Beach, Golden Tulip Hotel, Giraffe Hotel, among others. The Lady of Zanzibar, Kilimanjaro, the foot, built for Azam Marine, Kilimanjaro Ferries of Tanzania by Richardson Devine Incorporated at Prince Wales Bay, Australia, is said to have a maximum speed of 30 knots. To the question of why ships and boats and countries and sometimes cars and other vessels and vehicles are often referred to with the feminine pronoun, is the prosaic explanation that the gender of the Latin word for ship, navis, is female. But people generally agree on the more romantic notion of the ship is a she. Ship is a she phenomenon. That it seems from the tradition of boat owners, typically and historically male, naming their vessels after significant women in their lives, that is wives, mothers, etc. On the other hand, a popular, if not male chauvinistic explanation states that a ship is called a she because there is always a great deal of bustle around her. There is always a gang of men on her. She has a waist and stays. It takes a lot of paint to keep her good looking, and it is not the initial expense that breaks you, it is the upkeep that can be all decked out. It takes an experienced man to handle her correctly, and without a man in the helm, she is absolutely uncontrollable. She shows her topsides, hides her bottom, and when coming into port, always heads for the boys. Earlier this morning, I had left my northern Tanzanian base of Bagamoyo for the Nigerian embassy in Dar es Salaam, where the embassy driver, ED, was waiting to take me to the ferry station in the downtown section of the city. Eager to make my visit to Tanzania as comfortable as possible, the ever-helpful Nigerian ambassador, His Excellency Salisu Umaru, had suggested that I travel to Zanzibar by air. It is just a 15-minute flight, and it is safer and less stressful than a boat trip, he had said. However, for me, adventure comes before comfort, so I opted for the 2-hour boat ride instead. That was when I was laden with instruction for my safety. Apart from the need to purchase a $35 ticket a day ahead of my departure, I was also asked to come with my international passport and yellow fever vaccination card for the purpose of immigration formalities. In addition, I was advised to avoid the top deck of the boat because of the seasickness caused by the huge waves, which could make the ferry rock rigorously. As the Lady of Zanzibar continued on her journey, I observed that the top deck economy section where I was seated was full of Tanzanians, because while the VIP business section were made up of foreigners, it was also very obvious that the economy cabin had been overbooked, with many passengers having to stand on the aisle and their wares scattered everywhere. And when I recalled that previous boat mishaps in Tanzania had been caused by overcrowding, my heart skipped a few beats. According to a local publication, the MV Faith, which began its final journey at the port of Dar es Salaam, sank in May 2009, shortly after docking at the port of Malindi. 6 of the 25 people aboard lost their lives. In addition, the MV Skagit, which also began its final journey at the port of Dar es Salaam, capsized in rough Dar es Salaam Chumbe Island on 18 July 2012. The ferry had 447 passengers, while 154 were rescued. 81 passengers died and 212 were missing and presumed drowned. The reports of the inquiries into these two accidents blamed overcrowding. The reports of the inquiries into these two incidents blamed overcrowding as the cause of the disasters. Fortunately, the Lady of Zanzibar did not appear in any form of danger, despite being overcrowded, as she continued to glide smoothly on the Indian Ocean. Said to be the warmest ocean in the world, far into the horizon was a lovely and calm turquoise blue ocean, while overhead a column of white dainty seabirds with golden beaks flew gracefully. Moments later, we chanced upon fishermen who gaily waved to us from their small and fragile, small-looking boats. We also passed tiny strips of islands hemmed in by an amphitheater of cliffs, lapped by water so clear you could think you were cruising in a river. As the journey progressed, some craggy mountains and sheltered bays with seductive-looking white beaches emerged one after the other. No doubt, the gentle swaying motion of the boat, coupled with the fresh oceanic air surrounding serenity, was very sedative, for before long, almost half of the passengers on the top deck were asleep. I could see the Tanzanian woman on the floor in their colorful kangas, wrappers, fast asleep in the midst of their wares, Even for me, despite their resolve to stay alert to witness the beautiful environment around me, I soon found myself fighting sleep as I yawned endlessly. For a while, the horizon emptied out with nothing in sight. For a while, the horizon looked emptied out with nothing in sight for miles. We were like this until 10:20 a.m., when suddenly a thread of distant land materialized out of the mist as Zanzibar came into view. Close up, I was dumbstruck by the beautiful panorama of Zanzibar's main city, Stone Town, that soon came into full view with buildings which I later identified as the Sultan's Palace, House of Wonders, the Forodani Gardens, and St. Joseph's Cathedral, all tumbling down to a calm bay dotted with an array of shipping vessels and colored little boats. At 11:35 a.m., exactly 2 hours after leaving the port at Dar es Salaam, we finally docked and we were welcomed with a huge sign, Karibu Zanzibar. It's welcome to Zanzibar. Next to this sign was another one with immigration instructions for the revolutionary government of Zanzibar. As I disembarked by the gangway, I noticed the clear turquoise blue water of that part of the Indian Ocean lapping the shoreline. This was in sharp contrast to the muddy waters of the same ocean at the beaches in Bagamoyo and Dar es Salaam, brightly displayed on the waterfront were a colorful array of small boats with fancy names such as Facebook, Dragon, Tambo, Equator, Blue Whale, and Ladies Free, among others. The boats, I was told, were to convey tourists on sightseeing to various parts of the island. As a foreigner, I had to join an hour-long queue for immigration, and when I informed the immigration officials that I would only be in Zanzibar just a few hours, the corpulent and friendly fellow advised that I should stay longer in order to enjoy the warm hospitality of the people. Zanzibar is a semi-autonomous region of Tanzania in East Africa. It is composed of the Zanzibar archipelago in the Indian Ocean, 80 kilometers, that is 28 miles off the coast of the mainland, and consists of many small islands and 2 large ones, Unguza and consists of many small islands and 2 large ones, Unguza, the main island referred to informally as Zanzibar, and Pemba Island, the capital. The capital is Zanzibar City, located on the island of Unguza. Its historic center is Stone Town, which is a World Heritage Site. The name Zanzibar is derived from the Persian Zangba, signifying black coast, known for its white sand beaches, incredible scuba diving, labyrinth-like spice markets, and fascinating history. Zanzibar has a population of 1,303,569 persons as far as 2012 census. The region's main industries are spices, raffia, and tourism. In particular, the island produces cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon, and black pepper. For this reason, the Zanzibar archipelago, together with Tanzania's Mafia Island, are sometimes called the Spice Island, a term also associated with the Maluku Islands of Indonesia. In 1973, Zanzibar introduced the first color television in sub-Saharan Africa. Because of long-standing opposition to television by President Julius Nyerere, the first television service on mainland Tanzania was not introduced until 1994. On 26 April 1964, Tanganyika united with Zanzibar to form the United Republic of Tanganyika and Zanzibar. The country was renamed the United Republic of Tanzania on 27 October of that year, 1964. The name Tanzania is a blend of Tanganyika and Zanzibar. Despite this, Zanzibar still remains a semi-autonomous region of Tanzania, with its own government known as the Revolutionary Government of Tanzania, Zanzibar, and its own House of Representatives. Outside the ferry terminal, I was met by a barrage of porters, taxi drivers, and tourist guides who were eager to offer their services. However, following instructions from a Tanzanian friend, I waded through the crowd and turned around right on the road outside the terminal. A few minutes later, I was in the heart of Stone Town, the country's main city. And as the midday afternoon sun filtered through the ancient buildings and minarets of the main mosque and the nearby Anglican church, I explored some of the island's famous sites, meandering through the narrow streets in the hot, humid weather. I visited the National Museum, the Tower Harbor, the Old Castle, as well as a monument to the slaves of Zanzibar. As I learned, the Zanzibar slave market was finally closed down in 1873. I was fascinated by the old dispensary, a beautiful four-story colonial building which had now been turned into a hotel and gallery where a young artist had displayed his wares of artifacts and paintings. I was a bit disappointed, though, at the decrepit state of Stone Town, with some of the historically important buildings falling apart while others appeared seedy and unkempt. At one point during my tour, I became terrified, making my way through some narrow alleys ominously sandwiched by precariously tilting and crumbling buildings which were propped up in place by steel tilts. These are ancient monuments that must be preserved for posterity. My Tanzanian friend had responded when I suggested that the buildings should be demolished as they constituted danger to tourists. Things brightened up later when I ventured into the shops where an array of spices, exquisitely woven fabrics, mementos, perfumes, and oils are on display. Okay. Bobby. I was able to purchase some wonderful works of art and souvenirs. Since Zanzibar is said to be an autonomous region, I was surprised to see the Tanzanian currency was also the official currency of the island. And even though customs and immigration officials were provided by the revolutionary government of Zanzibar, I was equally confounded when I saw that the policemen and soldiers wore uniforms of the Tanzanian police and army, respectively. Confused at the form of relationship between Tanzania and Zanzibar, I sought clarity from Musa, my Tanzanian friend. So according to Musa, the collaboration between the two countries is like a union with Zanzibar as a semi-autonomous region of Tanzania. With this, citizens of both regions do not need visas to travel into each region. In addition, even though Zanzibar has our own president, vice president, and legislature, the region also produces vice president of the Tanzania, while mainland of Tanzania produces the president. In addition, while Tanzania and Zanzibar have the same security forces and currency, Zanzibar still retains the right to raise some taxes, especially VAT, import duty, and make some local laws for the smooth operation of the region. The autonomous status of Zanzibar is viewed as comparable to Hong Kong, as suggested by some scholars, and being recognized as the African Hong Kong. It was late afternoon before I could tear myself away from the fascination of Stone Town to catch the boat for the return trip to Dar es Salaam. Unlike our morning trip, passengers in the return trip were very few, and the boats had empty seats. At exactly 3:30 p.m., the Lady of Zanzibar blew her horn and headed back into Dar es Salaam in almost the same way it had arrived Zanzibar. A few hours earlier, having been forewarned about the likelihood of a storm on the afternoon trip, I avoided the upper deck and moved to the mid-cabin. And just as I thought we would escape the turbulence, midway into our journey, heavy waves hit the boat, and the massive marine beauty became a mere toy in the hands of nature. And as she listed and bubbled heavily on the ocean water, while some of the passengers found the listing and bubbling delightful, as we could hear from their shout of "Wow, whoa, wow" each time the boat rocked, some others were apprehensive. Very soon, a sizable number of the passengers became seasick and requested for vomit bags, which were quickly passed around. Fortunately, the rough weather soon passed, and we progressed in good weather for the remaining part of our trip. Just before arrival in Dar es Salaam, I went to the upper deck to watch the approaching skyline of the City of Peace, which emerged in the approaching twilight, a magical city of beauty. Chapter 28, the train to Moscow. Chapter 28, the train to Moscow. No, we skipped. Yes, we also skipped 19. It was a long way from home, and after a few days watching soccer and sightseeing in St. Petersburg, I would be heading north by train to the Russian capital, Moscow. The following day in Moscow would be busy days, filled with traveling, mostly by the metro. Watching more soccer, sightseeing through museums and monuments, writing and trying out the Russian cuisines. But being a teetotaler, I planned to avoid the famous vodka. In Moscow, I would be stopped by Russian police for a brief interrogation, stung. Then, in Moscow, I would be stopped by the Russian police for a brief interrogation, stung and choked by gas fumes in the Moscow metro, beaten by a sudden rain shower as I didn't have my umbrella, and stared at by some skinhead Russian youths who were not used to seeing strangers in their land. On the brighter side, I would enjoy the company of many football fans who had come for the World Cup, get help from friendly elderly Russian women when communication in English became a challenge, eat delicious meals in roadside restaurants, drink lemon tea in the mornings, and hang out with my two traveling buddies, Tayo and Dion. In short, I would have a wonderful time in Moscow. But I had to get there first. So at exactly 6:30 a.m. on a sunny June morning, the Sapsan, a Russian gauge high-speed electric express train, slid majestically into track 7 of the St. Petersburg-Moscow ski railway station, with its red, blue, and white bullet-shaped head. The 10 coaches, 250-meter long train with a capacity for 604 passengers and a maximum speed of 250 kilometers per hour was a beauty to behold. Some Sapsan train, which derived its name from the fastest bird in the Falcon family, was designed by Siemens AG and is perfectly adapted to the harsh Russian climate. As I waited on the platform of track 7 for the 7th train arrival, I could not but be captivated by the beautiful work of technology, which was a far cry to the steam engine trains of the 60s, and when my childhood fascination with trains began. At the time, the Lagos-Kano railway line passed just across the road to my primary school in Bodija, Ibadan, in Oyo State, Nigeria. Each time I caught the far-off sound of the Kano-bound train, I eagerly rushed to the classroom window whenever there were no classes and gawk at the whistling mechanical centipede and its creepy At the time, when years later my wish came true and I had a ride on the train, which by then was being pulled by a diesel engine, my journey to the 1996 Writers' Convention in Kaduna was delayed by 2 days when the train broke down in Offa, Kwara State. Despite the breakdown, I had a very interesting and memorable train journey, which inspired my first children's novel, The Rescue of Uncle Babs, Macmillan, 1998. The book went on to win the 1999 ANA Matatu Prize for Children's Literature. Since then, I have seldom heard a train go by and not wished I was on it. to the extent that I have undertaken several local and international train journeys since my Ibadan to Kaduna train experience, when I found myself in rush at the 2018 Football World Cup. I did all I could to get a taste of the famous Russian railway, already made famous by a league of renowned writers ranging from James Joyce, T.S. Eliot, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy to Paul Turek, just to name a few. 20 minutes after docking into track 7, the St. Petersburg to Moscow train track took off on 635-kilometer trip to Moscow. Traveling with me were my two US-based friends, Tayo and Dion. As we clambered on board the very clean and comfortable train, our international passports and tickets were checked, which it was a lovely train with seats in the business class, huge with ample space. There were also facilities to charge your phones and electrical gadgets. The services and food were really good. Anyone who knows Russia will know that train rides across its vast expanse are a quintessential part of experiencing the country and the character of its inhabitants. Passengers on the Spasan were made up of both the old, the young, students, tourists, and businessmen. Hardly had we settled into our seat than two stewardesses in neat and crisp grey uniforms, Victoria and Vera, from their name tags, passed round the day's newspaper. Unfortunately, the papers were all in the Russian language, all the same. I got hold of one and just tried to use the photographs in the papers to decipher what the news was about. After the newspapers came a breakfast of omelets, bread, salad, orange, juice, and coffee. Wow. Which went very well in the quiet and comfortable coach. As the train picked up speed and the electronic display board in the coach was showing the speed rising from 120 kilometers to 250 kilometers, while the outside temperature was 27 degrees Celsius, and the inside was 23 degrees Celsius. Unlike the locomotive and diesel-powered trains of my childhood, it was not possible to have a good view through the window, as the trains cut through the Russian countryside at dizzying speeds. It was, however, possible to catch fast-motion glimpses of the St. Petersburg metropolis, skyscrapers and steel bridges as they raced past the train. We were soon in the St. Petersburg suburb of brick terraces and narrow back gardens, then past a row of semi-detached houses before being shot wonderfully into a new setting of sleepy villages and green farmlands, interspersed with small houses against an expansive background of cornfields. Inside the train, all was peaceful as the wonderful piece of engineering marvel became its own little tubular world, a world where rivers and lakes shining in the early morning sunlight slid past, and the picturesque pine forest became a wallpaper on the landscape of our journey. Gradually, the countryside became more rolling, and then suddenly, as the train made a curve, it changed completely. The forest, which for hours had formed a fence on each side of the train, opened up into a broad, wide plain with white walls, trees, and skies seems to pull upwards, flooding the scene with light. In addition, very much unlike my favorite Nigerian trains, where you could chat and laugh as much as you like, Everything was boringly quiet with many passengers engrossed in newspaper, books, mobile gadgets, and sleep. No pickpockets was arrested for walking on passenger wallets. No stowaway was caught and thrown off the train, and no chance to buy delicious food and snacks from hawkers on the train platform. All we did was sleep and read and stare through the window of the fast-moving train. I was left to gaze into the fast-changing slices of the Russian countryside, while the gentle rock of motion of the train acted as a lullaby, and before long, I soon joined some of the passengers in the sleeping business. When I woke up moments later, I went for a walk down the train to stretch my legs. After 2 coaches, I stumbled onto the canteen where a group of football fans in colorful Colombian jerseys were making merry with food, beer, and coffee. They were happy to see me in my very popular and beautiful green and white green Nigerian jersey and invited me over for a cup of coffee. As we chatted heartily about football and the games, I took in more scenes of the Russian countryside as glimpses of beautiful lakes, rivers, parks. We soon came to the town of Golgoya, where the train stopped for just a minute to discharge some passengers. Moments after we took off again, I was roused from another slumber by a lady ticket inspector, Tatiana, who glanced at my outstretched ticket, smiled, and disappeared into the next coach. The train was now going at 200 km per hour, probably ascending a hill, and before long we passed Bologo. Outside Mokba, we passed a forest of tall pine and cypress trees, continuing our journeys into the vast Russian land and largest country in the world by land size. Beside me in seat 23 was a sleeping Tayo, while second companion Dion in seat 21 was busy with his iPad. To keep myself busy, I stared out of the window for the umpteenth time. As the train now passed several villages scattered across the Russian plain, dotted with tiny, self-sufficient hamlets with occasional sprinklings of the ubiquitous dachas that Dostoevsky and Tolstoy idealized. Lenin despaired of, and Stalin tried to plan out of existence. A dacha is a seasonal or year-round second home, often located in the suburbs of Moscow and other post-Soviet cities, although some dachas recently have been converted to year-round residences and vice versa. I was soon brought out of my reverie at 10:40 a.m. by the announcement of the main arrival in Moscow. Passengers were advised to keep their luggage safe and parents to hold their children well. High-rise buildings, modern buildings, and crowds of people came into view as the train crawled into the Leningradsky station and nosed towards track 7. Moscow is a major political, economic, cultural, and scientific center of Russia and Eastern Europe, as well as the largest city both by population and by area entirely on the European continent. The city is served by a transit network which includes 4 international airports, 9 railway terminals, numerous trams and monorail systems, and one of the deepest underground rapid transit systems in the world. The Moscow Metro, the 4th largest in the world and the largest outside Asia in terms of passenger numbers, and the busiest in Europe, is recognized as one of the city's landmarks due to the rich architecture of its 215 stations. Ironically, it was in the Moscow Metro that I had my most frightening experience during my brief stay in the Russian capital city. On the second day of our arrival in Moscow, Tayo, Dion, and I traveled in the metro. As I went up the escalator to exit the metro, a wave of gas fumes suddenly stung my eyes, and breathing became difficult. a choking sensation erupted from within, and before I knew it, I was seized by a coughing fit. All around me, commuters were coughing, and everybody holding handkerchief to their eyes to reduce the stinging sensation in their eyes. For a fleeting moment, panic rented the air, and the people were calling out to the railway officials to do something to mitigate the situation. My own panic was heightened when my mind went to the infamous Japanese underground gas episode that claimed several lives many years ago. Just then, all the escalators were redirected to take people out of the underground. Before long, most of the commuters were already safe out on the street. However, despite the fresh air, the coughing and throat discomfort went on for a while before normalcy returned. One sunny day, we joined other sweating tourists to visit historic sites like the majestic Red Square with the Kremlin, as well as the colorful St. Basil's Cathedral and the Armory Chamber, which is the most ancient museum depository in Russia. During the siege of power of the government of Russia, Moscow is the site of the Moscow, the Kremlin, a medieval city fortress that is today the residence for work of the President of Russia. The Moscow Kremlin and the Red Square are also one of the several World Heritage Sites in the city. Both chambers of the Russian Parliament, the State Duma and the Federal Council, also sit in the city. It was at the Red Square that the Bangladesh television station interviewed me on the Nigerian Argentina match slated for the following day. Also in the Kremlin were museums, in the Kremlin were museums. The former Soviet Union had, in the 17th century, 18th century, invested a lot in religion, especially Christianity, with the erection of the several cathedrals, churches, and temples. However, such monuments have now been turned into tourist centers after Karl Marx abolished religion, which he termed the opium of the people. Among the other museums of the Moscow Kremlin, Moscow Kremlin visited were the Assumption Cathedral, where all Russian Tsars are crowned and buried, the Annunciation Cathedral, the home church of Moscow's great princes. We have the Archangel's Cathedral, constructed in 1505, as well as the Church of the Laying Our Ladies, Holy Rope, the Holy Church of Russian Metropolitans, among other cathedrals. On leaving the Kremlin, we took the Red Line train in the metro to the famous Gorky Park, a vast and expansive structure with many facilities, such as amusement areas, a large musical open auditorium, a library, theater, reception rooms. The facility was named after Alexei Maximovich Peshkov, primarily known as Maxim Gorky. He was a Russian and Soviet writer, a founder of the Soviet Socialist Realism, literary method, and a political activist. He was also a 5-time nominee of the Nobel Prize in literature. The name of Gorky Park, the name Gorky Park has always thrilled me. With its heart-packed analogies, gruesome tales, and storylines, it has always been, a source of inspiration for books, poems, songs, intrigues, murders, and love. From the Gorky Park, we crossed the Krimsky Bridge, and for 900 rubles, that is the Moscow currency, the 900 rubles each, we went for a half-an-hour cruise on the massive Moscow River. After a lunch of roasted chicken and baby potatoes, wow, maybe baby potato, bad, yeah. After a lunch of roasted chicken and baby potatoes with salad, we went back to our apartment, which was managed by a 23-year-old housekeeper, Aza, a native of the Caucasus region of Russia. The Caucasus, or Caucasia is a region located in the border of Eastern Europe and Western Asia, situated between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, and occupied by Russia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. As a Muslim student of the North Caucasus State Humanitarian Technology Academy, was working in the apartment to make some extra money. According to Aza, whom I communicated with mostly through a Sony Xperia ZI translation device because of her limited use of English, informed me that her people differ from the Russians in language, tradition, and culture. Apart from respect for their elders as Muslims, females from their Caucasus are not allowed to touch people of the opposite sex except their fathers and brothers. After a few days in Moscow, I returned to St. Petersburg by the same Spasan train to arrive at the Moskovsky train station. After a 5-hour uneventful trip, as we alighted from the train, I noticed a very wide gap between the train and the platform, which I consider very dangerous, particularly for older people. Particularly for older people who may be disembarking from the train with a heavy bag, and even though Muscovites will not agree, I found St. Petersburg with its canals and cathedrals, palaces, and terraces to be unmatched in its splendor. It is splendor among other Russian cities. Apart from its incredibly beautiful Catherine Palace and Peterhof, world-famous heritage Peter and Paul Fortress, Savior on Blood, and St. Isaac Cathedral, the city also has all outstanding sites. For 500 rubles, I went on a tour of the city aboard a double-decker bus with Toyo and Diom. The tour enabled me to see some beautiful sites such as the National Pushkin Museum, the St. Petersburg, St. Capella, and the Palace Square, where I purchased the famous Russian wooden dolls, the Matryoshka doll, for 900 rubles each souvenir. We also visited the Hermitage Museum, which is so big that it couldn't be covered in a week. The museum is said to be one of the biggest in the world, with well over 100 million exhibits. It was at the Hermitage Museum that Tayo stumbled on the prehistoric painting Roman Charity by Paul Rubens. circa 1612. The painting showed a Roman woman, Perrault, secretly breastfeeding her father, Simon, who had been incarcerated and sentenced to death by starvation by the Roman authorities. The story behind the painting, which is said to be real, was originally recorded in the 9 books of the memorable acts and sayings of the ancient Roman. Apart from the hermitage, St. Petersburg has many other local architectural splendors to visit. In order to fully enjoy the city, we each paid 550 rubles for a boat ride to the city's elegant canals. In making our choice of the various available tour boats, we decided to patronize a native of Ivory Coast who made his living by selling our tickets. The approximately 2 hours tour took us to the National Pushkin Museum, St. Petersburg State Capella, the Palace Square as well, the Winter and Summer Palace designed for Emperor Peter the Great. It is believed that Alexander Pushkin, one of Russia's great writers, was killed behind the Summer Palace. Also visited was the cathedral where Dostoevsky, the great Russian writer, got married. I had come to the end of my Russian trip, and despite the rigors of the journey, I wish I could see more and more of the vast and mysterious country for years. I had wanted to see Russia with my own eyes, to meet some of the people who live inside of that entity. To hear their voices and perceive the aroma and the nuances of their land. Thankfully, my short but very busy trip has given some answers. More importantly, I had a taste of the legendary Russian railway, already made famous by a legion of writers, my predecessors in the traveling and writing business, and if there was another Sapsan train that could take me back to Nigeria, I would not have hesitated to board it. That is the beauty of a train, this headless and solitary movement that gets you hooked to the great tubular vehicle. And so that's the end of the Tales of a Troubadour. Daydream or Be Left Behind by Anita C. Hogan. Daydream or Be Left Behind by Anita C. Hogan. I doubt ICT, if you have this cover. Have the cover? Okay. For those joining us online, Daydream or Be Left Behind, that's the title, that's the cover title. I believe shortly, maybe ICT will get it, will get the cover online. So you can buy online too. If you search online, you are Anita C. Hogan. Published by, self-published by the. It's published by Anita C. Hogan, published this year, 2023. Chapter 1. Emotional flatness. Oh, my goodness, God. I cried aloud to myself from the hard floor I was sleeping on. I had hit my knee on the wall. While I struggled to change my sleeping position from my right to my left side, hoping that I would find a better position. While trying to soothe my knee with my palms, I knocked my elbow on the same wall. The sharp piercing pain forced me to try to sit up, but then again I banged my head on the head side stool, close to my head. Ouch! I screamed in pain. I completely no ISBN. Sorry, quite unfortunately. I've read the book anyway. It's very interesting, but it is trying to work within guidelines. So I have to read only books that have been published. Since to verify that you were reading a real book, the Guinness World Records will have to confirm from the book. So the book doesn't have a Okay, let's go with this. A Lucky Chance. Lucky Chance by Martina Nwakobi. Martina Nwakobi, A Lucky Chance. First published in 1980. I believe a whole lot of us must have read A Lucky Chance. Okay, chapter 1, Martina Nwakobi. The village of Omonda, evergreen with trees and shrubs, was the birthplace of Chisa, the son of Dede, the son of Ikenga. His father named him Chisa, meaning God answer, a name that was not common in the family, for no ancestor had been called by it. Because his parents' wish for a boy had come true. Although Dede was a watch repairer, he also repaired and hired out bicycles, worked on old table clocks. Although Dede was a watch repairer, he also repaired and hired out bicycles, worked on old table clocks, licking down the enamel pots and buckets. Just being a watch repairer was not enough to earn Dede his living, because very few people wore wristwatches in Omonda. Some days, when Dede was not at his workshop, he went to his farm. The main occupation in Omonda was farming, and the people produced plenty of staple food for gari and yams for the village and for sale. The three used to live together in the morning. Chisa to primary school, his mother to market, or to the farm and Dede to his work, or to the farm and Dede to his work. One morning, Dede got to his workshop just as his first customer was arriving, and his bicycle, which had a flat tire. He was the local postman who collected mails from the large town which served the postal agency of Monda and other small villages. Among the day's mail was one for Dede. He turned and touched the letters he just received because he could not read what made the postman offer to him. Dede, thank you, replied Dede, handing back the letter. The letter is from your brother in Ota. He says he will be arriving home on leave soon with his family and ask you to clean the compound and inform your other relatives at the other end of his leave. He will want to take your son with him in order to help you with his education and training. Lucky people. So you have a brother who can help educate your child, asked the postman as he handed back the letter. There was no immediate reply from Dede, who was deep in thoughts as he put away the letter in his pocket. Yes, I have, but he has 3 children of his own. It may not be any burden to take your child on your child. How old is he? 9. Hardly. 9, hardly. The age to go away from the home. But your child will be taken to a big city, where there is electricity and tap water. He will learn new things, new ways of life, new language, and so on. Yes, he will. But his mother will also miss him. He is our only child. That is a more reason why you should want the best for him. The cost of education now is higher and higher every day. It's getting higher and higher every day. Your brother knows this, and that's why that is why he wants to help you. Dede closed his workshop early because the letter was in his hand. Dede closed his workshop early because the letter was in his hand. His brother, Kulu, was a chief clerk in a government ministry at Ota, and only visited him when on leave. In the village, he had built a house of cement blocks roofed with zinc sheet. Compared to the people, he was very rich, but he had not been home for 4 years. If he kept to the schedule, after taking Chisa away, the boy's parents would not see him for another 4 years. On reaching home, they told his wife about the letter he received from his brother. You mean your only son would go away to live outside a village from us? Asked. On reaching home, they told his wife about the letter he had received from his brother. You mean our only son would go away to live outside this village, away from us? Asked Mami. Yes, he will go to live with my brother, who will make sure Chisa gets a good education, speaks a foreign language, and all of that. Really? Is that any reason for letting your only son go? Your flesh and blood? Your keep quiet woman, who has given you the boldness to challenge my decision? My brother can take care of Chisa better than you and I ever can. What have we to give Chisa? when we can barely have 3 good meals a day. But we are happy. Happy, wept Sister Mommy. Happy, happy, happy with fingers all sore with toil. Happiness is happiness for the rich who live in the cities and own big houses with servants to attend to their every wishes. You surprise me. How can you talk like this? It is true. We live in a hut. It is true we toil for our daily bread. But it is also true that we are happy. Chisa came in then, swinging a piece of bamboo, which produced a music sound. He ran to his mother and hugged her. Then he hugged her, then to his father and sat on his knees. Dede looked his son over. Are you happy? He asked. Why? Yes, very happy. Are you? Well, son, I don't know. After a brief silence, Dede asked, Chisa, my child, would you like to go to live with your uncle and his family at Ota? He said, will you and mommy live there too? Of course no. Of course not. You will stay with them, but your mother and I will remain here. Who will take care of me there? Chisa looked worried. Uncle Kulu will take very good care of you. He will buy you new clothes. You go to a big school. You will see cars, electric lights, water taps, tarred road, so many things. Will I? Chisa got off his father's lap and ran off swinging his bamboo stick. He was very happy. Chapter 2. The family compound. The family compound had been cleared and yams stored in the barns by the time Chisa's uncle Kulu arrived with his wife and 3 children some weeks later. There was Dozier, the eldest boy, who behaved like a rascal. He had the habit of hitting his 12-year-old sister Ngozi and his younger brother Feka whenever he was annoyed. Dozier was often called a bully. Dozier was often called a bully, but his worst behavior was the way he told lies. Ngozi was a pretty girl who always helped her mother and liked other people. Mommy had advised Chisa how to behave towards his uncle and the family. Every morning you should go to your uncle and greet him, his wife and his children. After that, you should sweep the compound and then come with me to fetch. After that, you should sweep their compound and then come with them to fetch water from the stream for their bath. Is that clear? Yes, Mommy. Anything else I should do? Whatever happens, I do not have an argument or fight with your cousins. If you do anything you do not like, do not do the same to them. If they do anything you do not like, do not do the same to them. Just come to me or go to your father and make a report. Yes, Mommy. And by the way, you will wash your plates after your meals, including that of the younger sons of who is my age. Yes, Mommy. Do as you are told, Chisa. And remember, no complaints. Yes, Mommy, but 2 of the other children are older than me. What would they be doing? No complaints, I told you. They are your guests. And you have to show good training by being kind to them. Chisa's uncle and his family were warmly welcomed, not only by members of his immediate family, but also by all the villagers, who came in as early as 5 in the morning on their way to farm. They expected to receive anytime they called, and it was Chisa who served the kola nut and passed round the kola nut. Every morning, from wine, which his father tapped for entertaining his guests. Chisa formed the habit of rising early, and his duty was to sweep the whole compound, and to burn the rubbish. After that, he went to the stream to fetch water for the house for his cousins and his parents. The 3 children, even if they are sleeping, Ngozi, Dozie, Ngozi, and Fega, go and fetch water. This book is adulterated. Pirated copy. What is that pirated? At the end. Let's order at the end. Answer this. At the end. You say, can I use it hand? Coach. The long run. In the long run, and if you're rubber, published by Manpower Publishing House. First published 2023. Chapter 1. Gideon, Pangshin, Plateau State, August 1994. Gideon was already drenched in sweat from jogging from the training center Gideon was already drenched in sweat from jogging to the training center. By the time his coach, Joseph Wubala, walked into the sandy sports park at the village center, he was always the most punctual to training. The weather was cold and dry, though the Harmattan season was not due for another month or two. Its haze had started to creep up, threatening its harsh conditions. It had not rained for over 3 weeks, and the North Desert wind had blown dust, which polluted the atmosphere even at the altitude of the Jos Plateau. Gideon had jogged the long distance through the hardcore sand and rocky pathway from his home of Pangshin. The distance was now a routine to him, and he would still jog back home. After his rigorous workouts, which included long runs up the mountains and speed walk for kilometers through the sand. The township sports ground was at the Pangshin village center, about 16 kilometers to Kanke, the small suburb where Gideon lived. Born in Tuam Kubwe, a little-known missionary town in Pangshin local government area of Plateau State, to Reverend Gideon Genka and Mrs. Bilhatu Nanzwake Genka, little Gideon grew up running errands between his home and community church where his father served. He loved running. It was his way of life. It was the path that he had chosen. Pangshin was a small region in the large Plateau State, rich in agricultural produce, but always in the shadows of Jos Metropolitan, the state capital due to their close proximity. However, this region had been a manufacturing hub for some of Nigeria's best distance athletics champions. Under the tutelage of Wubala and the legendary coach Mang Dakara. Coach Mang Dakara, former employee of the Kwara State Sports Council, moved to Pangshin local government area when he became a staff of the Plateau State Athletics Amateur Association. He quickly saw the potential of the region to produce national athletics champions. A lot of the Nigerian national long distance champions had come from Jos. Come from the local government area, Zakaria. Pamfo won gold at 1989 National Sports Festival, winning the men's 3,000 meters steeplechase in a national record time. Kenum Bunem got a national record in 1993 for the 5,000 meters men. Emmanuel Dewam Bala Jonah, Joseph Ezekiel, Simon Male, Demian Udom, Sunday Mayanguwa, Monica Wubala, Fidela Victor, and Philemon Kumchi, and the late policewoman Sergeant Lahadi Musa who was top marathoner for Nigeria until the sport she loved so much claimed her life in 1990 during the edition of the International Milo Marathon, all held from the same small town, and became household names in distant learning. Even Gideon's coach, Joseph Ubara, was an athlete and dominated Nigerian marathon races as arena for more than 2 decades. The schools in the area were also instrumental in developing their talents. Government Secondary School. Come. Hello. The schools in the area were were also instrumental in developing their talents. Government Secondary School GSS Pangshin drew global attention from its spectacular performance at the World Schools Marathon Championship in Spain and Germany. St. Joseph College, Zvom, also thrilled the world a few years later at the same championship. Pangshin could be Nigeria's equivalent of Kenya's Rift Valley if the development and investment can be made for facilities. It has the terrain and weather that running and a promising venture that makes distance running a promising venture. Located about 8 miles from Jos, the Plateau State capital, the little town had, in addition to its altitude and temperature, very rocky formations, numerous hills, and mountains that helped prepare these athletes throughout their daily sporting activities. It wasn't therefore surprising that in 1991, the deputy chairman of the Pangshin Local Government Council, Mr. Samson Tempo, honored over 15 athletes from the area for winning national titles, one of which was Gideon Hagak. Gideon was already enjoying a history of untainted success in the distance running. His talent was discovered early by Coach Dakara while he was still a student at the Ekan Primary School, Towa, Kabri, between 1978 and 1981. Blessed with an eye for sporting talent, Dakara would occasionally go to the local schools to watch the young boys and girls play and run during the after-school hours. It was during these occasions that he noticed young Gideon. When Gideon left for Lancook Comprehensive Secondary School, Dakara made his move. He brought Gideon to compete in the state cross-country competition and men's distance races. Gideon was an instant success, winning numerous competitions in the state. Gideon continued his studies in the relevant technology school, Pangshin, which he completed in 1991, specializing in welding. With his studies completed, Coach Dakara worked on getting Gideon international recognition. It was then that he actively took sports as a career. His first breakthrough was winning the Plateau State 20-kilometer mini marathon, a trial used to discover talents that would represent the state in national distance races. At only 19 years old, Gideon finished 11th, which qualified him to represent the Plateau State at the Lagos Marathon that year. Following that, Gideon became a prominent feature in state and national competitions, placing 6th and 7th at the International Milo Marathon in 1991 and 1992, respectively, winning the Amateur Athletic Association of Plateau State Marathon and also the 30-kilometer race, while placing 3rd in the 5-kilometer race. Gideon had grown so much that when the Plateau State Sports Council delayed in offering him an employment contract, he was quickly contacted by Benue State in 1992. It took the great effort of Coach Wubala to bring him back home after 2 years of success in exile. Coach Wubala was a tall, dark, athletic figure with piercing eyes. He was well respected in Pangshin. He stood surveying his group of young and experienced athletes alike, already waiting for the day's training session, and took Gideon drenched in his own sweat even before training and started. They were prepared for a 3 to 4 hours of difficult mountain climbing, running, or strength work. But that day was different. Instead of the old stopwatch he usually clenched his right hand. Wubara had a little piece of paper. It was a letter for Gideon, an invitation from the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, reference AFN/IMMR/94/Volume 4/173, entitled Release of Mr. Hagak Gideon. The letter, signed by the Secretary General, started off in the following manner. I am directed to inform you that Mr. Hagak Gideon has been selected to represent the country at the International Milo Marathon coming up in Accra, Ghana, on Saturday, 24th September 1994. He is expected in Lagos to commence immediate rigorous training in preparation for the race. Training was over for him for that day. He needed to go and prepare for his trip to Lagos. It was an all-expense-paid trip for an international competition. He loved life. He loved his sport. He loved Nigeria. He loved the Athletic Sports Federation of Nigeria. Chapter 2. Lagos, Sunday, October 9th, 1994. By the way, this book I'm reading is a true life story, so it's not a fiction. 7 a.m. It was evident by the atmosphere. The whole stadium was busy. It bore a semblance of unruliness and disorder as people moved haphazardly about the arena. Hawkers of various items made a cacophony of noise, as if trying to outdo their competitors in a shouting contest, while advertising their cheaply produced goods. Cars hooted loudly, trying sometimes vainly to find a convenient parking space. Athletes, both professional and recreational, trooped into the stadium, jostling for prime position at the starting point. The noise was deafening. The activities were chaotic. Chaos, yes, it was. But unlike what its appearance suggested, it was organized chaos. Everyone knew where they had to be. Security men were stationed in strategic areas, while the warders directed traffic in such a manner that it followed seamlessly. The crowd was not unexpected. This was the Milo-sponsored marathon race. This was the Milo-sponsored marathon race, and it had been going on for a decade now. It had become a fixed event on the annual athletics calendar, and everyone always looked forward to the all-engrossing physical test of human endurance. Already, the Athletic Federation of Nigeria, AFN, had promised that this 10th anniversary marathon race would be one to remember. Speaking just 10 days earlier at the press conference to usher in the race, Chief A.A. Bassi, the chairman of the Road Race and Walking Subcommittee on the board of the AFN, promised, and I quote, "A beautiful race to mark the occasion." He had revealed He had revealed that they expected their biggest race till date, as they had sold over 1,000 entry forms, with Lagos alone accounting for an excess of 600 entries. Runners from Ghana and Kenya had also indicated their interest to participate in the event, he revealed. Bassey had taken time to inform the public of the unprecedented and elaborate steps his team had taken to ensure a smooth and flawless competition. We shall engage the services of 350 officials, most of whom will be deployed along the route. Adequate medical coverage for the participants has also been arranged. A total of 50 medical and paramedical personnel will be in attendance also. Also, provision has been made for water, drugs, and ambulances. He went on further to state, for adequate and effective security, crowd and traffic control, we have arranged for 250 police traffic personnel, 10 outriders and 2 pilot vehicles, and 4 other special vehicles which will shuttle along the route during the race. He ended his address with a lot of pride, as their development plans were on course, with evidence that a Nigerian had won an international marathon. I am happy to inform you that at the Accra International Marathon, held on Saturday, 24th September 1994 in Ghana, our representative performed well. Mr. Gideon Haggard came first in the men's race with 2 hours, 26 minutes, 64 seconds, and Ms. Shola Ogundele came fourth in the women's race. The sponsors were not left out in the eulogizing event. The marketing manager of Nestle Food Nigeria PLC, parent company of the sponsors Milo, Mr. U.E. Aligbe, revealed that prize money had been increased and that there will be gender parity for winners, with male and female winners each. At all levels in the country, anything brought neither excitement nor laurels to the Nigerian people. However, Nestle had sought to use the marathon event to encourage and alert an active citizenry, as well as to make Nigerians embrace jogging and running as a means of keeping fit. It had also hoped to provide a forum where selection of talent that will represent Nigeria in international competitions would take place. To generate interest in the race, Nestle Foods Nigeria PLC had a sponsored deal with 3 zonal races before the final race in Lagos each year. By the end of the first 4 years of its sponsorship, the zonal races had been hosted by about 10 major cities, including Ibadan, Enugu, Kaduna, Jos, Abeokuta, Owerri, Kano, Bauchi, Port Harcourt, and Benin. Initially, the races were only opened to those resident in Nigeria. By 1989, the race went international, with participants coming from all over Africa. Now in its 10th year, Nestle Foods Nigeria PLC was determined to make it a great race, and it had been a great year for Nigerian sports and Nestle Foods. This year alone, we won the Africa Cup of Nations after a 14-year break. Aligbe reminded all those who cared to listen. We also made our debut appearance at the FIFA World Cup in USA '94 and played so well that we emerged the 9th best soccer playing nation in the world, and were rated 2nd best entertaining team in the tournament, second only to Brazil, the world champion. And only recently, our contingent to the Commonwealth Games in Victoria, Canada, came back with a whopping 37 medals, 11 of which were gold medals. He then added, Milo, as you all know, is the official food drink of the Super Eagles, and is also the official food drink of our national athletes. So it was with pride and a sense of fulfillment that both sponsor and Athletic Federation of Nigeria went about organizing the marathon. The main organizing committee with 5 other subcommittees were set up. They were charged with the responsibility of ensuring a hitch-free race done by international standards. The committee comprised members from the AFN, representative of the sponsors, Insight Communications, that is branch managers of the sponsors, the Nigeria National Sports Commission, Royal Exchange Assurance Limited, the official insurers, and the Nigeria Police Force. This committee ranged from people in charge of the secretariat, sponsors, media, government, security, etc. It was all-encompassing. Athletes from other African countries were expected: Ghana, Benin Republic, Kenya, and Ethiopia, who, due to lack of funds, could not eventually make the trip. They had all registered their interest. This was going to be truly an international event. The sound of the old Calabar tune streamed loudly from the instrument of the police band in the stadium as the athletes shifted into the positions. The steely barricades and a series of armed policemen separated them from the crowd who came to see them start. Very visible, trying to make sure all was okay for the race was the technical director of the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, Mr. Rotimi Obajimi. Obajimi was a soft-spoken man whose quiet pitch of voice filled the very energetic man in him. An athlete with average performance in his youth, he had developed cerebrally to become one of the most informed and educated technical men in Nigerian athletics. It was his responsibility to ensure that the race went on smoothly in accordance with the rules and standards of the International Association of Athletics Federation, IIAF. The marathon route was unchanged from the previous year. It had been mapped and certified by E.J. Fajeshola, a licensed surveyor. The route would take the athletes through Central Surulere, passing through Alhaji Masha Road and Bode Thomas onto Alaka, where the athletes will link the famous Eco Bridge into Lagos Island. They would run via the popular CMS bus stop through Onikon, passing the Lagos Boat Club, Kefi, and then Dodam Barracks in Ikoyi. A long stretch would take them through Ido, Ebutemeta, and Panti Police Station, and onto Ikorodu Road, where they would reach Maryland and then head back to the National Stadium via Ojuelegba. Prior to the race, everything had gone on well. Even the route Even the route tour the athletes had a couple of days earlier went ahead without incident. However, Obajimi admitted that they had not expected such a large crowd. It would be a big task to keep the finished routes clear from the stadium gates to the tracks of the main bowl, where the race will end. All was done to make sure the elite athletes were well positioned. The top Nigerian men, Gideon Haga, Abbas Muhammad, Umaru Muhammad, Adamu Aliyu, Buba Umar, Godday Okorocha, lined up against Benson Muriku from Kenya, Stephen Manu from Ghana, and some of his colleagues, Ajo Frederick, Mifa Richard, and Azakio Stephen. At 7:45 a.m., 17 minutes behind schedule, the special guest of honor, Honorable Colonel Olagunshoye Oyinola, military governor of Lagos State, arrived at the start point to flag off the race. The dignitaries that accompanied him included Alhaji Rahim Adejumo, President, Nigerian Olympic Committee, Mr. Babayo Oshewu, the Director General, National Sports Commission, and Chief O.O. Oshunkeye, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nestle Foods PLC. Chapter 3, 10:22 a.m. It started as a rumor. Then it spread through the main bowl of the National Stadium, where the spectators, invited guests, and dignitaries were waiting for the runners to return to the finish, where the gantry was still being constructed. The electronic timer display was showing it was well. The electronic timer display was showing that it was well over 2 hours since the race had started. And any time from that moment, the leading athlete will arrive. There had been no way of communicating the spectators as to the update of the race, as there was neither live coverage of the race nor mobile communication at that time. The race officials at that time used walkie-talkies, whose range and frequency did not have a very long reach. But then the rumor became louder. It became increasingly likely that the Nigerian would triumph over all the foreign athletes that came to the competition. There was excitement from the spectators around the stadium as the rumor gained ground. This would indeed be a historic moment for Nigerian athletics. Could Nigeria possibly become the first to reckon with in the long-distance races? Could Nigeria possibly become a force to reckon with in the long-distance races? As the news reached the AFN officials that a local was in the lead, they talked uncomfortably in low tones and moved about worryingly. The official timekeepers were all jostling about, while the other race officials were talking in pairs or threes with visible curiosity on their faces. Ordinarily, it should have been a proud moment for them, but there were lots of issues that surrounded a homeboy win. First of all, the sponsors had, at the prompting of the Federation, invited top-class international marathoners in order to give the 10th edition a global a more global appeal and to make it more respected on the global stage. A local winner with no international background would question the credibility of the event. Also, the credibility of the Athletic Federation of Nigeria would be called to question. That despite the availability of funds, they did not get the top athletes to compete, instead going for the second-rate athletes who were much cheaper to invite. This would not put the federation in good state, and its sponsors, Nestle Food Nigeria PLC. So even before the athletes made their way into the main bowl of the national stadium, the narrative may have already been set by the officials of the AFN. The high pitch of the dispatch rider siren pierced through the air and interrupted everyone's thought. This was the affirmative sign that the race leader was arriving. With ebullient stunts, the rider sped into the stadium, lights flashing with his power bike. After the rider's entertaining distraction had been acknowledged, everyone in the main bowl watched the race drama unfold. The leading runners entered through the gate of the main bowl to huge applause because of the way the marathon course had been designed. The runners had started off at the National Stadium Surulere, which was where they would also end. They were to head south into Alhaji Marshall Road from the start, then link up Bode Thomas Road via Adeniran Ogunsanya Road. The runners would then run through Alaka and head south to Eko Bridge onto UTC Apombong. The course then took the participants through CMS bus stop and Onikon, passing the Lagos Motor Boat Club onto Kefi and Dodam Barracks. The race direction then followed to Balende, then King's College on Nnamdi Azikiwe Road, passing through Ido. The runners were expected to join Herbert Macaulay Road through Ebutemeta and Panti. They would run northwards onto Jibowu on Ikorodu, where they would head via Anthony bus stop to Maryland. They would make U-turn on Maryland and then run southwards on Ikorodu Road directly via Ojuelegba back to the National Stadium. While the race lasted, the thousands of spectators waiting at the National Stadium where the race would finish were oblivious about who was the leader. So one could imagine the uproar at the stadium when the dispatch rider finished his stunt at the finish area, only for the race to offer the spectators the instant frisson of seeing a Nigerian being the first to enter the main bowl. To local athletics buffs, the very familiar small frame of Gideon Haggard was very recognizable as he entered the stadium, about 10 meters ahead of Kenyan Benson Muriuku. His jersey was hanging on one shoulder and his bib number 555 barely hanging on a pin to his vest. Both runners looked knackered from the tedious race, with sweat profusely drenching their clothes and bodies as they entered the stadium from the south end. They still had 300 meters on the track to run before reaching the finish tape. The sweltering heat from the mid-morning sun had taken their toll on them. Mariuku appeared to suffer from the sun's heat more than his Nigerian opponent, as he contorted his face in a vain attempt to conjure some extra strength in order to improve on his speed and close up to Agap. On his part, the Nigerian running comfortably, even with his vest hanging out from one of his sleeves, just sashayed through the track as if he owned the turf. His smooth running style and the imminent victory of the Nigerian runner adrenalized the crowd, They yelled in encouragement, and some tried hard to push their way through the steel barriers and the police officers that stood as a palladium for the runners. Apparently, the roar of the excited crowd also had a salvific effect on the Kenyan as he began to gather momentum and started closing the gap on the leader. Haggard may have sensed that his opponent was gaining ground on him, and he was not going to run all that long and labyrinthine route this marathon had taken through, only for him to lose it at the last 100 meters. And so, with his legs pumping wildly, he powered on. The vociferous crowd responded to his action and cheered him the more. The police band, directed by a sergeant very smartly and colorfully dressed in full ceremonial outfit, blared the trumpet, bugles, and drums, creating a fast-paced, energetic, melodious music to motivate the runners. It was amazing to see how the impresario conducted the music with synchronized rhythm and beats to the tiring athlete. While he had his back to the activities on the track, everything happened with was laced with excitement. Even the stadium decor, gussied up with sponsors' banners and the colorful dressed volunteers, contributed to the great atmosphere, and thankfully the runners were playing their part. The noise was deafening. The announcer added to the drama by running a commentary as the two athletes reached the last 50 meters. His voice reverberated along the stadium as he urged the runners on, building the excitement as he announced with each step that the Kenyan was catching up to the Nigerian. The two runners were evidently tired. Eventually, the sheer grit of the Nigerian runner pushed him past the finish tape, about 2 meters ahead of the Kenyan. It was an emotional moment for Haggard as he collapsed on the ground, totally exhausted, with tears of joy pouring out of his eyes, as supporters and well-wishers breached the security parameters and swooped on him. They had just unearthed a new national hero, winner in Accra, just a fortnight earlier, now a hero at home. Unmindful of his need for air and that he was still trying to catch his breath, Gideon Haggard was carried shoulder high by his supporters as victory praises was sung out loud. Their body language was that of uncertainty, while the timekeeper at the finish line were focused on the other runners as they were now finishing the race in larger numbers. Officials from the Athletics Federation of Nigeria were meeting in different pockets and groups by the finish gantry. Rotimi Obajimi, the AFN technical director, would be seen looking agitated, while the Federation President, Smart Akraka, though he also had a look of confusion on his face, was calm. There were a series of discussions between the race officials and Obajimi. It was not long before these movements produced murmurs and then rumors, which started spreading around the stadium. Our hero was a cheat. He cheated. How else could he have won this race? When did Nigerians start defeating Kenyans in the marathon? Have you heard of any Kenyan win 100 meters in Africa? That was our stronghold. This is theirs. There must have been something fishy somewhere, and the AFN were keen to find out. It was already about 10 minutes since Gideon Haggard had crossed the finish line first. He was still celebrating and had done his laps of honor with his teaming fans. He was now seated in a makeshift mixed zone, surrounded by pressmen who were totally ignorant of the discontent among the AFN officials. At the time, they had been focused on the winner, chasing him as he took his victory laps and wanting to get the very first exclusive interview. Gideon, an authoritative man, called him. Suddenly, as he turned, he saw a smartly dressed young military officer, a captain. It turned out that he was the aide-de-camp to the military governor of Lagos State. You are wanted by the Millard. Millard is an informal acronym used to describe the military administrator or governor of a state. Gideon followed immediately. It would be an honor to be recognized by the governor. Excusing himself politely from the persistent press, he quickly followed the governor's ADC, expecting to meet the governor at the VIP box in the stadium, as he was the designated special guest of honor. But the captain instead guided Agak out of the stadium, asking his coach Wubala to accompany him. The three men walked towards the gate of the main bowl and into a waiting Peugeot car. Without any further words, they drove off. Coach Wubala, walking ahead of Hagak, was ushered into the opulent guest room of the governor's lodge. They had been driven in an unmarked private vehicle from the stadium in Surulere all the way to Aloud in Ikeja, the seat of the Lagos State government. It was a strange and unusual situation. Gideon had not been given the opportunity to celebrate his success in the marathon, which should have been the happiest moment of his career. The Milo Marathon champion had not even been given the honors. Instead, he was taken by the governor's ADC even before the medal presentation could take place. His coach had barely congratulated him when the governor's ADC had come to pick him up. Gideon had thought he would be taken to the state box in the stadium to meet the state governor, who presumably was sitting there, and other dignitaries. But to his surprise, instead of being ushered to the state box to the executive sitting area, he was ushered to the unmarked car and whisked away unceremoniously from this venue of his greatest triumph. He had not seen his teammates, 6 guys and 6 ladies, who had come with him from Jos. They were yet to arrive the finish line of the race. Yet, he was taken away. He was fatigued, tired, and very weak. He held on to his tracksuit and canvas shoes, too tired to wear them. He was only informed that they were heading to the government house after he feebly asked, why were they going to the government house? Was the medal presentation to be held there? Why there? Why were there grumbles from some officials at the end of the race? Why wasn't he allowed to celebrate his victory with the fans at the stadium? To Coach Wubala, who had accompanied him to the government house, there did not seem to be any problem. The governor was well known to him. He was once the commander at the 3rd Armored Division of the Nigerian Army in Jos, and was even the leader of the delegation of the previous National Sports Festival for Jos Plateau, where Wubala had been a coach for almost 2 decades. He believed the trip to Alausa was to receive accolades from the governor for a job well done. However, he felt uncomfortable. He still had 11 other young athletes whom he had brought from Jos to Lagos for the marathon. He did not know how they finished in the race, and more importantly, their welfare was totally dependent on him. They would need to eat and rest before embarking on the 700-kilometer journey back to Jos the following day. In a few minutes after 10, when they arrived at the government residence, they were ushered into a large air-conditioned waiting room where they sat and waited. Gideon, still in his running pants and vest, was looking fatigued. By now, all perspiration from the marathon race had since dried out, but he looked really exhausted. It was well after 5 p.m. before the governor received them. By then, they had become very conscious, and were physically drained by the long wait. Shockingly, they have been offered nothing to eat, and they were really hungry. Colonel Olagunshoyo Yunola was just finishing his lunch and was seated on the large dining table when he finally they were ushered before him. After the initial formal exchange of pleasantries and greetings, the governor greeted the coach in his native language and added a bit of Hausa. When the response came, he showed clearly that he knew the coach well, and in his military service days was evidence. Then the question came very abruptly. Why did you allow your boy to cheat? The question was received by Coach Fubara with total shock. He looked at the governor speechless. Then he looked at Hagak briefly and slowly back at the governor. He remained silent. With a bit of impatience and a hint of anger in his voice, the governor repeated the question. Why did you allow your boy to cheat? All the initial tone of familiarity had disappeared from the voice as he seemed a bit agitated. Coach Fubara answered in denial and pleaded that he was not aware of any form of cheating in any way and was certainly not of it. The governor was not convinced and immediately ordered that Hagak be arrested, locked up, charged and tried in court. It was shocking. The coach was astounded. The athlete was perplexed and now totally shivering in fright, and also because of the coldness of the room. Without further words, the governor stormed out of the room. Immediately, simultaneously, two soldiers came up and grabbed the sobbing athlete. They took him away with his coach, pleading fearfully, following behind. The district police officer was surprised and taken aback as the military men handed over the frail-looking Gideon Hagak to him. The boy looked weak and tired and was obviously hungry. He still wore only his running shoes and vest, which he had finished the marathon with. He was barefoot, keeping his worn-out canvas shoes tucked under his arms. After the initial formalities, he was booked according to the instructions from above that he should be locked up and tried in court. When the soldiers disappeared, the DPO looked sympathetically at Gideon. You never chop? It seemed more of a statement than a question. The police officer pushed a half-eaten bowl of rice towards the young athlete, which he declined. He was well aware it would be a long weekend, but he had no appetite to eat at that moment. He was still struggling to come to terms with what was happening to him. It all seemed like a bad dream from which he had hoped someone would wake him up. The whole experience was somehow. Entering the police station sent fears down his spine. As the soldiers marched him in, he was welcomed by the two police constables behind an old wooden counter that spread across the room, dividing it into two unequal sections. It was hinged at one end, allowing passage through the other inner section of the room. Behind the counter where the two police officers sat were two old shelf-like wooden boxes, which were stuffed with different old slippers, shoes, and belts. It seemed like where short-term detainees kept their belongings. On the wooden counter laid old exercise books where cases and public complaints were registered as they were reported. On the wall behind the officer were framed pictures of the head of state and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, General Sani Abacha, and the state governor of the state, whose smile in the picture presented a false expression of the man who had coldly ordered Haggard's arrest and detention. The station was hot and stuffy, a sharp contrast to the governor's mansion they had just left. The air felt sticky and humid. The smell of dried sweat was almost suffocating Haggard. Haggard could barely read the different public service messages that littered the wall. Police is your friend was a conspicuous one. Bail is free. Be your neighbor's keeper. There were several others. It seems they had been written several decades ago by the appearance of the paper which they were printed on. They were smeared by bloodstains from dead mosquitoes. Some had different pen scribblings on them, and the office wall itself could do with a new coat of painting or two. Fill a detention order for him. The DPO, he heard the DPO say. Coach Wubala, almost in tears now, held Gideon tightly by the wrist. He initially refused to leave the station, or the runner, instead, that he should also be locked up with his athlete. However, he then remembered that he had come all the way from Jos with 11 other athletes, and it was almost 12 hours since he left the stadium. He was absolutely unaware of the whereabouts and welfare of the other boys. It also struck him that it was obvious that the other athletes' race results did not even finish the race, and or they dropped by the wayside. The whole saga around his most prized athlete had completely occupied his attention. But while he was distraught over the accusation and arrest of Gideon, he realized that he had a duty to account for those others. They were alone in a strange land with no money and no food. At least Gideon's whereabouts was known. He had to go and find the others. So Coach Wubara looked Gideon fiercely across the face. So Coach Wubala looked fiercely across the police desk counter as the sergeant on duty firmly grabbed the frail and lanky frame of Gideon and ordered him to stuff his shoes in the wooden box by the corner before marching him through the back doors to the dark and smelling cells at the rear station. The young man lad shuffled along with increasing enfeeblement in each step he took. With a feeling of helplessness, Coach Wubara turned to leave the police station, squeezing his wrinkled face muscle to hold back a pool of tears. As he walked away, however, the redness of his eyes told the whole story of the turmoil in his mind. Chapter 5. It was on the Wednesday, after the athlete was detained, that the director, Plateau State Sports Council, Mr. Majid Tazan Amadou, arrived Lagos to see Haggard. By then, he had been locked in the police cell for over 36 hours. Though locked up in a crowded cell with hardened criminals whose offenses ranged from murder to armed robbery to carjacking, they had been surprisingly lenient with him. After an induction of a slap and a few kicks, the cell president, a dirty, skinny man whose teeth had the appearance of being dyed black and yellowish green, obviously due to years of marijuana smoking, called Haggard to his corner and inquired about his crime. Bazo, as the cell president was called, had some sympathy for the frail, hungry-looking young athlete and instructed that nobody should maltreat Haggard. He proclaimed Haggard as his adopted son and so was entitled to some privileges such as sleeping corner and access to the convenient bucket when he needed to ease himself. There were no toilets in the cell. So once a day, Early in the morning, for 5 minutes only, the detainees were headed by police to use a small pit latrine at the back of the station. Using the convenience bucket overnight was the exclusive privilege of the cell president and his 2 lieutenants. The stench from the open bucket would envelop the cell until the next morning, when a junior cellmate emptied the bucket during toilet time. Having a sleeping corner was also a privilege, as the cell was so crowded you needed to stand or squat, or as most did, they take turns to sleep in any space available. These concessions were not lost on Haggard, as he described his detention experience years later. Even though it was not my first experience in detention, I was treated well because everyone saw how tired I was from the race. The inmates were nice and the marshals accepted me without being beaten. The inmates were nice and the marshals accepted me without much beating. Mr. Amadu held a press conference at the National Institute of Sport and told reporters that it was very unfair that Haggard was stripped of his victory in the marathon, as reported by Oke Nwucheke in the Champion newspaper of October 12, 1994. Amadu expressed grave worry that the athlete was locked up at the Aloud police station on the orders of the military administrator of Lagos State, Colonel Ologunshoye Oyinola. He further went on to lambast the AFN officials for their roles in the Haggard saga. He informed the public that he would be at the Aloud police station to effect the release of the runner, and also the Plateau State government would not take this issue lightly. Mark you, like we said, this is a true story that actually happened in 1994. Amadu went to visit Haggard, though reporters and friends had been prevented from visiting the athlete, as the police officers complained that he had too many visitors, and the station was becoming a media circus. Access was allowed only to his coach and the officials from the Plateau State Sports Council. Other visitors were directed to the Ikeja Magistrate Court with information that he would soon be arraigned there. Notably, nobody from the AFN bothered to visit him or care about his welfare. It was almost noon on the day Gideon Haggard was taken to the magistrate court. As he alighted from the police van, he looked weary and fatigued, his hands clasped together by handcuffs and still in his running vest and shorts. Haggard portrayed a face of complete diffidence, his skin whitened by the slightly harmattan breeze and his eyes swollen by hours of tearful emotions. He looked very bit like a convicted criminal and not a national hero whose praise was sung, even if momentarily, just a few days earlier. 2 armed police sergeants, one on each side, escorted him from the police van. There was another policeman, the IPO, unnamed, in front, leading him to be arraigned before the magistrate. The IPO held an office file tightly in his hands as he approached the courthouse. He had been the one who had earlier tried to caution Haggard to admit guilt. Look, boy, if you do not want to go to prison for the rest of your life, just say you are guilty. When the judge asks you, tell him you are sorry, that you made a mistake, and then we will now plead on your behalf. You will then be released with a warning, he had told Haggard. Of course, Haggard did not want to go to prison, and the thought of spending his life behind bars scared him. He would not see his family and his friends again. He would never be able to run again. That was all he knew and loved. His experience in the dirty and smelling detention room was frightening, and if prison was anything close to that, he would not be able to survive. He had been told many stories about prison, how he would be maltreated, beaten, raped. He was told stories of how many people had died in there, and even without the knowledge of the family. He was told that medical care was non-existent and food was given once a day. The stories he heard about prison was that he would be confined to a windowless room and would not be allowed visitors. He had no way of knowing the veracity of otherwise of these anecdotes. But what he knew was that they scared him. But I did not cheat. It does not matter. No one will believe you. The governor has told them you cheated. They cannot go against that, the IPO insisted. Okay, sir. The courthouse was domiciled in an old bungalow, very close to the main road and fenced by carefully tended shrubs. The building itself was an old one with a need for a new coat of painting. The roofing was made of asbestos and asbestos sheets, and this had become black in appearance due to years of exposure to various weather conditions and poor maintenance. Consider the courtroom was not, inside the courtroom was not much difference. It was a hot and stuffy large room. Wooden benches were arranged in church-like pews, and the floor was untiled and dusty. On the side walls of the court were large windows shone of glass, while the front was a slightly elevated floor with an old desk where the court registrar had a seat. A few meters away behind him was a large desk where the magistrate sat. On the wall above the desk was large old-fashioned English dock, while above on either side of the dock, sharing the space with the dock, dirty cobwebs with the portrait of the head of state, General Sani Abacha, and the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Michael Ashikodi Agbamuche. As they had approached the court house, Hagak did not fail to notice how busy it was. There was a lot of shabbily dressed accused persons brought to court by different police officers. A heap of case files were handed over to court registrar. Grumpy elderly men who seemed perpetually angry. The noise and the seemingly huge number of cases that morning only seemed to irritate him the more. Around the court premises, some poorly suited men parading themselves as lawyers were hawking their services. They are usually derisively known as the charge and bail lawyers. Charge and bail is a practice by lawyers who lobby around court premises to secure the bail of accused persons by police with criminal offenses. They only charge a minimal fee to secure bail for the clients after arrangements, and thereafter go in search of new clients. These lawyers also chase briefs in the guise of rendering legal assistance. Chasing brief is a practice where lawyers beg clients for legal representation for a fee. It is also called ambulance chasing. The practice is generally condemned as unethical, but it remains very common and popular in Nigeria. And as a lot of people do not have adequate representation or money or funds to get proper representation, it was one of those charge and bail lawyers who chased briefs that was initially contacted to get Agak out on bail. The magistrate court is the lowest rung of the Nigerian judiciary. It is superintended by a legal officer appointed by the Judicial Service Commission or committee to serve as the magisterial bench. The magistrate adjudicates on civil and criminal cases after satisfying himself that the service of processes was effected properly. He had to be careful and diligent, as cases in Nigeria were both bench trials, so all omissions and commissions were directly blamed on him. Since there was no intention or provision for an alternate dispute resolution mechanism, the magistrate in charge of Agak's case decided to go ahead and hear the plea. The police had filed all their charges, and Haggard, when the case was called, went into the dock to take his plea. The stern-looking magistrate, who looked older than anyone in the room, rested his back on his large imperial style chair and heaved a patient sigh. On the advice of his opportunistic lawyer, Haggard wisely entered a not guilty plea, ignoring the IPO's advice. The case was set to go for the trial, and the date was set. Haggard's lawyer immediately applied for bail, and at the same time he filed for a no-case submission. After hearing his arguments, the magistrate disagreed with the no-case submission, but granted Haggard bail on terms very lenient and non-stringent. As the accused was a first offender, he adjusted his spectacles as he recorded the proceedings, saying that Haggard should be granted bail on self-recognizance, as he was a national champion and sporting hero. Mr. Amadu, the director of sports of Plateau State, had offered to stand as a surety. After leaving the courtroom, the lawyer demanded his fees. He explained that his job was done and that the accused should hire another lawyer to take up from the case, as he only handled matters in the court after collecting his full payment in cash. He disappeared into the courtroom in search of a new client. Chapter 6. Athanasius Danjuma Tuoden. Athanasius Danjuma. Athanasius Danjuma Tuoden had been following the news closely. A fiery lawyer had his office in Ojuelegba at the heart of Surulere. Surulere was the center of sports in Nigeria, fondly called the Sports City. It had the only national stadium in the country. The stadium had hosted many international events and was home to the darling football team of the nation, the Super Eagles. It was also the venue of Haggard's triumph turned nightmare. Ojuelegba was only a short distance away from the stadium. Smack at the center of Ojuelegba is a highly dense commercial bus park with lots of activities going on at every point in time. Traders hawk their wares, shouting as a form of advertising to passers-by. Their voices joined the non-melodic sounds of cars and buses hooting as if in a reckless competition. But conductors added coarse voices to the orchestra of noise by shouting their destination to attract passengers. In the chaotic environment, hordes of people regularly surrounded the various newspaper stands and magazine vendors. In the chaotic environment, hordes of people regularly surrounded the various newspaper and magazine vendors who displayed their wares on the sidewalks of the road, trying to have a peep or more of the news of the day. It was here that the Free Readers Association, as they were called, because they seldom bought the newspaper, discussed openly issues of the day. And for the past few days, the major news in almost all the sports pages was about the young cheat who stole the marathon and got locked up in police cell. In an era when discussing political issues was dangerous because of the military brutality, sports was the only subject where one could confidently, freely speak to strangers and engage in any form of argument or criticism. Theoden, sitting in his third floor office above the bedlam in Ojuelegba, was personally touched by the Haggard story, while he was not embroiled in the rope outside involving the Free Readers Association. He felt personally affected by the situation. This young runner making the headlines found himself, while those passers-by could discuss, argue, and then total away. He was emotionally distressed by the case. Theoden was a tall, dark, athletically built man who had been a very active sportsman in his younger days. Born in Mangu, just 40 kilometers from Gideon Haggard's hometown, Pangshin, he was educated at the Boys Secondary School, BSS Gimbu, graduating in 1975 before doing his higher school certificate, HSC, at the Government College, Kebbi. He was still a schoolboy when he was spotted playing basketball and was invited to the Nigerian national team in 1975. Was invited to the Nigerian national team in 1975 to travel to Angola for a basketball tournament as part of the Angola's independence ceremonies. At that period, the Nigerian External Affairs Minister was Joe Garuba, whose love for basketball may have contributed to Nigeria's being invited to the tournament. His influence could not be understood. His influence could not be understood. His influence could not be understated, considering the prominent role Nigeria played in Angola's independence. In 1977, Theode gained admission into the Ahmadu Bello University Zaria to study law, and so his foray into sport was not sustained in the national sphere. However, he remained active in school. From his office window, looking down at the buzzing activities at the Ojuelegba bus stop, Theoden felt a sense of empathy for Haggard. His ancestral proximity could not be ignored. He had on numerous occasions as a sportsman run down the Sabo line road towards Panskin, birthplace of Haggard. He felt an affinity for Haggard, and having read all about Haggard's rise to stardom, he could not believe that he had inflamed his way to victory at the marathon race. This controversy, in no doubt, would be a scar on his image, and one that would become a vade-mecum in the sporting public, the only community that Haggard knew. Though Theoden understood that every person has his or her own hamatia, he felt that cheating was just out of character for Haggard. At this nadir of his short but promising career, Haggard needed support. a strong, vociferous one at that. In the polysemy of accusations, one really hit Theodore close to home. Haggard was being called not only a cheat, a liar, a fraudster, and a criminal, but most annoyingly, a coup plotter. This was a veiled reference to the failed coups of the 1970 and 1990, where officers from the Middle Belt were chief protagonists. Plateau State, with Jos as a particular, was seen as the major commercial city of the Middle Belt, and this was the state of origin of both Haggard and Theodore. The report that a Plateau boy or another coup plotter had been caught cheating was insulting and viewed by the Plateau people as less majestic. This toga of shame was, to say the least, an unfair gabelle on the conscience of the good people of the Middle Belt. So it was little wonder that Theodore needed little or no persuasion to take up the case when asked by the Plateau State Attorney General. He wanted a competent lawyer based in Lagos of Plateau origin, so he could feel the pulse of the state. Theodore fitted the bill. We asked for, and on behalf of the Plateau State Government, Plateau State Sports Commission, and Mr. Gideon Haggard, herein and after called our clients, was the assertive way Theodore introduced himself to the AFN in his maiden letter dated 9th November 1994. He made 7 declarations and 8 observations, and this was the beginning of a series of communications with the AFN, which made the officials very comfortable. His 4-page letter highlighted the rules guiding the competition and the discrepancies and fallacies in their hasty judgments. Jordan wondered why his client would have been disqualified without any proven breach of rules, protest, or complaint. He wrote that there was no formal protest against his winning the competition by anybody participant to warrant you depriving him of his victory, title, and benefit. Theodore further criticized the Athletic Federation of Nigeria's action as a calculus of vindictiveness laced with bias, as same was devoid of any regard to the principles of fair hearing and carrying same to the landmark points, or reached apogee of malice, as subsequent treatment meted out to him bears this out, to wit, arrest and detention in police station for 3 days, and is being prosecuted in a magistrate court, Lagos, for cheating. His sesquipedalian way of writing was a major characteristic of his mails to the AFN, but he also followed up his words with actions characterized by a great deal and energy of a sportsman that he was. In his letter, the barrister also admonished the officials of the Federation for ignoring the well-being of Haggard by failing to ascertain his health condition after bracing the tape as prescribed by the rules. Instead, they caused his arrest and detention in the midst of hardened criminals, which subjected him to severe stress that has now affected his metabolic system, especially the deoxyribonucleic body mechanism, as medical report will bear out. Theodore was also angered by the fact that the AFN set up a panel to investigate the issues after the Plateau State government had protested, but while the AFN provided accommodation, feeding, and transportation for all the panel members and their witnesses, they did not provide same for Haggard and his witnesses. And yet, they postponed the sitting of the panel at the last minute, writing Theodore said, and to crown it all, you caused the Plateau State Government Director of Sport, with his principal officers, he said, Gordon Haggard, along with his parents and well-wishers, to travel to Lagos from Jos, a distance of about 700 kilometers, at your behest for a purported deliberation on the issue by a panel constituted by yourself on the 3rd of November 1994, but which turned out to be a hoax as you unilaterally adjourned the deliberations to last from 14 to 18 November, without due regard to the financial commitments incurred by our clients, as to say the least, an act born out of malice and vindictiveness, and vindicates the stand of our client on this matter, to which the denial of Haggard of his victory was nothing but deliberate. He accused the Athletic Federation of Nigeria of total bias in declaring Haggard guilty without trial. To this end, he threatened to sue the AFN alongside the National Sports Commission and the Lagos State government at a competent court of justice of a court of law to seek the appropriate declaration and others relief and damages for a modest sum of 100 million naira only. By the letter he sent, all statutory legal notices required to be served on AFN. In coming to this conclusion, Theoden further added, he said that our clients have painfully reviewed all the circumstances of this matter, the unrelenting adversely false publications generated by your conduct, and the apparent determination on your part to emasculate this young athlete who is endowed with natural potentials to capture what more laurels for the nation at large and to tarnish the name and image of Plateau State. Theoden closes his letter by giving the AFN an ultimatum of 7 days to declare Haggard the winner of the 10th Milo International Marathon held on 9th October 1994 or face full legal actions. Chapter 7. Mr. Rotimi Obajimi was visibly irritated. His tall, dark frame shocked Mr. Rotimi Obajimi was visibly irritated. His tall, dark frame shocked at every expression he gave. Evidence of a one-time well-built athlete still exuded from his pose. His calm demeanor and soothing voice believed the stern disciplinarian that he was, usually clad in black-fitting jeans and checked shirt. He took his job as the technical director of the Athletics Federation very seriously. Confident, sometimes critics will sneer, overconfident in his actions and knowledge. He was often accused of being too overbearing and egoistic. The issues were clear-cut, he believed. There were no way Gideon could have won the race, even if he had sprinted the last kilometer. This was an obvious case of blatant cheating. We have made a decision, and that should be final, he said, looking at Alex. Alex Onyenyemwa reclined on his ergonomic chair. As Secretary General of the Athletics Federation and a staff of government's National Sports Commission, Alex was the eye and feeler of the government in the Secretariat's affairs. He danced to the tune of those who paid his salary as the chief accounting officer and administrative head of the Federation. There, There had been a long debate over autonomy and lack of independence of the Federation to have a Secretary General whose loyalty is to the government in many ways. This setup conflicted with the rules of good governance and independence of the Sporting Federation. The Secretariat of the Athletic Federation of Nigeria was indeed very busy at the time, as the Haga controversy had caused a lot of traffic and commotion ever since the marathon race held a couple of weeks earlier. Located within the National Sports Complex, the Federation office was adjacent to the south entrance of the main bowl, opposite the medical center. It was a patched-up temporary structure, and the G gate terrace entrance. High wooden planks separated the general office and the chief coach's office as one enters through the main door on the left with a small door which opened into a tiny office used by the technical director. Further inside, at the rear, was a more opulent office. One may have access to the boardroom east side or the president's office west side. The Secretary General's office was tastefully furnished. A huge coffee-colored mahogany table adorned the center of the room with a matching ergonomic leather chair. The table was always crowded with scattered open files, letters, unopened envelopes. Behind the chair was a medium-sized cupboard in which some souvenirs from different countries hung alongside some athletics trophy. To the right of the table was a bookshelf neatly stocked with books, videos, cassettes of track competitions and hosting manuals from different games and conferences. A small old Panasonic television, air conditioner, breathed cool air from above the window of the shelf. Adjacent to the large office table was a white thermocool refrigerator, while sitting on the fridge was a 15-inch Sony television set with a built-in VHS video cassette player. The room had a large window above the cupboard behind the chair, and a certain always felt a bit short, leaving the base of the window exposed to the sunlight and the view of the activities going on outside. Mr. Bajimi was sitting on one of the two office visitors' chairs opposite the Secretary General. "So what does the panel want to do?" he asked friendly, without a smile on his face. Alex, on the contrary, was smiling. His eyes fixed on the wall of his office, of his framed picture. A framed picture of the AFN board members hung at the center of the wall above the television set. Beside the frame was a large board with names of all the past secretaries. A framed picture of all the AFM board members hung at the center of the wall above the television set. Beside that frame was a large board with names of all past secretaries general and presidents of the Federation from Captain D.H. Hawley, who was invited by the representative group of interested persons that called a meeting in 1944. That formed a central committee of the Amateur Athletics Association of Nigeria, as the AFN was first known. As the AFN was first known. As its first president, and Mr. V.B.V. Powell, MBE, its first secretary. The representative group consisted of Nigerians and Britons. Notable among them were F.K. Butler, A.H. Clift, N.S. Clouston, H.J. Ekpegreen, T.E. Achibon, L.M.E. Emejulu, R.G. Henderson, S.M. Oduba, and P.W. Price, T.B. Welch, and G. Wilson. Meanwhile, we are reading, the book I'm reading now is In the Long Run, The Great Race Fiasco, written by a nephew of Urobong. It is a true life story of what happened in 1994. But meanwhile, please, next time when school children come, let them sit at the front. Let the school children sit at the front. Listen to me. I say, when next time school children come, the aim of this Readmania is to catch young readers. When next school children come, let them sit at the front. Don't argue. So they drafted a constitution. You're welcome. Everyone, you're welcome. So they drafted a constitution based largely on the laws of the Amateur Athletics Association of Great Britain, and only revised it to suit local circumstances. Thus, the association became Nigeria's first sporting federation. The association sent athletes to London in 1948 to compete to local competition and also to watch in 1948 in the London Olympics. Over the decades, since the reign of Captain Hawley, the association had recorded a long string of successes as one of the most prominent sporting federations in Nigeria. It had discovered and developed athletes who had brought laurels to the country. The leadership of the federation changed hands often, and Mr. S.O. Williams, MON, a one-time international athlete and commissioner of labor, has the distinction of being its first Nigerian president or chairman, as the office was then known. Other outstanding athletes who had become chairman included Alhaji M.A. Orogundade. The federation was no stranger to controversy. Earlier in the year, a top athlete was sent home from the airport in Canada, where performance enhancement drugs and syringes were found in his luggage en route to the Commonwealth Games in Victoria, Canada. A few years before that, a drug scandal had also rocked the Olympic preparation camp in Bauchi, northern Nigeria. As the federation prepared its athletes for the 1992 Olympic Games in Barcelona, Spain, no fewer than 8 top athletes were caught doping and were banned for 4 years each. Beyond drug controversies, the federation also usually enmeshed in conflict with athletes during games or competitions over the payment of allowances, training grants. However, Haggard's controversy was something novel to AFN. This was a case of illegal cheating in an international event. There were conflicting signals emanating from the members of the panel investigating the case. However, Obajimi had drawn his own conclusion as the race director and also the AFN technical director. He was directly responsible for the race. He was convinced there was a foul play by Gideon. He felt he had taken steps to ensure close monitoring of the race and security was adequately taken care of. A cameraman was designated to follow the race leader, while other cameramen followed the chasing pack. Those two cameramen could have captured runners, but their recordings was not security proof. Logistically, it was difficult for the organizers to enforce total obstruction of the race route to traffic or guarantee absolute security of the runners for interference by other road users and spectators. Obajimi acknowledged this limitation in his technical report. During the running of the race, there were no less than 4 vehicles provided for use by the route and race marshals. The purpose was to ensure that the race was run in a fair manner to the benefit of all athletes. During the monitoring exercise, a group of cyclists on racing bicycles were encountered on Echo Bridge where they had deliberately crossed the path of the athletes. Benson Muruki of Kenya causing him to break his stride to avoid being hit by one of them. The cyclists were then ordered off the route as they had no official status for being part of the race. Apart from the incident at Harvey Road junction with Herbert Macaulay Road, where a traffic congestion blocked most of the path of the marathon, the race was run in a relatively free course. At areas across the city where major portions of the road were flooded, the athletes were told to make use of the sidewalks that were dry to pass such areas, thereby partially putting them in direct contact with the watching crowd. Obajimi believed that the whole cheating saga was pre-planned and carefully orchestrated. In an interview, he said he was in a vehicle that followed the race leaders all through the route. He had only left the leaders about 1 kilometer to the entrance of the stadium where the race would end, just to inform the announcer and the dignitaries seated that the leader was approaching the finish line. And also to make sure that all the ceremonies prepared for would go on seamlessly. Said I was in the vehicle that followed the leader all the way to the point of getting into the stadium. Then I then asked the driver to take me all the way around the stadium because that was the route the runners would use by entering the track of the main bowl opposite the medical center. He added, I will never forget what happened. The Kenyan athlete, I have forgotten his name, had taken an earlier lead. He had maintained his established lead throughout the race. So you will understand my surprise when, after waiting at the finish line, we saw Gideon Haga emerging into the stadium in a sprint battle with the Kenyan athletes. In his technical report, Obajimi also penciled down this word, Yet unfortunately, the security arrangement proved to be an inadequate attempt to circumvent what was obviously the pre-planned and inadequate attempt to circumvent what was obviously a pre-planned strategy to aid certain participants in the race. Cyclists were confronted at other points as they shuttled between the leader and the chasing group in the race of the point, whereby the bicycle of one of them was confiscated along Ikorodu Road at Jibowu on the later part of the race. Right from the start of the race, Benson Mariuki from Kenya quickly established a sizable lead over the other runners in the men's race. This lead, which at Maryland was just over 2 minutes in duration, he maintained throughout until he was within the grounds of the National Stadium, when he was unexpectedly joined by Gideon Haga. The two athletes were then envisaged in a struggle for the supremacy that resulted in Haga breasting the tape ahead of Mariuki. This lead, which at Maryland was over 2 minutes in duration, he maintained throughout until he was within the grounds of the National Stadium, when he was unexpectedly joined by Gideon Haggard. The two athletes were then engaged in a struggle for supremacy that resulted in Haggard breasting the tape ahead of Mariuki. Obajimi was convinced that Haggard could not have won the race. He was certain that there must have been some level of cheating somehow. However, all the evidence he had was just hearsay from his route marshals, who had claimed that Gideon Haggard did not gain on the leader in a progressive manner to achieve for the lead. They claimed that he just suddenly appeared towards the end of the race. This position was also affirmed in Obajimi's official report. He stated when descending the flyover at the Ojuelegba barracks, it was estimated that the lead between the leader Mariuki and the next group of athletes that included Haja was 500 meters. Yes, 500 meters later, within the stadium complex, Gideon Haga was running stride by stride with the leader. However, Obajimi's position seemed to have been contradicted by some witnesses. A certain Mr. Bulos, who rode on the sponsor's van, in which dancers and supporters branded with the sponsor's name followed the runners all through the course, confirmed that Haga had indeed run the whole race. He confirmed that it was a kilometer to the end of the race, specifically at the Ojuelegba, that the Nigerian started gaining on the Kenyan race. Some of the other runners in the chasing pack confirmed seeing Haggard ahead of them. Waziri and Aru were two of those, but Abbas Mohammed, a former national marathon champion and a beneficiary of the second position after Haggard's disqualification, refused to accept that he had been defeated by the 22-year-old Haggard. He agreed with the officials that it seemed obvious Haggard had cheated. Abbas claimed not to have seen Haggard after Maryland, but another runner in the chase pack, simply referred to as YY, disagreed with Abbas. He said Haggard, with his distinctive big singlet with one sleeve hanging below his shoulder, ran ahead of him and kept opening a lead towards the end of the race. We'll continue. Joys of Motherhood by Buchi Emecheta. Joys of Motherhood by Buchi Emecheta, published by Heinemann Publishers, a trademark of Pearson Education Limited, first published in 1979. Chapter 1. The Mother. Nuego backed out of the room. Nuego backed out of the room, her eyes unfocused and glazed, looking into vacancy. Her feet very light, and she walked as if in a daze, not conscious of using those feet. She collided with the door, moved away from it and across the veranda onto the green grass that formed part of the servants' quarters. The grass was moist with dew. Under her bare feet. Her whole body felt the hazy mist in the air, and part of her felt herself brushing against the white master's washing on the line. This made her swirl round with a jerk like a puppet, reaching the end of its string. She now faced the road, having decided to use her eyes, her front instead of her back. She ran, her feet light as steel, as if her eyes now that she was using them gave her extra lightness. She ran past the master's bungalow, past the side garden, and shot into the untarred gravel road. Her senses were momentarily stunned by the color of the road, which seemed to be that of blood and water. seemed to be that of blood and water. She hurried on beyond this short road that led to the big tarred one, ran like someone pursued, looking behind her only once to make sure she was not being followed. She ran as if she would never stop. The year was 1934, and the place was Lagos, then a British colony, the Yaba housing estate, a little distance from the islands, has been built by the British for the British, although many Africans like Nuego's husband worked there as servants and houseboys. A few foreign blacks who were junior clerks lived in some of the modest estate houses. Even then, Lagos was growing fast and would soon be the capital of the newly formed country called Nigeria. Nuego darted past the Zabo market stall covered with red corrugated iron sheets, which, just like the wet grass and the gravel on the ground, were glistening with the morning dew. In our state, did not seem to be seeing all this, yet her subconscious was taking it in. Little sharp stones in the footpath pricked her soles as she reached Bradley Avenue. She felt, and at the same time she did not feel the pain. This was also true of the pain in her young and unsupported breast, now filling fast with breast milk since the birth of her baby boy 4 weeks ago. Her baby. Nuego's arms involuntarily went to hold her aching breast, more for assurance of her motherhood than to ease their weight. She felt the milk trickling out, wetting her buba blouse, and the other choking pain got heavier, nearing her throat, as if determined to squeeze the very life out of her there and then. But unlike the milk, her pain could not come out. But unlike the milk, this pain could not come out, though it urged her on, and she was running away from it. Yet it was there inside her. There was only one way to rid herself of it. For how would she be able to face the world after what has happened? No, it was better not to try. It was best to end it all this way, the only good way. Her strength was unflagging. 1 or 2 early risers saw her, tried to stop her, and asked where she was going, for they saw a young woman of 25 with long hair, not too tidily plaited, and with no head tie to cover it, wearing a loose house buba and a faded wrapper to match tightly around her thin waist, and they guessed that all was far from well. Apart from the fact that her outfit was too shabby to be worn outside her home, and her head too untidy to be left uncovered, there was an unearthly kind of wildness in her eyes that betrayed a troubled spirit. But so agile and so swift were her movements that she dodged the many who tried to help her. By the time she entered Oyibo Market, the sun was peeping out from behind the morning clouds, and she was nearing a busy part of the town, and there were already people about. The early market sellers were making their way to the stores in the single file, their various bundles tied and balanced unwaveringly on their heads. She collided with an angry Hausa beggar who, vacating one of the open stores where he had spent the night, was heading for the tarred road to start his day's begging. He was blind and walked with his stick held menacingly straight in front of him, his other hand clutched shakily at his begging calabash. Nuego, in her haste, almost knocked the poor man down, running straight into him, as if she too was without the use of her eyes. There followed a loud curse and an unintelligible outpouring from the mouth of the beggar in his neighbor's language, in his native language, Hausa, which few people in Lagos understood. His calabash went flying from his shaky hands, and he swung his stick in the air to emphasize his loud curse. Leaving the tarmac, buying a bank in Africa by Aiboche Imukode. It's after you just come around. Name is a special name. Chapter 1. When I told my mother I was going to buy a bank, she couldn't understand what I was talking about. Only 18 months ago, before, she pointed out, quite rightly, we had attended a big party hosted by Chief Bolahan Isibodu to celebrate my appointment as one of 3 executive directors at the Guaranteed Trust Bank, a respected bank in the country, as renowned for its ethical values and good governance, as it was for its enormous success. It had taken me just 14 years for attaining my law degree at the University of Benin to becoming an executive director. Why would you want to give up such a good job when you have worked so hard to get it? She wanted to know. You are the youngest executive director in the country. Why can't you be happy with that? And how are you going to buy a bank anyway? I am sure most mothers will prefer their sons to have secure careers with blue chip companies, rather than risk everything by setting up businesses of their own. It is so much easier to explain to family and acquaintances what your son does if the listener already knows and respects the name of his employer. So much It is so much easier to explain to friends, family, and acquaintances what your son does if the listener already knows and respects the name of his employer. So much more reassuring to know that your grandson have a protection of a steady salary incoming in, in steady salary coming in while they are young and vulnerable. There was also the question of the negative publicity that so many owners of banks had received over time. There was a general perception among the Nigerian public that a large proportion of the many banks then operating in the market were backed by wealthy individuals known generally as ogas or godfathers. In Europe or America, the term godfather would suggest senior figures in a criminal organization. But in Nigeria, it is closer to the original religious role of someone who provides support and protection to another lesser standing. In Nigeria, the godfather is like the traditional feudal barons of Europe, men of wealth and influence, who extend their patronage to assist and to protect and assist others. Many of these godfathers would have amassed both their fortunes and their network of contact while serving in senior positions in the army and the government, or as contractors to the government, having grown wealthy through their influence. They would then use their banks to consolidate their positions within society. There was generally believed to be a godfather behind every bank, and there was also a perception that without such a person, it was not possible to even start, let alone build such a business. Inevitably, as political and military reputations waxed and waned, the fortune of their various banks would follow suit. The assumption, therefore, was that such banks had not been founded for the good of their customers, but rather for the benefit of the godfathers and their friends and families, and that they were therefore not only professionally run. In many cases, these assumptions were well founded, although not in every case. The issuance of banking licenses was abused. Seti Apati writes in his highly recommended book, The Nigerian Banking Sector Reform, and became a smart way of gaining access to foreign exchange at the official rate, which was then sold off at parallel market rate. Why? My mother was wondering, would I be even considering buying a bank when I had no such person to back me? You are a good professional, she said. You have proved that. You have proved that. But if you have Many of the godfathers would have amassed wealth, both their fortunes and their networks of contacts, while serving as in senior positions in the army and the government, or as contractors to government. Having grown wealthy through their influence, they would then use their banks to consolidate their positions within society. There was generally believed to be a godfather behind every bank, and there was also a perception that without such a person, it was not possible to even start, let alone build such a business. Inevitably, as political and military reputations waxed and waned, the fortunes of their various banks would follow suit. The assumption, therefore, was that such banks had not been founded for the good of their customers, but for the benefit of the godfathers and their friends and families, and that they were therefore not truly professionally run. In many cases, these assumptions were well-founded, although not in every case. The issuance of banking licenses was abused. Seth Apati writes in his highly recommended book, The Nigerian Banking Sector Reforms, and became a smart way of gaining access to foreign exchange at the official rate, which was then sold off at parallel market rate. Why? My mother was wondering, would I be even considering buying a bank when I had no such persons to back me? You are a good professional. You have proved that. But if you have a godfather, you certainly have never told me about him. So are you going to do it? Are you going to play the necessary political games to acquire a license? Who will do the introductions for you? How are you going to survive in such a heavily regulated industry? Banks are not owned by professionals like you. I believe God endowed each of us with different skills and talents. And you have to pray that you recognize these and are able to improve on them and work on them to the best of your ability. One thing that people who know me well tell me is that I have an ability to see a long way into the future, and I can spot things that other people miss. I can analyze a set of scenarios and project what the likely end result will be. It allows me to make decisions and sometimes appear very courageous to people, but seem less courageous to me, since I am pretty confident that I can predict the outcome. My mother was by no means unusual in her misgivings. I could imagine that at that stage, about 99% of the population would not have been able to understand the concept of banks being owned by professional managers. But in fact, she was wrong, because a number of other professionals were already changing the way banks were owned and operated. And in so doing, causing a revolution within the banking industry's competitive dynamics. Things have changed even in the 14 years that I have been working in the industry. When I commenced my banking career in 1988, there were two main banking models that characterized the sector: merchant banking and commercial banking. The first, also called wholesale banking, involved providing corporate loans, debt and capital advisory services, and other financial solutions to large corporate customers. The second, commonly referred to as retail banking, involved check and cash handling services and other financial solutions to individuals and corporate customers. The leading merchant bank maintained technical partnerships with respected American investment banks. And I recall that 4 merchant banks stood out, namely Continental Merchant Bank, that is Chase Manhattan Bank, International Merchant Bank, that is First Chicago, Icon Merchant Bank, that's Morgan Guaranty, and NAL Merchant Bank, American Express Bank. The movement of foreign technical partners influenced the strategies and cultures of these 4 banks to the extent that merchant banking in Nigeria took on the persona of America's Wall Street, embracing the yuppie culture. The merchant banks recruited the best and brightest Nigerian graduates from local and foreign universities and exposed them to the best of training. It is not surprising that many of the men and women who would go on to redefine Nigerian banking earned their stripes in these 4 institutions. The commercial banks were dominated by the Big 4, namely First Bank, originally Standard Bank, Union Bank, originally Barclays Bank, United Bank for Africa, UBA, a joint venture led by the French bank, BNP, and AfriBank, formerly the International Bank for West Africa. All of them had been indigenized as public companies quoted on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Their ownership comprised the Nigerian government as well as the general public. Employees of the Big 4 started at the bottom rungs of the career ladder, rising through the ranks as clerical officers into positions of management in a somewhat pseudo-colonial working environment. Unlike the merchant banking counterparts, the older generations of commercial banks had obtained their professional qualifications from the Chartered Institute of Bankers, and only later in their careers did they obtain university degrees. It is not difficult to appreciate that while they exist side by side within the same banking industry, these 2 models were in fact worlds apart. Around 1988, when I started my banking career, the military government led by General Ibrahim Babangida had commenced the issuance of new banking licenses as part of its economic liberalization program, ostensibly to support the country's economic growth and development. You needed a minimum capital of 3 million naira, that is $600,000 for a merchant banking license, and 6 million naira, that is $1.2 million for a commercial banking license. Most investors applied for merchant banking licenses, believing that the Big 4 commercial banks were just too enormous to compete against. It was also much easier to raise. The license operations applications were typically sponsored by godfathers who funded the licensing requirements. There was a great deal of political horse trading and lobbying required to obtain a banking license. I chose to make my career in banking even though I grew up as a child of civil servants who had risen to senior positions in government. Haben Wigwe, who came into Access Bank with me, grew up in very similar circumstances. Our fathers were career civil servants who had always displayed honesty, working hard throughout their careers, and content to save the nation for a remuneration which afforded them a comfortable standard of living and allowed them to send their children to good Nigerian schools. The damage done to the Nigerian economy in the early 80s, however, had decimated the living standards of such honest civil servants. It became hard, if not impossible, for our parents to maintain the standard of living that they had become accustomed to. And it was impossible for children like us not to notice. We would also not help but notice that our peers whose parents worked in the private sector for companies like UAC were not affected in the same way. The choice of career path seemed to be a no-brainer. Once we graduated, we headed for the private sector. Immediately after law school, I joined Continental Merchant Bank, one of the UP merchant banks. I soon discovered that I enjoyed the practice of banking far more than functioning as a legal officer, and decided that at the right time, I would make a move to core banking, a decision I have never regretted. 3 years as a legal officer, however, would prove invaluable throughout my banking career. Nothing is ever wasted when it comes to accruing knowledge, experience, and skills. I found that many lawyers working in banks, at least at that time, did not see their jobs as going beyond the role of ensuring adherence and laws and regulations, adherence with laws and regulations. I approach my responsibilities with a solutions mindset, always seeking ways of enabling core bankers to serve their customers better, and soon built a reputation as a lawyer to whom bankers will go for good counsel. I was consulted even by my very senior bankers, and I gave advice freely, taking advantage of the opportunity to build high-level contacts within the industry. Some of these senior bankers must have noticed something promising about me, because within a year of joining Continental, I was recruited to join a high-profile team of bankers, several of whom had worked in Continental Bank to set up the new Prime Merchant Bank. Coincidentally, around the same time, Herbert has started his banking career in another new merchant bank called Capital Bank, after qualifying as a chartered accountant at Coopers and Librans. By 1991, over 100 of these new banks had come into existence, bringing the total number of banks in Nigeria to approximately 140. Within 9 years, however, there will be less than 90 banks in business, and by 2005, just 25. Throughout my career, the Nigerian banking industry had witnessed a high rate of corporate mortality. It should be noted that despite its excellent start, given its roster of star bankers, Prime Merchant Bank did not last for a very long time. Capital Bank suffered the same fate. Herbert and I, therefore, being privileged to have front row seats from which to observe how not to run a bank. And as we grew our careers, we had the opportunity to avoid the many mistakes made by banks built on shaky foundations. The concept of the professional owner and managers in banking was first championed by Otumba Michael Subomi Balogun, the founder of First City Monument Bank. And I must disclose a family connection, as my younger sister is married to one of his sons. But I was already an admirer of his achievements before that union took place. A successful entrepreneur, he blazed the trail as for professional managers within Nigerian banks, showing them that if you pooled their resources, even if those resources seemed relatively modest, invited investors to back them, and went on to run good professional banks, then they would prosper. Many others chose to follow this lead. The early standout successes in this new banking model was IBTC, founded by Atedo Peterside, Diamond Bank, founded by Pascal Dozier, and Guarantee Trust Bank, where Herbert and I both went to work, avoiding the collapse of Prime and Capital, which was co-founded by Fola Adeola and Tayo Adenirokun, and Zenith Bank, founded by G. Movia. There were a few others, but these names stand out for me. There was a fresh entrepreneurial dynamism driving these banks despite the constraint of the monetary and fiscal frameworks that Nigeria had adopted to deal with the microeconomics challenges of the early 90s. The banks that stood out then still stand out today for their professionalism. Zenith and GTB in particular continue to be recognized as well-run institutions with enduring track records of performance. All of them have solid team of professional professionals coupled with winning customers, value propositions. Above all else, however, they all possess a shared vision that they have remained committed to. And these banks also have in one way or another made their successful transitions from their founding chief executives a key step in the journey of corporate sustainability. The professional owners owned significant stakes in their banks at inception, but also raised capital from others, typically high net worth individuals, whose accounts they had managed in the past, or institutional investors such as insurance companies and pensions funds. From inception, these entrepreneurs were under pressure to deliver returns in the form of dividends and appreciation in the value of their banks, even as private companies and annual general meetings of banks were quite sophisticated, even at the time of humble beginnings. The owner and managers were insulated from the need to depend on a godfather, free to express their entrepreneurial and managerial visions, and then they worked hard to bring them to fruition. They were operating in a highly competitive environment, which benefited the banking public, since fierce competition in any sector tends to lead to radical improvement in service and standards, something that will never happen in a stagnant, uncompetitive market. Because they are professional bankers, they know what the most important elements of their business was. So to those who understood the business, it was obvious that the best managed banks in Nigeria during the 1990s were those run by owners and managers. These were the people that I admired and I wished to emulate, compete with, and eventually best if possible. During the first 10 years of the next millennium, however, some of the more traditionally run banks also took note of the success of these upcoming owners and managers. The old school bankers could not see if they were not careful, they were in danger of losing grounds to these fast expanding newcomers, and they too set about improving their own services in order to compete more effectively for customers. Seeking out modern managers to ensure that they continue to thrive in a fast-changing marketplace and to do their best to compete with the skillful new arrivals, as well as following better governance practices to permeate their banks. The other thing that my mother did not understand was that I had entrepreneurial juices running in my veins, that there was nothing I could do about it. If in your heart you want to work for yourself, then you will never be happy working for someone else, no matter how good the job or how highly respected your employer might be. That is a particularly difficult concept for someone with a civil service career mindset to understand. Entrepreneurs simply have to go out and create things for themselves. It is the way we are built. It wasn't that the 10 years I had spent at the GTB hadn't been happy, because they had. And they had been invaluable too, because they had taught me so much about how to run a good and successful bank and how to be an effective leader. They had also given me enormous opportunities to make a reputation for myself, both within the banking world and within government and business. I might still have been very young, but I was not inexperienced, not at all. And that was partly thanks to my employers at GTB. Now, however, I wanted to remove the safety net and test out the strength of my own things. The final realization that I wanted to own and run a bank of my own dawned on me while I was attending an executive management program at Harvard Business School in Boston, USA. My brother-in-law, Ovie Brume, had finished his MBA program that year, just before I attended the Harvard PMB program in the autumn of 2000. He gave me a book titled Buyout, The Insider Guide to Buying Your Own Company by Rick Ricketson and Robert E. Gunter, which proved to be seminal for me. The book is targeted at professionals, asking questions. Do you want to work for other people, surviving on a salary and bonuses forever? Or do you want to seize your own destiny? If so, this is the way to do it. It was at that moment that I knew exactly what I wanted to do, what I had to do. The quote with which the author opened the first chapter was from James Bryant Conant. Behold the turtle. He makes progress only when he sticks his neck out. That was what I knew I had to do. It would be all too easy to stay in the comfortable shell of a big and successful employer, but I would never go to where I truly wanted to. God. That was what I knew I had to do. It would be all too easy to stay in the comfortable shell of a big and successful employer, but I would never get to where I truly wanted to be if I did not stick out my neck. The idea must have been fermenting at the back of my mind for some time, but away from the day-to-day responsibilities of my job and within the confines of the Harvard Business School campus environment, what has birthed many an entrepreneurial venture, I was able to focus on what I truly wanted from life and what I needed to do in order to get what I wanted. The image that kept coming into my mind was a memory of a small boy being left alone on a deserted strip of tarmac, watching a plane flying off into the distance without him. That small boy was me. I was born in Ibadan to parents who were both in the civil service. We moved to Lagos soon afterwards, and since then, Lagos has been home for me. At the age of 10, I was privileged to attend one of Nigeria's elite unity schools, the Federal Government College, Kaduna, which was 1,000 kilometers by road from Lagos. The two popular means of transportation at the time for school children were trains or commercial airplane. Apart from my maiden journey to Kaduna to attend the school for the first time, on another occasion when my mother was attending the National Council of Women Council event in Kaduna, which happened to coincide with my travel date, on all my journeys to and from school, I was accompanied. On this particular occasion, I was flying alone to Lagos, just me and my small suitcase, sitting in the departure lounge, waiting nervously for my flight to be called. I was flying Nigeria Airways, then the only way to fly commercially within Nigeria. Airline was a bloated state-owned monopoly that personified all that was bad about government running a business. It was bureaucratic, corrupt, and provided an atrociously poor level of service. Getting on board a flight required connection on the ground staff, with the ground staff, and a confirmed ticket never guaranteed you a seat on the plane. But in my innocence, I did not know how it all worked. So when the airport staff announced that the plane was ready for boarding, there was suddenly a mad scramble as the more experienced passengers leapt to their feet and dashed out to get on board. As I struggled towards the plane with my suitcase, I was airboat out of the way by many people much bigger and stronger. By the time I reached the bottom of the steps to the plane, the door at the stop had been slammed shut. All the seats had been filled. As I stood with my suitcase watching the plane take off without me, tears streamed down my face. And I vowed that never again would I be left behind on the tarmac, while everyone else was flying off. If I had taken advantage of the Godfather approach, there was no way I would have been abandoned on that tarmac. I would have had people escorting me to the airport. Somebody would have spoken to the airport manager to guarantee me a smooth passage, and the plane would not have gone if I was not on it. My guardian could have arranged for all that was to happen because of the position they occupied in Kaduna society. But that wasn't our way of doing things. We believed that you should learn to fend for yourself and compete with others no matter what your status in life. I have told that story many times, and as a result, it has become a rallying call for someone at Access Bank and for many other Africans in various fields of endeavor who want to make progress in life without the need to be beholden to a godfather. In 1999, democracy returned to Nigeria with the civilian election of Chief Olusegun Obasanjo as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. President Obasanjo liked to pick the brains of private sector people who he thought were smart, including Fola Adeola, my managing director at GTB, because I was then overseeing the bank's business in Abuja. I was sometimes privileged to participate in interactive sessions with the president, the vice president, and other senior members of government. So I had something of an inside track into the reform agenda that was being framed. In my own little way, even though I was still only in my early 30s, I was able to contribute to the process of policy formation. Before becoming Minister of Finance in President Obasanjo's cabinet, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala put together a team which spearheaded negotiations with the Paris Club of Creditors that led to the cancellation of 60% of Nigeria's external debt. President Obasanjo established Ngozi as the head of the economic management team, mandated to implement a series of macroeconomic and structural reforms. During sessions with the president, I kept hearing phrases like reform agenda, private sector-led growth. People in government were talking about achieving double-digit annual growth over 10 years, and they kept saying that the Nigerian banking sector was too small to support the sort of transformation that was needed. They believed that the banking industry was too fragmented and in need of consolidation. So, if you had paid attention to us since yesterday, these are the kind of things we'll be reading from Friday, so that you will be reading, we'll be going real entrepreneurship. Yesterday we started with the successful entrepreneurs, then we will also read entrepreneur first class. So that's what we will use to end. So let's now go back to our stories. So, but today, because this story I have also read myself, I just want to be within 30 seconds. I've read this story myself, and it is a reflection of what has been happening to us in Nigeria. I'm quite pleased to also announce that the author of this work is here in person, and so we are going to be reading The Crumb Eaters by Martin Akpan. Dr. Martin Akpan is here. Crumb Eaters. It's published by Excel, Math and Stantor Limited. First published in 1999 in collaboration with International Society of Doctors in Literature. So, but just leave a space after you take the publication information. The Crumb Eaters. Chief Yeye Ebie's expansive courtyard was a beehive that afternoon, as party stalwarts milled around the place, chit-chatting hilariously. There was a deceptive air of friendliness and camaraderie as they cavorted amidst backslapping greetings. A meeting, which is the second that day, was called at the behest of the chief, the acknowledged elder and father of the party in the area. The agenda was unambiguous: nomination of the party's local government chairmanship candidate. 3 party men had indicated interest in the position, and all 3 were present. A big quartz clock on the wall, on the raised wall of the security post overlooking the courtyard, continued to tick away. Precious seconds, oblivious of the motive of its guests. People waited patiently and faithfully. They were used to waiting, just as the chief was used to keeping them waiting. It was well past 3, more than 3 hours behind the scheduled time of the meeting, when Chief Ebie, resplendent in a richly embroidered traditional attire, emerged from one of the magnificent buildings in the expansive estate and sauntered into a tumultuous welcome. Chief, Chief, Chief. The people all standing hailed and cheered, Chief, Chief. Many struggled to grab his hands in a handshake. A few succeeded. The chief walked straight to the high table and sank into one of the 4 padded chairs. He then beckoned on the faithful to sit down. They obeyed promptly. Where is the chapter chairman? The chief, his eyes rolling expectantly, directed the question to no one in particular. A hand shot in the air. Come up and sit here, ordered the chief with superior airs. The overgrown youth got up, walked to the high table and took one of these vacant seats. Chief Udensa, you also come up, he continued in a stern voice, in the same regimented manner. He invited another crony to the table, to the remaining seat at the high table. The composition of the high table was complete. Chief Ebie called the meeting to order. PPP, power to the people, came the thunderous response. Power to the people, PPP. Again, the response was electric. Chief Ebie cleared his throat. He cleared it a second time, to be sure his voice would not fail. Well, without wasting your time, we will proceed straight to the business of the day, he said, as if he had not already wasted their time enough. As you are well aware, we are here to take a decision on the party's candidate in the forthcoming council chairmanship elections. The people yelled in agreement. In the race for the position are 3 aspirants. Chief Ebie turned to the chapter chairman. Chairman, I hope they have all met the party's requirements. The chapter chairman nodded his agreement, then read out the names to the hearing of the people. The chief ordered. Mr. Sylvester Ndoya, Dr. William Atalo, Mr. Dodo Asiaka. As the names were read out, each aspirant rose, bowed gently, and shouted the party slogan before resuming his sitting position. Chief Efuko, are you here? The chief probed further, his eyes darting searchingly. Please stand up, the chief requested politely. He had a lot of respect for his friend and associate of several decades. Chief Dick Efoko, a tall and gaunt man in his late 50s, struggled to rise to his feet. It was obvious from his bent posture that age had started some denaturing work on his spine. He was Chief Ebie's long-standing friend, loyalist, so close, so loyal, and sometimes so subservient that he became ready to butt off the chief's critics. Ebie's payroll since it was an open secret that he had been on Chief Ebie's payroll since losing his job as a school administrator in the last retrenchment exercise in the civil service. Hence, his close attachment to his friend. Mr. Brimo Tata, Chief Ebie's voice rang out again. Stand up, he ordered stridently. A burly built figure, untangled by the restraints of age, rose briskly to his feet. The past chairman of the local government area, he was another faithful partisan of the chief. Chief Efoko, Mr. Tata, You two will now constitute the nomination committee. You are expected to screen the 3 aspirants, select a suitable one as the party's candidate, and then report back to us at the next meeting. Chief charged Chief Ebie. Then suddenly, as if worried about his approach, he added, "I hope this arrangement is accepted." "No!" An embattled young man jumping up with a raised hand shouted amidst loud growls of disapproval. There were furtive glances. The 3 aspirants sat subdued and speechless. "Chief, I think this whole exercise has been conducted in a manner that contradicts all known democratic principles and procedures," the youth charged, without waiting to be recognized to speak. "You are autocratic. You are too autocratic for our liking." Excuse me. "You are too autocratic for our liking," the maverick youth accused, still sitting with palpable anger. "Young man, sit down and learn to respect elders," snorted Chief Ebie. "Even in heaven, unbridled democracy is not allowed. That's why God permits himself of some measure of autocracy. The matter is closed." Chief Ebie brought the plenary meeting to an abrupt end on a sermonizing note while requesting the chapter officers to wait behind for some crucial meeting. It was almost midnight when the briefing was at Chief Ebie's house came to an end. What had started as a simple briefing session soon dovetailed into a full-fledged deliberation on the party machinery and climaxed in a harangue in which the chief lashed out at erring party officials. Mr. John Andoka, the chapter chairman, happened to have been one of those that at the receiving end of this blistering tongue lashing. Thus, when the session, which lasted several hours, eventually came to an end, and they scrambled out of the chief's premises, he felt greatly peeved. For him, his kitchen cabinet, it was not yet time to hit the sack, as the saying goes. The meeting had raised serious issues that had to be addressed immediately. In the first place, Chief Ebie's unnecessary interference with the running of the chapter was of grave concern to them. Secondly, his persistent insistence on being made privy to every development within the party had robbed them of the opportunity of milking the aspirants the way they would have loved to. They had heard of aspirants in other chapters buying posh cars and sometimes building houses for party officials. They wondered why their case should be different, and why Chief Ebie should be the only one to feed fat on the system. These and similar issues agitated the minds of Mr. Adonka and his 2 associates as they settled down to another round of discussion that night in Mr. Adonka's 1-bedroom apartment. "Gentlemen, we cannot sit down and let Chief Ebie remove bread from our mouth," Adonka began in his trademark fractured English. He was a self-employed artisan who never had any formal education. Notwithstanding, he was cocky and so full of himself, and he had absolutely no regard for educated opinion. Unschooled, uncouth, unkempt, unfeeling, impudent and loquacious, he would ramble on at a meeting without the slightest observance of decorum. His greatest problem was in the area of English grammar, where he consistently and woefully demonstrated an unspeakable defect both in sentence construction and pronunciation of words. Scrambling of tenses was for him both an inborn error and an incurable pathology. Yet he could not be persuaded into addressing in vernacular. Party meetings, which generally were 100% attended by the locals, in joke in the party was that in his naivety he had reasoned that his position could be given to an educated person if he did not try to behave like one. Chairman, what then is your suggestion? Came the plaintive voice of Mr. Jimin Tefi, the chapter secretary and the sly member of the triumvirate. He was not one given to many words. That's why we are here. We must think quick, spluttered the chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I come in there? Cut in Mr. Peter Une, the vice chairman, in his unmistakable baritone. With only a third grade GCE, he was the best educated member of the group. Apart from his passable education, he was naturally intelligent. However, his main weakness was his greed and his inclination to sycophancy. Besides, he was a foxy spiff who, after fleecing the aspirants in the dark, would put up a holier-than-thou attitude in the open. This attitude, many believe, was a natural aftermath of his 15-year stint in the police force before voluntarily retiring, ostensibly to play active politics. Yes, Mr. Une. The chairman flashed a green light in his direction. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Une began slowly. Are you suggesting that we impose a levy on these people, unbeknown to Chief Ebie, and that others outside the group? This question was more suggestive than probing. It was deliberate. That's right, suggested, agreed the chairman. He said nothing like the Agamas. But they'd already met all the conditions set by the party, including the payment of the mandatory declaration fee of 100,000 naira. Are you not being too hard on these people? Or the vice chairman, pretending to be sincere, pontificated. Shh, I don't want to hear sermon. The chairman cut him in after planning tragedies for them. I don't want to hear sermon. The chairman cut in on him. After planning tragedies for them, does we deserve benefit? The chairman turned up like a mouthful of broken English to support his stance. Mr. Ude chuckled in amusement on realizing that the chairman had meant to say strategies and not tragedies. Well, I agree with you in toto, said Mr. Ude resignedly. But we must approach the issue with utmost care and maturity so as not to give them cause to protest and expose us to public ridicule. Protest? Asked the chairman, fuming. Who gives them that kind of audacity? After all, after nomination, no see their break digit again. You are right, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely right. Agreed the vice chairman, genuinely convinced. It was crystal clear that being a ruling party in the state and the country as a whole, victory in the main election was going to be a fait accompli for anyone who could secure the party's nomination. He do, screamed Mr. Ntefi, as in a feeble voice, as if he had just woken up from slumber, with cool breeze from the Arcadian surrounding. Instantly he felt his frayed nerves unwinding with resurgent freshness. The sun on the eastern sky threw its florid beam on the tropical greenery, seductively bathing the verdant meadows with its effusive rays. Obviously enjoying the resultant warmth, birds chirped, cowed and nestled among the rich vegetation, like famished children picking at their elevances. Then suddenly Dr. Talo, lost in his thought, was awakened by a kerosene grip missed the page. I beg suggest what they will pay before sleep slap my eyes. I beg. Pleaded Mr. Ntefi, yawning. 500,000 naira, snapped the chairman. The aspirant asked the vice chairman, yes now, back to the chairman. Gentlemen, I think we should tie the money to a specific project so that those of them that will lose out in the end will not ask for a refund. We can call it party development levy. The chairman, the vice chairman opined. Good talk, good talk. They chorus as they nodded their head to the agreement. I think we can call it a day at this point, suggested the vice chairman. Then, turning to Mr. Ntefi, added impatiently, well, we must hit the road at once. Wait yet. I must warn that it be offense for you to tell chief about our plan, snorted the chairman. Sure, was the only thing Mr. Une could say as he and Mr. Ntefi hurtled out of the apartment. It was almost 3:20 when Mr. Donka, feeling terribly frazzled, hobbled into the bedroom, collapsed on the bed, and began to snore instantly. For Dr. William Atodo, politics was a masquerade of 7 masks, which the masquerader could change at will to underline its myth of supernal ancestry and indestructibility. The terrain was rough, the players rugged, and the outcome dangerously unpredictable. It was strangely different from the universal community where he had lived and taught in the last 15 years, with its time-honored publish or perish tradition. We could only become a strong voice in the university through your intellectual output. In sharp contrast, he had come to realize that the Nigerian political scene was dominated by riffraffs who in the main dictated policy direction and tenor. Dr. Otalo felt greatly peeved this morning as he sat transfixed on the balcony of his official quarters, reflecting on the event of the past 24 hours. Could he really make any impact in politics? Came the recurring question for the umpteenth time. Perhaps his involvement could bring about the desired change. Perhaps, having crossed the Rubicon, it would be terrible for him to contemplate going back on the decision. He reminded them and instantly felt steeled for the task ahead. The weather was warm and salubrious. As he surveyed the picturesque horizon, he was awash with cool breeze. From the Arcadian surrounding. Instantly, he felt his frayed nerve unwind and resurgent freshness. The sun on the eastern sky threw its florid beams on the tropical greenery, seductively bathing the verdant meadows with its effusive rays. Obviously, enjoying the resultant warmth, birds chirped, curled, and nestled among the rich vegetation, like famished children pecking at their elevenses. Then suddenly, Dr. Otado, lost in this thought, was awakened by a caressing grip as someone, hunching over his shoulder, gave him a posterior hug. It was his wife, Abigail. He had not seen her since returning to the house the previous night, after his political rounds. She had gone to bed by the time he arrived at the house, and not wanting to disturb her peace, he had dozed down on the settee in the sitting room and dozed off. On waking up by 6 o'clock this morning, he had decided to have some quiet time on the balcony before the neighborhood would become abuzz with its usual flurry of activities. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. My goodness. Who told you I was here? Cupid, the god of love. I should have known that. Dr. Atalo gave his beautiful wife a long, impassioned kiss. She sat on the sofa facing him. In those days, he would have lit a stick of romance and taken a few puffs. Now, see what marriage had done for him. It had put paid to all that, thanks to her positive modulating influence on him. How was yesterday, she asked. So I was able to convince the Vice Chancellor to sign the check. I hope to cash it tomorrow. I need money badly for the nomination campaign. It's an expensive project, you know. Poor you. The reward of your sweat of many years going cheaply into the hands of those riffraff. What can I do? What can I do? It is one of those sacrifices you have to make for your people. If only they will appreciate it. Politicians, I fear them. They speak with their tongue in their cheeks, even when that chief you so much trust is said to be very crafty. Many people have complained about his mercurial nature. In fact, he is said to be a chameleon that could change its color at any time. Most politicians are, my dear, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, he was one of those who chivied me into this race. He may have chivied your opponent into the race also. He knows it's all politics. Dr. Otalo felt a chill down his spine. His wife's remarkable remark had struck out like a sore thumb. It was amazing how prodigiously informed she was. Although she was only a junior lecturer in the university, she was head and shoulder above her colleagues in the department. So enviable was her towering intellectual capacity that the university authorities promoted her twice in a single year on the recommendation of her head of department. She was a pillar of support for her husband, her pride, her joy. One thing that bothers me though is your personality, Mr. Atalo. Mrs. Atalo resumed in a solemn tone. I'm afraid you are too straight for Nigerian politics, and I know full well that politics in this country is for the mawkish elements with personality quirks. You are already too dumb. Who are ready to dump their principle for filthy lucre at the slightest promptings. I know. Who said so? Are you then ready to compromise your principles, jettison your maverick views, and generally play along with them? And don't forget, sometimes you will have to be sycophantic and subservient, mollycoddle mediocrity, and debase yourself by telling lies. I know, but we need someone to change the status quo. It's true, but I'm afraid you will find this a Herculean task. Great men, visionaries, and Cassandras of repute tried in the past but failed woefully. You remember the old wise chief from the southwest? He had the best of intentions for the country, but try as he would, he could not become the president because he was not ready to compromise his noble principles. He died frustrated. It was only after his death that Nigerians acknowledged his noble ideals and eulogized him as an elder statesman par excellence and the best president the country never had. I think there is something fundamentally wrong with our system. Our politicians are largely bunch of unprincipled hacks, dead flies. Dead flies in the ointment, devious, mean, fraudulent, petty. Woman, it is enough. Cut in Dr. Atalo, a whiff of smile playing on his face. Don't you think I deserve a better deal this morning than being subjected to these crushing, pedantic fireworks? Come on, fire. Come on, fire my spirit with comfy words of emotion. Okay then, Mrs. Atalo obliged, her face lit with a destabilizing smile. I love you, she hummed. That is it. It's the catalyst I need for this odyssey. Dr. Atalo hummed. She patted him on the shoulder. Your breakfast will be ready in a moment, she announced in her characteristic homely voice, and wriggled towards the front door of the flat. Dr. Talo's eyes remained glued to his better half and the alter ego until her last trail disappeared from view. She still looks sweet and elegant, he mumbled to himself, almost forgetting the hot seat she had put him through. Then he remembered how it all began, their courtship days years back, and the picture started forming on his mental screen with unaffected clarity. It was during these National Youth Service Corps days in Lagos. A friend had invited him to worship with them at their local church in Akoka. After the church service, he joined him to pay a visit to the pastor in the manse. It was a modestly furnished apartment where the pastor lived with his family. Introductions over, they were presented with coke and some garden eggs. While they were munching and drinking, the pastor, an elderly man with a large stomach for humor, looked in the direction of the corridor and called, Abigail, come and say hello to your Christian brothers. A tall, slim girl with an arresting beauty emerged from the kitchen, where she was probably helping her mother with domestic chores. She salaamed before her father and then turned to them and said shyly, "Pleased to meet you too." The encounter was memorable. That night he could not sleep. Perhaps Abigail too had a sleepless night. He could not recapture vividly the graceful figure with shapely legs, the gazelle eyes, the pointed nose, the stately build, the rubicund complexion, and above all, Abigail's succulent-looking boobs that sprinted tantalizingly behind her vaguely transparent dress as she curtsied before her father that afternoon. An intimate relationship had begun, followed by a grand wedding in that same church a few months later. This morning, as he admired the great contours of his wife, Dr. Otalo could not bring himself into believing that 16 years had passed since they were joined in holy matrimony. It was like yesterday. Wilhelm van de Kamen, president of Dalton Group, a cartel of major multinational oil companies, had flown into the country from his Geneva base, and in the wake of the national elections, he was ostensibly on a routine inspection of oil installations, although in actual fact his visit was politically motivated, hence his private dialogue with opinion leaders, including well-known kingmakers and political bigwigs. One of the beneficiaries of such bilateral gesture was Chief Ebie. For the people of Ibunde, a major oil-producing area in the country, the visit of highbrow oil gurus to their community was new. It was a commonplace. For the people of Ibunde, a major oil-producing area in the country, the visit of highbrow oil gurus in their community was not new. It was commonplace and routine. Thus, Mr. Van de Kamen arrived the community. Everyone except Chief Ebie knew he was an oil-related mission. After paying a courtesy call on His Royal Highness, the Paramount Ruler of Ibunde, Mr. Van de Kamen was conducted round Ibunde Oil Terminal by the cartel's Nigerian representative, Aloud Ibn Mohammed. Thereafter, he had a closed-door meeting with Chief Ebie in his palatial country home. It was their second meeting. With Chief Ebie in his palatial country home. It was their second meeting that week. The first had taken place at Sheraton Hotel and Towers, Abuja. It was a crucial meeting, crucial to the interests of Dalton Global and its Nigerian collaborators. It is difficult, but with good funding, it can be accomplished, Chief Ebie assured his Dutch guests. Their discussion, which centered around the compelling need to install a puppet government in Ibunde, a government that will faithfully protect the oil companies operating in the area, ended with a firm promise, Mr. Van de Kamen, to cause an immediate release of whatever funds would be needed for the execution of the deal. Chapter 2. For Chief Dick Efoko and Mr. Brimo Tata, the task before them was both daunting and challenging. For one, Ibunde local government area was one of the well-known political hotbeds in the state. For Chief David Efoko and Mr. Brimo Tata, the task before them was both daunting and challenging. For one, even the local government area was one of the well-known political hotbeds in the state. Secondly, as loyal cronies of Chief Ebie, they were inextricably tied to his apron strings, and therefore could not be trusted by the people to have a mind of their own. In such sensitive assignment, lastly and most importantly, a majority of Ibunde people, especially the progressive elements, had grown weary of Chief-Ebie's perennial antics and manipulations, and so needed a change. Therefore, they saw the nomination committee as the channel for that change. As Chief Efuko and Mr. Tata got prepared to move to the venue of the manifesto party this morning, they were aware of the sensitive nature of their assignment, as well as the implications of a shoddy performance. Thus, they were poised to rise to the occasion, not only to avert a possible showdown with the people, but also to try and improve their public image, which had gone terribly bad over the years as a result of their flirtation with the chief. The idea of a manifesto party was mooted by the youth wing of the party and readily embraced by the nomination committee. Notable members of the chapter executive, including the chairman, had, however, expressed their reservation about the suitability of the party. So had Chief Ebie, but the strident insistence by the youth had changed all that. As early as 8 a.m., the capacious multi-purpose council hall was filled to capacity. Apart from the party loyalists, interested members of the public were there. The surging throng even spilled over into the long corridors leading to the entrance of the hall. By 8:30, invited guests started arriving the venue. The roll call of dignitaries included party elders, chapter officers, and communal leaders, even some prominent traditional rulers too, who, by virtue of their office, had been insulated from partisan politics, were there, but Chief Ebie was conspicuously absent. The three aspirants had arrived on time to take up the reserved seats at the podium. Two had come with traditional dance troupes. By 11 a.m., the party had not flagged off yet, despite the pervading atmosphere of a conclusive setting for a takeoff. Indications were that the organizers were still awaiting the arrival of Chief Ebie at 11:30. No dice, but people waited. At 11:45 a.m., a voice boomed out of the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start." But before that, may I, on behalf of the organizers of this event, apologize to you for having to keep you waiting for so long. It was due to circumstances beyond our control. The voice was familiar to most of the people present. It was Mr. Kendi Amang's. Mr. Amang, a popular teacher in Ibunde, and had resigned his appointment a few weeks earlier to vie for the councillorship seat of his ward and in the upcoming election. Thus, as a part of his image-building bid, he had featured prominently as a master of ceremonies (MC) in a number of activities, organized by the locality. His performance was generally acclaimed as impressive. Notwithstanding this, he charged no fees. It was his modest contribution to the community. He had always insisted he was an up-and-coming young man with an understanding disposition. After the introductory remarks, Mr. Mang proceeded quickly to constitute the high table and to also make a few recognitions. Ladies and gentlemen, having successfully completed the ritual of introduction and recognition of important dignitaries here present, I hand you over to the moderator of the party, who incidentally is also the chairman of the nomination committee. But before then, may I respectfully invite Dr. Moses Fedika to take us to the throne of grace with a short opening prayer. As soon as the echo of the resounding amen died down, the moderator, Chief Dick Efuko, flanked by Mr. Tata, co-member of the nomination committee, and Mr. Adonka, chapter chairman, began to address the gathering. His speech was short but impressive. In it, he acknowledged and thanked the youth for their maturity and foresight. He stressed the importance of the party and said it was a welcome development in their march towards an enduring democracy and a bright new dawn of political rejuvenation and renewal. Before I sit down, Chief Efuko continued amidst loud applause, the type he had not enjoyed in the last few months of his close association with Chief Lebie. I want to call on the MC to give us a brief rundown of the aspirants' dossiers. Thereafter, each of them will be given 15 minutes to address this gathering, and then we will take a few questions from the audience. Without further ado, Mr. Mang proceeded with the presentation. After assuring the people that it was not necessarily in the aspirant order of importance or preference, he started. Aspirant number 1, name Sylvester Ndoya. Title, Chief Doctor. Age, 32. Marital status, married. Number of children, 4. Hometown, Iya. Occupation, businessman. Qualification, GCE, Certificate in Practical English. Experience and position held, former member, Ibunde Modern Band. Assistant Secretary, Iya Youth Association. Member, French Club of Lagos. Hobbies, traveling, table tennis, and music. Aspirant number 2, name Dodo Asiaka. Title, Massif, Cameroonian. Age, 47. Marital status, widower. Number of children, 7. Hometown, Ikanda. Occupation, businessman. Qualification, first school living certificate. Experience and position, treasurer, Amananyong Fishing Association. Member, Amananyong Multipurpose Cooperative. Hobbies, swimming and hunting. Aspirant number 3, name William Atalo. Titles, Doctor. Age, 42. Marital status, married. Number of children, 3. Hometown, Abaka. Occupation, university teacher. Qualifications, BA, mass communication. MA, communication skills. PhD, international relations. Experience and positions held. Founding President, Abaka Development Union. Chairman, Projects, Committee, Ibunde South. Secretary, National Association of University Teachers. National President, Poverty Alleviation Initiative. Vice President, African Writers Union. Hobbies, reading, writing, community service. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first segment of this program. You would agree with me that the aspirants are all men of timber and caliber. The bubbling voice rocked the hall. Permit me, therefore, at this juncture, to invite aspirant number 1 to present his manifesto. The MC pleaded. The young man stood up immediately. He was tall and huge, with a protruding tummy. He wore an expensive white copion lace and a ritzy pair of custom-made shoes. His neck was adorned with a fine glistening locket chain, while his large popping eyes were barely obscured by a pair of dark pince-nez. A band of overgrown youths sang, clapped and danced, and he took a few leisurely steps to the lectern. After positioning himself firmly before the microphone, he brought out a prepared address from his pocket to begin to read. Oh my God, he has not even remembered to salute the people. An obvious worried lady whispered, while unconsciously nudging the man on her side. She was Miss Tendoya's sister. Miss Tendoya's presentation lacked depth and substance. The only thing the audience enjoyed was his affected voice. It was obvious from the content of his manifesto that he neither had sufficient experience in public life nor a full grasp of the reality on ground. A slap-happy young man, he was totally wet behind the ears. As a further glimpse into his biographical portrait revealed, after obtaining 2 credits and a pass in the General Certificate of Education (GCE) exams, he joined the local orchestra, Ibunde Modern Band, as a drummer, then eloped with the daughter of a local pastor and relocated to Lagos. There he had risen to sudden wealth and seeming fame through advanced fee fraud, dealing with popularity known as 419. With the fortune occasioned by hitting the jackpot, life had suddenly become a gay and merry-go-round affair. He had arrived, as Lagosians would say. He acquired a fleet of posh cars, several chieftaincy titles, and some honorary doctorate degrees found their way cheaply into his kitty. As he threw his largesse around, he maintained an intimidating bevy of women in all the nooks and crannies of the country, besides his eloping wife. Soon, his ill-gotten wealth started dwindling as fast as it had come. It was at this point that he found his way back home, joined the ruling party, and positioned himself for the race. Finally, Mr. Ndoya's voice echoed. I want to assure you that I am not coming to steal money from the council. I have already have enough. All I want is that recognition of my people, Thank you. Though we don't hear, you do. Erupted from the crowd as Mr. Ndoya took the mechanical bow and dismounted the stage. At aspirant number 2, MC called. A stout young man, looking timid, Mr. Siaka, fidgeted as he shuffled to the lectern amidst loud reports from Dane guns fired by members of his Hunters Association in the area. He looked rather out of place in a brown undersized tuxedo which he wore on a red sweeping pantaloon. A black bowler hat sat on his head like a crown of a mushroom on his petiole as the traditional dancing troupe from his village were entertained. He took a few Makosa steps, then stopped suddenly as if some telepathy had just been reminded of his main business. On the stage, he began to address the people. He spoke mainly in the mother tongue, having had just a stammering of English like aspirant number 1. He was ignorant of a number of issues and developments in the council. His deficiency became manifestly glaring when he attempted to trace the history of the local government area. He mixed up names of people and places and scrambled dates of important events with an embarrassing alacrity. He was booed and jeered. His abysmal performance was not altogether unexpected. He had not been around the place for a donkey years. He had left the shores of Nigeria at 14 after his standard 6 as a stowaway in a Cameroon-bound ship. This followed his parents' inability to continue to fund his education. On arrival in Cameroon, he had served a Cameroonian gendarme for a few years before being employed as a canoeman by a wealthy Cameroon-based Nigerian fisherman. He grew into a skilled fisherman himself and left to set up his own business. In no time, he became a magnate in the fishing business. He married his first wife, Delilah, who died mysteriously after giving him 4 children. He remarried, and the second marriage produced 2 children. Again, like the first, his second wife died under mysterious circumstances. Tongues started wagging. Accusing fingers were pointed at his direction. When the heat became unbearable for him, he fled to Western Calabar, where his dalliance with a divorcee gave him his 7th child. It was from there that he launched his bid for the chairmanship of the council. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't talk too much. I believe in action, came Mr. Siaka's weary voice as he rounded off his speech. The crowd jeered. Aspirant number 3 echoed the voice of the MC. The crowd went wild with excitement. Youth turned their chairs into instruments of music, which they beat into a deafening crescendo. Women clapped, danced, sang. The men and elders were not left out of the jubilation. They nodded rhythmically to the ecstasy of the songs. Guns boomed, knockouts exploded, and various traditional dance troupes jostled to outperform one another as Dr. William Satalo, donning a princely traditional outfit and his trademark black rimless hat, rose flamboyantly to walk up to the dais. The throng became uncontrollable as people surged forward, pushing and shoving to behold the man of the moment. The din of the jubilation shot into high heavens. such that not even the repeated pleading voice of the MC vibrating through the loudspeakers could lessen it. The reason for this spontaneous outpouring of joy was not far-fetched. Dr. Atalo deserved all that and even more. For all his life, he had lived exemplarily as a community man, unassuming, down to earth, and always at the forefront of development and progressive enterprises. His fame had reached, and the most far-flung corners his fame had reached the most far-flung corners of the area, and beyond. Humble, good-natured, compassionate, Dr. Atalo, a paragon of virtue, whose life had impacted positively on all facets of the community. He was loved by children, was admired by youth, was respected by elders, desired by outsiders. In the multiplicity of his role as a university teacher, an accomplished writer, public speaker, community leader, and above all, an addicted but self-effacing philanthropist and humanitarian. And he had accepted to come down from his Olympian height to join the chairmanship race, was seen as the greatest sacrifice anyone could make for his community. For the chairmanship slot was considered lowly for a man of his towering image and personality. So over the years, his people had piled up enormous pressure, but he had resisted until a delegation of progressive elders succeeded in convincing him that the dwindling fortunes of the local government could not only be harnessed by a visionary like him, whose demonstrated commitment to the cause of his people was both total and irrevocable. As Dr. Atalo stood before his people this morning, he could discern the palpable desire for change in their faces, standing straight as a ramrod, his tweed, flowing traditional attire conferring on him his exquisite sartorial elegance. He waved intermittently as he waited. For the rumbling noise to subdue, a reasonable quiet ensued, but as soon as he began to speak, the crowd erupted again in a hilarious rendition of "Winner, oh, winner." He discontinued. They continued, then he continued. Traditional greetings and pleasantries over, Dr. Atalo, speaking in a commanding voice, held the audience spellbound with a heartwarming address. Yet with humility and candor, I stand before you and history today, not to excite you, but to hold a torch and shine its light, so that we can together survey the entirety of our house, even the house, with a view to removing any cobwebs and other unsightly features, illuminating its dark crevices and ventilating its room, chambers, and galleries, to make it a better, healthier, and happier place for all of us to live in harmony, peace, and abundance. His voice greeted with a resounding applause that reverberated. It was not the usual rabble-rousing soapbox rhapsody of politicians, promising a sun in a dark, moonless night. Neither was it the pedantic pedagogy of a university dawn. On the contrary, it was a realistic, evaluative address which frontally addressed the perennial problems of the area and objectively proffered remedies. I'm not here to exhume the past, ladies and gentlemen, he continued, amidst loud cheers and sporadic fireworks, but I'm here to declare to you with invincible conviction that we can transform our community if we are prepared to. If we are prepared to put the right leadership in place. Our endowments are enormous. All we need now is a visionary leader who can effectively harness them for the overall good of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, it bears no repeating that our destiny is in our hands. It is an impassioned address. It was an impassioned address, gripping, hypnotizing. Dr. Talo went philosophical and prophetic in its concluding part. That according to the Holy Writ, there is no vision. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Therefore, whether we perish or continue to survive as a people will depend on the choice we make today. And the choice is entirely ours. A resounding ovation took over almost an eternity. If the presentation time had been exciting, the question and answer session was both exciting and memorable. For Messrs. Ndoya and Asiaka, whatever little gains they had recorded were completely eroded as they continued to display stupendous ignorance of issues in their labored attempts to answer at answering questions. They parried many without giving satisfactory answers. Mr. Siaka's case was worse, nay, pathetic. At a stage, he became hostile and minatory, drawing more jeers, catcalls, and heckles to himself. Contrariwise, Dr. Talo expectedly handled all the questions with effortless ease, a development that was clearly born out of years of his unswerving commitment to the cause of his people. Asked if he foresaw a bright future for the people, he stunned them with the most witty answer. Say a society whose son is allowed to die is doomed to perpetual darkness, and choosing a visionless leader to govern a people is like attempting to kill the sun and by extension the brightness of the future. It was his master stroke and the last nail in his opponent's coffin. Therefore, as the crowd dispersed, it was manifestly obvious that even the people preferred Dr. Talo as their next council chairman. Even members of the nomination committee could not hide their feelings of appreciation to him, as they openly hugged and congratulated him before they left the venue. Following the manifesto rally, the tempo of political activities in the three camps rose rapidly to a feverish pitch. The aspirants to curry favor and improve their chances of nomination intensified lobbying and nominations and consultations to garner support and consolidate their gains. Blackmail, threats, and mudslinging were recklessly employed. In fact, this became the rule rather than the exception. Nocturnal meetings were held at the most unholy hours to seal dubious deals, name-dropping, muckraking, conning stratagems, shadowy deals, duplicity, undercutting, horse trading, settlements, back-scratching, sharp practices, and such like gimmicks and intrigues became the order of the day as political apologists and stalwarts had a field day promoting the cause of their aspirants by running down the opponents. Double-dealing, Janus-faced political actors were not left out of the frolic. In all of this, Naira literally reigned as money freely exchanged hands in all manner. That at the end of the day, the supporters and the so-called political consultants smiled all the way to their banks, while the aspirants returned home with dry pockets and long faces. In general, there was a general higgledy-piggledy atmosphere of effing and blinding as the aspirants and their supporters jostled and jockeyed for support. Chapter 3. Welcome, Mr. Hanne. How is my friend and the little ones? Abigail, Dr. Atalo's wife, asked in quick succession as she ushered Mr. Oko Ahanne into the sitting room of their 3-bedroom flat. They are all fine. Mr. Hanne, sporting a grey monogram T-shirt on knickerbockers, responded briskly. Madame stopped off to greet her friend downstairs. She will soon join us, he added as he walked up to a seat. Is he in? He resumed in a veiled reference to Dr. Atalo. Yes, he is in. He's just trying to take a quick nap. The guy is completely fucked out today. You know, it was their D-Day, the manifesto day. Mr. Atalo reminded her husband's friend and colleague. At that very moment, Dr. Atalo, sporting a kimono, emerged from the bedroom, looking slightly dopey. I said it, she yelled. My hubby can't resist your voice. You two are a wonderful pair, she observed. Oh boy, how did it go? Mr. Hanne asked expectantly. Fine, just fine, Dr. Atalo replied matter-of-factly. It was a historic occasion, and I thank God who led me to say all the things I said in that place. I trust you, Dr. Hanne interjected. Well, you know that I've always felt very strongly about the total lack of moral background in the leadership of this country. There's got to be a change, a positive change, and one that will usher in a bright new dawn of genuine growth and development. The suffering masses of our people have got to have a respite. There was a whiff of uncontrollable anger in his voice. One only hopes that with the mindless cravings for money, those hawks in your party will see eye to eye with your position. That's my fear. Well, can we take one game? Mr. Hanne abruptly changed the topic. Sure, I need it badly. All work and no play. Dr. Atalo recited the Hackney saying, make Willie a dull man. Mr. Hanne completed it, substituting his French name for Jack. But both laughed boisterously as they settled down to their favorite game of Scrabble. Have you drawn for first play? Yes, R. Then I'm the one to start the game. I drew B. Oh boy, if you are thinking of beating me today, just perish the thought, Dr. Atalo said, while still pushing some lines into the score sheet. What makes you think so? Because I'm now a master. In the business. Well, I'll see. Maybe. Well, we'll see. Maybe I should quickly remind you that Scrabble is no politics. Then you are mistaken. Politics and Scrabble are Siamese twins. In politics, you speak a lot of grammar, which is what you need in Scrabble to outwit your opponent. Dr. Atalo lectured. You've won, at least theoretically, but let's see what happens in practice. Check that score. It's not correct. Mr. Hanne cited a mistake on the score sheet. Sorry, I thought it was a triple letter square. Dr. Atalo apologized and proceeded to effect the correction. Now watch, I'm coming with a bang. Dr. Atalo alerted his partner. That looks like a premium. Mr. Hanne guessed. No doubt about that. Homework. Is it? Homework. Dr. Atalo announced, excited. What does the blank tile represent? M, of course. That's a strange word. Do you want to challenge it? Yes, of course. I'm cocksure. There is no word like humor. It's not in the dictionary. I tell you. Say, okay, you hammer. Hammer. Yeah, I know, but what's humor if it does exist at all? Then it's either a capitalized or foreign word. If you play Scrabble, you will follow. Yes. If you've not been playing before, try. It will improve your vocabulary. Of course, English is foreign. Dr. Aloud joked. I mean foreign to English. I mean foreign to English. Mr. Hanne explained and proceeded to look up the word. Damn it! He thought still staring at the open 20th century Chambers Dictionary. I warned you at the outset that politics has enriched my vocab tremendously, but you will risk playing with fire. As you can see, there is humor and hammer. They are both interchangeably. The former is British, while the latter is American. Mr. Mr. Hanley simply drew a long sigh and proceeded to play. No, you've lost your turn, Dr. Talo reminded him. Oh, shit, he exclaimed and withdrew. Hello, darling, you are looking exceptionally radiant this Mrs. Talo teased as she received Mrs. Hanley into her warm embrace. My dear, it's the Lord's doing, Mrs. Hanley replied chirpily, with a musical tone, monotone. These women won't let us hear anything, Mr. Hanley protested playfully. Well, don't forget, we are in a women's world, observed Dr. Talo. Daddy, William Jr., Dr. Talo's 2.5-year-old son, called. I've killed the leg, he announced, still pumping the shotgun trigger of his computer video game. It was a dog hunted Peter. Though you don't kill the leg, you kill the whole bed, his father corrected. Junior looked forward and nodded all the same. He was a perfect clone of his father. Old boy, which one you dare? Are you playing Scrabble or computer game? Mr. Jahan queried. Then paused, thought briefly, and continued. How the world has changed. Who could have thought in our childhood days that you would one day sit in the comfort of your living room and kill bird in the TV screen? The white man is indeed a wizard with his revolutionary inventions, and today's children are really having some good fun. Don't forget that as kids, we also had a frolicking time in the serene ambience of our country home. Dr. Talo reminded him as he struggled to return some discarded tiles to the pool. A friend don't try to defend my primitive past, Mr. Hanne retorted, still arranging his tiles on the rack. Dr. Talo defended his position stoutly. There is nothing primitive about your past. For me, it was a real fun in the village. Can you compare the natural freshness of the air, the spring water, tantalizing aroma of the bush, especially the newly cleared bush, to the polluted ambience of our modern city? Mr. Yanne felt a surge of, oh, you don't remind me of their bush. It was my greatest attraction in the village in those days. How I used to traverse its large expanse all day, clutching my catapult, aiming and shooting for birds, as they nestled gregariously among the leafy phalanges of luxuriant flora. It was always a beauty to behold, Mr. Yanne reminisced. So, you now agree with me that there is nothing primitive about our past. That's the tag of primitivity. That the tag of primitivity was just the white man's plot to desecrate African traditional society, which was a blissful Arcadia. I agree in toto. I was just pulling your legs. What could have been more rewarding than returning home after a hectic day with one or two birds and sometimes with a bountiful harvest of assorted wild fruits? Mr. Hanne sipped his coke, peeped into the score sheet, and shook his head. On the sign is low score. Not infrequently too. I saw a sore foot occasioned by stepping on a thorn or a sharp stone, Dr. Talo said, while grinning mischievously. I remember the day I even fell into a ditch and dislocated my ankle, following a hot pursuit by a cinerato snake, which I probably had trampled upon unwittingly. He continued his narration. Is that your last style? Asked Mr. Hanley, and Dr. Atalo emptied his rack. Sure, Dr. Talo replied, nestling his head against his back rest. I know you are leading comfortably, but can we have the total score? Requested Mr. Talo. 550, miserably low, suggested the game, and has been won and lost, replied Dr. Talo with unfeigned modesty. Then looking at his watch, he exclaimed, oh gosh, it's already time. I've got to hurry to meet the appointment with the Musketeers. His dinner would have to wait until it's evening, until he returned. It was 8:30 p.m., just 10 minutes past the agreed time, when Dr. Talo's time-worn Peugeot 504 screeched to a stop under the almond tree of Chief Duke Udensa's large compound. He was in company of his friend, Dr. Ahanne. As they walked towards the foyer of the one-story building, his eyes caught a grey Mercedes 280 SE rolling out of the compound through the out gate. The special plate number was unmistakable. The car was his opponent, Mr. Ndoya. As soon as they walked into the sparsely furnished sitting room, Chief Udensa jumped up and offered them a warm handshake. Still standing, Dr. Talo offered an apology for not keeping to the appointment time and proceeded to introduce his friend. After greeting the other two chiefs with a bow, Chief Udensa then beckoned them to sit down. These two, I'm sure, need no introduction. Then he said, his hand wandering in the direction of Chief Usime and Abaku. Not at all, Dr. Talo said, smiling. He proceeded immediately to explain his mission, after which he presented them with a 3-in-1 choice wine. You must have met Mr. Ndoya. You must have met Mr. Ndoya, your opponent, on the staircase as you were coming up here. Chief Udensa began. Dr. Talo nodded. He came to solicit for your support. Chief Udensa said, and he gnashed his teeth. We told him bluntly he was a joker. For how can we support a fraudulent upstart like him? As for that twat called Mr. Siaka, we know he will not even come near this place. He gesticulated as he spoke, his two partners nodding continuously. Dr. Tolo sat transfixed, while his friend Mr. Ahane simply stared at the chief, a little glint of disbelief. You have our blessing, Chief Udensa continued. Go and come back on Saturday so that you can wash down your victory with fine liquor. He jabbered along. When he had finished, Dr. Talo rose to his feet, bowed gently in deference to the elders, and began to respond. Thank you, chiefs. I'm indeed overjoyed by expression of love and solidarity. I shall remain eternally grateful for this patriotic gesture. He was candid in his remark. For one, Chief Udensa was his cousin, a distant one, although besides he was convinced that once he gave his nod, the other two would just rubber stamp it. Since they were his close buddies, the trio had worked together as seasoned technocrats in the federal service. On retirement, they have returned to work in liaison with the chief. The two had worked together as seasoned technocrats in the federal service. In retirement, they had returned home to work in liaison with Chief Ebie as the de facto kingmakers of the local government area. Hence, their popular nickname, the Musketeers. A common streak that ran through their blood was their pathological love for money and power. Outside, Dr. Talo, awash with excitement over the declaration of support for him by the Musketeers, hummed his favorite tune as he inserted the key into the ignition of his car. The engine coughed back to life and the car spluttered out of the compound. 2 minutes ticked past, then 5. Neither spoke. Then as if just recovering suddenly from a stupor, Mr. Hanne asked, "Do you trust those chiefs?" "Why not?" Dr. Talo fired back. "You've got to be careful." Mr. Hanne cautioned. "They are not trustworthy. They are simply mealy-mouthed politicians. I know what I know what they did to my cousin's hobby in their last dispensation. Money is their greatest problem. It drives them crazy." Dr. Taro sighed as he sped into the hinterland to continue his consultations. Apart from the wine, what else did he bring? Came probing the voice of Chief Usime. "Nothing," replied Chief Udenka, shaking his head in disappointment. "And he wants our support." Chief Abaku asked returning, "My brother, these small boys are funny." Perhaps he thinks we are pastors who subsist on communion wine. He's in a cloud. He's in a cloud cuckoo land. If he thinks we can support him with this arrant display of immodesty, Chief Udensa stressed, gnashing his teeth, he is not serious. Let's close that ugly chapter, boy, so we can do better things, suggested Chief Usime, fuming. At that point, Chief Udensa talked laboriously at a massive carton under the center table and began to share its mouth-watering contents among them. "This is the correct guy," remarked Abaku, as he counted his share of the Crips Naira note earlier presented to them by Mr. Ndoya. It was almost 11 p.m. when Dr. Talo arrived at the lecturer's quarters with his friend Mr. Hanne. He bid him good night and staggered upstairs into his flat. His wife had already gone to bed. He managed to shower and then rushed over his dinner of stewed rice and dodo, which he washed down with chilled cook. He was lucky that the National Electric Power Authority (NEPA) had not disrupted electricity power supply for almost the whole day. Therefore, he relaxed. Thereafter, he relaxed on the sofa to go through the day's mail. There were numerous notes from his colleagues, friends, political consultants, fans, and students, some expressing solidarity, some demanding for palm greasing in return, for others simply wishing him success in his political adventure. Then he quickly switched on his personal computer. After going to the cable news network news email, he checked for his remaining email messages. There was only one, letter from the Confederation of Doctors in Literature, Africa region, notifying him Don't mind me, I went to eat. It was almost 11 p.m. when Dr. Atalo arrived at the lecturer's quarters with his friend Dr. Hanne. He bid him good night and staggered upstairs into his room. Okay, I think I read this. Let me still read it again anyway. It was almost 11 p.m. when Dr. Atalo arrived at the lecturer's quarters with his friend Dr. Ahanne. He bid him good night and staggered upstairs into his flat. His wife had already gone to bed. He managed to shower and then rushed over his dinner of stew, rice, and dodo, which he washed down with chilled coke. He was lucky. The National Electric Power Authority, NEPA, had not disrupted the electricity power supply for almost the whole day. Therefore, he relaxed on the sofa to go through the day's mail. There were numerous notes from his colleagues, friends, political consultants, fans, and students. Some expressing solidarity, some demanding for palm greasing in return for support, others simply wishing him success in his political adventure. Then he quickly switched on his personal computer. After going through the cable news network news mail, he checked for his remaining email messages. There was only one. Letter from the Confederation of Doctors in Literature, Africa region, notifying him of his nomination for that year's James Horton Prize for Literary Excellence. His heart leaped in joy. He jumped out of his seat, dashed into the bedroom, and, in spite of himself, woke his wife to give her the good news. They cavorted, hugged, and kissed and slept. Chapter 4. Mrs. Monica Ndoya could not sleep. She was getting impatient with her husband's late-night consultations and greatly disturbed by the stunning amount of money the project was gulping daily. She feared for his safety. She was also worried about the terrible prospect of his not being nominated by the party despite the huge financial commitment to the project. It was few minutes past 2 a.m. when Mr. Ndoya drove into the fenced compound of the massive 6-bedroom bungalow. Feeling flustered, she rose to her feet and fumbled about in the direction of the door. She had heard faintly the noise of a revving car engine. Perhaps she had dozed off in the settee. Her husband hobbled into the sitting room as the door flung open. "Gosh!" Mrs. Ndoya exclaimed. "He's completely worn out." Mr. Ndoya flung his jacket to his wife as he threw himself into the settee. "Fruit juice first, then your dinner, or is it breakfast?" Mrs. Ndoya suggested. "None of those things," he snapped. "I'm all right. I took some snacks at the mobile mini-mart," he added, still loosening his tie. His wife moved closer and touched his tummy gently, perhaps to convince him further that he needed to eat. "Maybe I should have a glass of cold water," he said wryly. How do I How did it go today? She asked as he handed back the empty drinking glass. All right, except that it's becoming more and more expensive. The people out for a kill, they are hard and merciless. Do you know that so far I've bought and distributed party elders and supporters in 90 villages and government, 150 live goats, 90 cartons of assorted snaps, 200 bags of salt, and 1,000 tubers of yam, plus monetary offers amounting to several millions, he lamented, and his voice rising, his eyes popping out of his socket. And yet, Chief Ebie would not leave me alone. He continued his sobering tone. He is now demanding for 7 million naira to be paid in 2 installments, 4 million up front, and a promise to pay the balance as soon as I receive the first federal allocation as the council chairman. He paused and then looked vacant into our eyes. He said, the moment I'm able to satisfy this condition, he will announce my nomination as party's candidate. Mr. Ndoya added. Mrs. Ndoya looked blank, with her eyes folded across her chest. She continued to stare at her husband. Finally, she found her voice. Good gracious, pigs might fly. From where are you going to get that kind of money? Does the chief expect you to sell your children before he knows we are hard up? She shook her head in disbelief. My dear, it's hard to believe that elders like Chief Ebie could be so unreasonable. After all, I lavished on him when he was going, when the going was glorious. His disappointment was palpable. It's unbelievable, she shrugged repeatedly. For a couple of minutes, neither spoke. Then Miss Ndoya broke the ice. Are you going to withdraw from the race? Withdraw? After what I've expended so far? Retorted, gesticulating that would be suicidal. At that juncture, he got up, walked into the corridor leading to the bedroom, and paced up and down pensively. Mrs. Ndoya stood speechless, gazing at her husband. Darling, is there anything else worrying you? She demanded in a compassionate voice. Not really. Well, maybe I should tell you. I sold our business center this afternoon. It's the proceeds from that sale that I'm delivering to Chief Ebie later today. But, are you sure it will work? Otherwise, we are finished. She was saying the truth. The magnificent center, which he built during the heydays of his affluence, was the only viable property they could call their own. When he was in money, he had invested mainly in cars, which could at least stand the storms of time, and not in landed property, which had the potential to appreciate in time. I think it will be okay. The deal, according to the chief, will be covenanted with blood from both of us, so that neither can break it. He reassured her. She nodded absently. A brief spell of silence ensued before her question. How do you see the idea of my also seeing the chief? At least my assurance, doubly sure. At least to make assurance doubly sure. She asked. No problem, he consented. City Motel. City Motel was not the best hotel in the state capital, judging from the high-priced, high-rise hotels that dotted the skyline of the city. But its clientele cut across the high and mighty in the society because of its strategic location in the serene parts of the city. City Motel was not the best hotel in the city, in the state capital. judging from the high-priced, high-rise hotels that dotted the skyline of the city. But its clientele cut across the high and mighty in the society because of its strategic location in the serene part of the town. Away from the hustle and bustle of city life, besides, it could boast of exquisite menu with sizzling freshness and appetizing flavors at all times. Its goat's head delicate scent put together by a cream of tested hands was especially sumptuous and irresistibly delicious. For Chief Ebie and his bedfellows, what was particularly attractive in the place was the underground facility, whose caverns provided extra privacy and security for relaxation and catharsis. This was largely what informed his decision to rendezvous there with Mrs. Monica Ndoya this afternoon. Mrs. Ndoya, reclining on the rococo sofa of the Just for Two bar, waited patiently for the arrival of the chief. A choosy blue stocking with a predilection for high living, she was no stranger to the environment. Many times as a single girl, she had jived and caroused there with some sugar daddies, even as a married woman. The place had provided a hideout for her and her childhood friend, Benedict. But on several occasions, as she waited for the man in whose hands the fate of her husband lay, these sweet memories of her youth continued to bombard her mind until the noise from the adjoining room, which served as the general bar, distracted her. She had gathered on arrival in the hotel that the noisy merrymaking was by a group of gadabouts who had just trooped in from a political rally where money literally talked, and the boisterous and the roistering youths waved bottles and clinked their glasses. Mrs. Ndoya thought about her husband at the amount of money he was lavishing on this riffraff. It was real gay time for these never-do-well youths who perennially lived a parasitic existence, leeching on generations of political aspirants and candidates. Mrs. Ndoya felt peeved as the ear-jarring noise continued to hit her with deafening intensity. She wished she could go and order them out of the place. She was in this irritated state of mind when she heard a gentle raps on the door of the bar. She turned in its direction. It opened, and instantly a pot-bellied man walked in, closed and bolted it. It was Chief Ebie. Mrs. Ndoya jumped out of the rococo with her outstretched arms and flashing a welcoming smile, engaged him in a hug. "You're simply wonderful," teased Chief Ebie, still fondling her long coiffed hair chivalrously. "Thank you, Chief," she responded in a sedate tone. They disengaged and sat down facing each other. "What are you drinking?" inquired Chief Ebie in a caring tone. "Oh, just Coke. You don't drink beer?" "I do, but occasionally, a little too. My brain is too light. My brain is so light that just a glass makes me feel tipsy," she lied. Chief Ebie pressed a button. An immaculately liveried waiter walked in, clutching a pad and a pen. Give me my usual and bring another cook for Madame, the chief ordered. Give me my usual. Give me my usual. Okay, chief. The waiter replied and walked away. Wait a minute. Chief Ebie called him back. Then turning to Mrs. Ndoya, he added, why don't you try Satsimbra for a start? You can dilute it with crush. Please pardon my reading. My eyes are strained. You don't want to try Sassimbra for a change? You can dilute it with crush. That's what Reverend Father Isaac does. I understand. Crush crushes away the intoxicating element of beer. She chuckled. Okay, maybe I can try. By this time, it was obvious from the lessening noise in the general bar that the jiving youth had ended their revelry and started dispersing in various directions. The true serenity of the surrounding was gradually returning, I believe. I believe you've now made up your mind. Chief Ebie deliberately begged the question as he took a mouthful from his mug. It isn't easy, Chief, after what I went through last week when I charged a forgery and tax evasion. It isn't easy, Chief, after what I went through last week when a charge of forgery and tax evasion was preferred against him by the screening committee of the party. Such a terrible embarrassment I suffered, and in the end I got nothing from my bargain with that nincompoop called Chief Udensa, who headed the committee. Wasn't it only the timely intervention of the state chairman that saved my husband's neck? She shed a tear. Chief Ebie felt a momentary pity for her, then stilled. This is not the time to relive the past, madam, he snapped, and in a patronizing tone continued, as I told you this morning, your request is a simple one, and I'm going to do it for you. But you must be ready to pay a little price. He chose his words carefully for effect. Chief, please, she knelt down to beg Chief, wasting your time. Chief ignored her pleas and pressed on. A shrewd political tactician, and he was a formidable. A shrewd political tactician, he was a formidable figure, not only in the ruling party, but also in the political calculation of the state. He was both wealthy and influential. His rise to wealth and seeming fame arose out of his incurable avidity for political manipulations, double-dealing and skullduggery, coupled with his penchant for sadistic extortion of money from aspirants and lobbyists for political appointment. Scars of his barefaced sadistic conduct were visible on the consciousness of many a young man and woman in the community. particularly the educated class and the avant-garde politicians who constituted the main target of his machinations. While many of them were subjected to various forms of indignity as factotums and slave laborers in his big plantations, others had their certificates and other academic memorabilia confiscated in the event of their inability to pay back money loaned to them at cutthroat interest rates, either for political purposes or for small business transactions. Mrs. Ndoya transfixed, yet sat transfixed, weighing the gravity of each word as it tumbled down his lips like a load of snow from high heavens. I guess you know Mrs. Edith Norma, the chairperson of the Revenue Board, he continued, with an air of authority. Mrs. Ndoya nodded blankly. Yeah. I gave her that lucrative appointment, he boasted. The chief boasted. It was in this same place that the deal was sealed, and I forwarded her name to the state governor for appointment. The list of women who have enjoyed such largesse is endless, and I don't consider it necessary to go into that now. But they all had to pay a little price by yielding to this small demand. Mrs. Ndoya listened with rapt attention, measuring each word as the chief jabbered away stunning disclosure. I don't understand much. In fact, it is not in my character to understand much from women. What I'm trying to do now is to open a permanent door of opportunity for you in the government house. The governor, you know, is a personal friend. Besides, I put him there. Put him down so he can't refuse me anything, anywhere, anytime. Chief Ebie said, with emphasis to psych her up. It's difficult, Chief, she said in a subdued tone. Her deterring voice was hinged on the standpoint of moral rectitude. Rather, it was based wholly on Chief Ebie's well-known tendency to renege on his promise after sexually dishonoring women who sought favors from him. For he was quick at enumerating the few women he favored, and not the many he had. Not the many he had callously dished after falling for his gambit. What is difficult, women, you people amuse me. If he heard this is the case of eating your cake and having it at the same time. You lose nothing in the process. You only enjoy yourself, and in the end you get what you want. He spoke with callous ease. She felt hot anger welling up inside, but managed to suppress it. Our party's candidacy position is up for grabs, but it will certainly go to your husband. He boasted with mock satisfaction. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief, she said. She heard herself saying, without waiting for Chief Ebie to complete his sentence. Provided you are ready to play ball, the chief finally landed. Chief, we need it badly. She stressed, her forehead momentarily disfigured by a lattice of grimaces. So do I need you? He retorted. She thought of the bright prospects awaiting them should her husband clinch the nomination. the lucrative office of the council chairman, and its multi-dimensional benefits, her place as the first lady of the council, and nameless other opportunities, her thought crystallized into a definite decision as she finally caved in. "I guess I have no choice," she said resignedly in a soft tone amid subtle sigh. "Then it's settled," Chief Ebie assured, bringing the decision to an end. As Mrs. Ndoya drained the last mouthful of her Satsembra crush blend into her throat, she yawned for the umpteenth time, her fingers digging dutifully into the fly of his trousers. The ploy worked, Chief Ebie thought, and smiled contentedly. Suddenly he jumped to his feet and, holding her hands gently, eased her out of the settee. Standing and fretting, they became locked in a long plopping kiss, Chief Ebie breathing hard as Mrs. Ndoya, deep in the throes of passion, convulsed in his hands. He could no longer control the gathering storm between his thighs. His entire being was benumbed by an orgy of sensual pleasure. Still hugging, kissing, he managed to drag her down the short flight of stairs into the blissful comfort of a waterbed in the underground cavern. Mrs. Ndoya left his house in the witching hours of the night with a boot full of bullion. Chief Ebie's preferred term for a large catch of money. When he arrived at the expansive compound, he was told that the chief was still closeted in a meeting with members of nomination committee. He glanced at his wristwatch. 2:45 a.m. meeting. At such an unruly hour, he wondered, sighed and shook his head. Then he remembered that it was usually at such unholy hours that earth-shaking decisions were taken and people's fates determined, as his was going to be determined shortly. As soon as he came out of the car, Paul, Chief Ebie's faithful servant and man Friday, apparently acting on instruction, ushered him into a private room. A moment later, Chief Ebie walked in, conferred with him for a couple of minutes, and went back to the meeting simultaneously. Mr. Ndoya left the room and walked up to his car, and with the assistance of Paul, offloaded the bullion. That done, he slipped a 20 naira bill into Paul's hand. The latter kowtowed and thanked him effusively. Mr. Ndoya then banged the door of his car and drove away. But the meeting continued. "I agree entirely with you that the doctor is the most qualified of the three by any standard," Chief Ebie's voice thundered. "I insist he is too learned and arrogant for my liking. Besides, we are not going to chop book. We want someone we can control, and someone with sufficient muscle, I mean good box. And that man is Mr. Ndoya, full stop," Chief Ebie said conclusively. "But Chief, people want Dr. Atalo," said Efuko pejoratively. "What do you mean by the people? So we here, are we not people?" asked Chief Ebie angrily. "My only fear is that we will not find it easy convincing the party tomorrow," lamented Mr. Tata in a plaintive voice. "My friend, your terms of reference did not include convincing the party of your choice," said Chief Ebie in an imperial tone. "Leave that aspect for me to handle. See you at the meeting tomorrow." "Good night," growled Chief Ebie, a hostile glare noticeable in his eyes. As the duo rose to their feet, he warned them of the absolute imperative of keeping sealed lips over the matter. Chapter 5. Bob Madu sat on the veranda of his new two-bedroom off-campus apartment, puffing hard on the thick stick of St. Maurice. He looked unruffled, his eyes red and penetrating. His intervals, his gaze shifted to his newly acquired ride, a BMW 325 with a collapsible top, and he nodded with smug satisfaction. In just 2 weeks, he had become the proud owner of a brand new car. Besides, he can now afford to have a rollicking time with his friends. Without the inconveniences of a hotel accommodation. Soon, he reasoned, he would start enjoying some steady lodges for Ibunde Council, thanks for the experience gained through his membership of the dreaded Red Axe. As he thought about his most cherished club, a club to which he had devoted his precious time, his energy to nurture into a formidable organization, his eyes gazed admiringly at the red skull and crossbones sticker on his car. He nodded contentedly. He then glanced at his gold Rolex, 10:15 a.m. Soon his godfather would arrive and would take a cruise, as usual. He thought he would have to dish his second semester examination this afternoon. He would always see the lecturer later, he reassured himself. Suddenly, he got up, walked briefly into the house, and came out again, sporting a pair of dark goggles. He then resumed his seat, his gaze shifting intermittently to the car as he continued to enjoy his new neighborhood. "Hi, Bob," came a familiar voice. He turned. "Oh, Henry, how's it going?" "Fine. All is well, I suppose." "Sure. Just came to remind you of our second semester exam this afternoon." "Oh, so nice of you. Thanks. Bob and Henry were strange bedfellows with diametrically opposed qualities and outlooks. Their friendship was only a marriage of convenience. While Henry caught the image of a goody, calm, well-behaved, and very moral, qualities inculcated early in him by his strict Christian upbringing, Bob belonged to the dreaded group of campus baddies on the fast lane of life. He was a happening guy, a buccaneer, a bubbler with a go-getter mentality. Because of his visible and notorious lifestyle, he could not cope with the demands of his studies, as he was constantly on the move. Consequently, Henry invariably became both his eyes and ears in the department, copying notes, submitting assignments, signing class attendance register, and generally protecting his interest in the department. In return, Bob rewarded him incessantly with tips and gifts to supplement the peanuts from his poor parents. Casting an envious look at the BMW 325 convertible for the umpteenth time, Henry finally asked, "Who has this one?" "It's my car," Bob answered proudly. He had been expecting the question and would have been disappointed if it was not asked. "Your car?" Henry asked in utter wonderment. "Yes, of course. Your father has bought you a car even before your graduation?" "Well, not my biological father, it's my godfather." Henry swallowed hard and shook his head in disbelief. "This man must really love you," Henry tried to size up. "He's a generous man." "Not so much of love, it's a reward for services rendered." Not so much of love, it's a reward for services rendered, Bob explained, a glint of mischief noticeable in his eyes. Then he added, a clincher. You can also be a proud owner of one like this, if you have the heart. How do you mean? Asked Henry snappily, with renewed interest. Are you man enough? Bob flashed a mischievous smile. Bob, please go on, tell me more, Henry urged in a longing voice. Well, one of the ways you prove your mettle is your readiness to play hooky. At times, at the risk of failing some of your courses, you must be ready to stay out of school at odd hours, damn the consequences of your action, but most importantly, you must be ready to do some dirty jobs, like cutting Henry. Bob ignored the question and continued. But what are all these little inconveniences compared to the fabulous reward you get? It was a loaded question. What caught Henry between fear and excitement? Which caught Henry between fear and excitement? The latter one. Beg, recruit me. Make man no die for Bukuru. Henry's resistance finally melted. Come on, let's have a shot, said Bob as he held his friend by his wrist and dragged him into the house. They were still clinking their glasses of vodka when a red Toyota panel van hooted softly and pulled up in front of the apartment. We must be leaving, demanded Bob in a stern voice. Instantly, they ran towards the car, whose lone occupant immediately lumbered into the back seat as Bob took over the steering. Henry, hop in, he ordered. A frightened Henry jumped on sure-footed into the front seat beside him. Bob eased the car out of the compound and onto the highway, and they sped away. No one spoke. 1 kilometer, 2, 5, 10. Still no one spoke. Henry wondered. No pleasantries, no introductions, no instructions. What a hellish safari. After ascending the last knoll on the 40-kilometer road, Bob swept the car into a dusty track. It almost skidded into a ditch, but he managed to control it. Then, groaning and galloping, the car finally crunched to a stop beside a large mud-walled compound. Bob jumped out, reached for a rear door, and opened it for the man. He jumped down with a thud. Still no one spoke. The man shuffled into the large compound, resuming his seat. Bob unzipped his old awl and peeped inside. His jackknife and 9mm Glock automatic handgun were intact. He smiled mischievously and zipped it back. Bob, what's that, man? Henry broke the silence. Oh, don't you know him? Bob fired back. Henry shook his head. Mr. Dodo Asiaka, a wealthy fisherman from Ibunde. He is one of the contenders for the PPP councillorship nomination in the area, Bob informed. But I have not heard of him before. He must be a real JJC. It's true. He's not been around. He's been living in the Cameroons. Bob felt a lump in his throat as he explained. Is that the one vying with your lecturer, Dr. Atalo, for nomination? He asked. You are right, replied Bob. Don't mean it, grunted Henry with a start. You mean you are allying with this strange fellow against your dear lecturer? I warned you at the upset. outset, said Bob threateningly. There is no moral in this business. Dr. Talo is our lecturer, agreed, but he's being paid for teaching us. That's how he's earning his living. Similarly, we're also doing our own work, we'll get paid. So we can continue to buy his handout. It's simple as that. Mumbled Henry. For finding sounds logic, Bob, but is it a good enough? Is it a good enough? Sounds logic, Bob, but it's a good enough justification for opposing the man who is more or less elder brother in the department. Bob, don't forget that it was this same Dr. Talo that pleaded your case when the Senate threatened to rusticate you last semester on account of your proven exam malpractice. Henry literally shed tears. Bob seemed impervious to such outbursts of emotion. Said, enough of that childish sentiment, Henry. Bob backed. Now, tell me, are you chickening out? Henry ignored the question as he tactfully switched to another issue. By the way, what is this dodo man doing inside here? My friend, don't call the man's name as if you are referring to fried plantain. Jack, Bob chuckled. Okay then, what's Mr. Dodo Asiaka doing in here? Henry restructured his question. He's receiving insurance, replied Bob with a wince. What kind of insurance? Traditional insurance. What for? Are you still a child? Bob shot back, obviously irritated by Henry's importunate questions. Do you know that politics is a risky game? Apart from the defeat you may suffer, your opponent can even eliminate you to ensure his victory. So, Mr. Siaka here is to get protection, to take out a comprehensive insurance against electoral defeat and risk to his life and property. But it's only God that protects, said Henry, with an air of pastoral calling. Let's hear something else. I know your father is an elder in Kwaibo Church, but you might as well act Eli's children of fold. Henry's mind went kaput. Feeling deflated and defeated, he let out a long sigh as he lowered his head into his cupped palms. A momentary spell of silence ensued. How many? 16. Chief Ikake Akarata, the medicine man of Ibunde, sat on a carved wooden stool in the center of the compound, looking at the direction of the scorching sun. His ebony black body, decorated with lines of white and red chalk and charcoal, looked rarefied by beads of sweat. He wore a red rimless hat lined with palm fronds and jutted over its peak. Mr. Siaka, head stooped and hands crossed over his tummy, stood speechless, facing him as he performed his incantations. At intervals, Chief Akarata nodded, as if in response to some supernal signals, and then he would let out a loud, fearsome bellow. Akwasi okumbi, ntrupe do fi ibunde, abraka tafidu dobi, lepu asiaka kori, mano atalo, mano ndoya, asiaka kori kwam. Suddenly, a guttural voice rang out of an elephant tusk at one end of the large compound. Mr. Dodo Siaka of Ikanda village. Guttural voice. Mr. Dodo Siaka of Ikanda village. We have seen you. Hey, Akwasa Kumbi, and all the gods and goddesses of Ibunde. Kneel down before my servant, Chief Kake Akarata of Blessing. Still wondering how the voice came by its information about him, when in actual fact he had not yet told Chief Akarata his mission. Mr. Siaka took a few tottering steps forward and knelt down before the medicine man. The latter looked straight into his eyes and asked in a thundering voice, "Are you ready for the blessing?" Yes, he replied haltingly, not sure whether to refer to him as Sir, Master, or Lord. The medicine man then reeled off a long list of sacrificial items, which included a number of exotica impedimenta, the last of which took his breath away. A fresh human head. It was almost 7:30 p.m. when Mr. Siaka and his boys arrived at the capital city. As they approached the imposing gate of the lecturer's quarters, they sighted a white Peugeot 504 parked outside the walled fence. It was Dr. Atalo's. The side glasses had been rolled up and no one was inside. And that's his car, observed Bob. Perhaps he's getting set to start his nocturnal rounds, intoned Mr. Siaka. Sure, snapped Bob. We must stop him immediately. He paused, thought briefly, and yelled another, "Henry, get down quickly and deflate the tires of that car." "Why?" asked a befuddled Henry, trying to fight back sleep from his eyes. "Stop asking stupid questions. Do in a jiffy, before you bloke." Backed Bob. Henry sneered and cursed inaudibly as he reluctantly performed his first dirty job. As the Toyota zoomed past, Bob turned to Henry and remarked, "My friend, you can't succeed in politics if you are not ready to employ every tactic at your disposal. Frustrate your rival." Henry remained speechless with rage. He was still sulking when the car pulled up in front of Bob's apartment, and Bob hopped out. He followed suit. "Young man, take it easy," Mr. Siaka's kind words to Henry as he positioned himself snugly on the driver's seat. "Thank you, sir. Good night." Henry felt a great relief as he and Baba walked into the latter's apartment. Having dropped them off, Mr. Siaka raced back to his house at breakneck speed. As he did so, his mind also raced back to the medicine man of Ibunde and the abominable items of sacrifice. Not that he was frightened by the horrifying prospect of a human sacrifice, but the horrifying timing was bad. He had fewer than 2 days to perform that feat. If it were in his power, vacant. today is back at Ine, he would have obtained it without effort from the high seas. But now he was home and in the full glare of publicity. It is possible that men of the state security services were monitoring his activities and movements. He sought side. At that point, his wandering mind spotlighted possible target, his neighbor's son. Yes, Omiema, who has been helping out with domestic chores. Since he arrived, to start his political activities or his new date on campus, or Nome, who was becoming too demanding of late, or even the child of one of his opponents. As he thought about them, he became more and more confused. He would have to leave that decision to the boys, he reasoned. It was midnight, and the rain was pouring down at the intensity of a snowstorm, as if the gods were angry, half listening to the crunches splattering on the roof and half thinking of the fate that might have befallen the boys. Mr. Siaka, alone in the house, heard a gentle tap on the door. He hurried to open it. Instantly, Bob, dangling a weighty black polythene bag, crashed in, almost pulling him down. He was completely soaked. "How did it go?" Mr. Siaka asked in a whisper. His heartbeat racing menacingly as he bolted the door. Bob thrust the bag into his bag. "I beg settle us," he demanded, as Mr. Siaka disappeared into the inner room with the bag. Bob's mind flashed back to the scene of the incident. He babbled some prayer for the safety of his associate. Mr. Siaka emerged from the room, clutching a bag. Bulging envelope wrapped in waterproof. Bob grabbed it, dashed out of the house, and disappeared into the eerie darkness of that night. The cloud box continued, with no sign of abating. Back in the room, Mr. Siaka peeped into the bag and saw the lifeless head of the girl he had hobnobbed together a moment ago. His heart sank momentarily. He remembered his last encounter with such a gory spectacle a few years back when he got initiated into the dreaded Oziku society. It was her fate, he thought, as he mumbled an invocation for the peaceful repose of her soul. Thereafter, he jumped up, clutching the bag, and headed for the garage. With the bag safely tucked away underneath the driver's seat, he eased the car out of the garage and zoomed away. Destination, Villa of the Mason Man of Ibunde. He had been there earlier in the day to present the first set of the prescribed items of sacrifice. His speed was menacing. Then he slowed down as he approached a notoriously bad spot on the arterial road. He was still meandering through the large pothole when the police flashed a stop sign and walked abreast of the car. It was not the regular police checkpoint, and so he would not stop. He made up his mind that when the duty policeman closing on him, pointing the nozzle of the gun at him, and the windscreen, he obliged. "Where are you heading this data of the night?" asked the head cop. "Just to see my sick child in the hospital." He lied. "Mr. Man, your inner light," the cop demanded, light on. The cop searched the car. Money. What's in the bag? He probed, his flashlight flashing tasseled handle of the bag, which unknown Mr. Siaka had jotted out of safety. Oga, you self, have been a fight. Man, no, they carry small chop again. He gibbered nervously. Then, fumbling in his breast pocket, he brought out a 50 naira bill and slipped it into the cop's hand. The cops confirmed the offer, and with his flashlight and briskly waved a clearance signal. Asiaka heaved a sigh of relief as he drove away. His headlight, but just before the bifurcation to the villa on the bendy road, he dipped the light in order not to attract unnecessary spotlight on himself from the neighborhood. Suddenly, there was a crash. He had rammed into a stationary tipper, abandoned carelessly on the road by its owner, probably as a result of a breakdown. He was, however, unhurt, momentarily concussed and scatterbrained, but with sufficient presence of mind, he quickly removed the bag from the car and stealthily escaped into the villa, a stone throw from the scene of the incident. With great reluctance, Dr. Atalo tuned to the state FM radio for the world news at 9. He did not expect much from the station, for in the last 6 months or so, the airwaves had much clogged, principally by government-sponsored propaganda. He could not reconcile the lack of meaningful projects in the states with the amount of encomiums heaped on the state governor each day. He was piqued by the surfeit of lies fed to the public in the name of politics by a bunch of unprincipled youths who were being maintained with the taxpayers' money. He wondered how long his cherished profession of journalism would continue to suffer in the hands of those half-baked mercenary practitioners. He would have to raise the issue at the next meeting of the African Journalism Practitioners Association, AJPA. He reasoned he had always been a strong voice in advocating the setting up of a media practice tribunal, the continental organization to try and punish erring journalists and restore credibility to the age-old profession. Perhaps with the plethora of complaints received from the country lately, the body would give a listening ear to his suggestion. 9:06, he was still bemoaning the poor state of journalism practice when the station came alive with the news after an hour and an apology for its late transmission, which the newscaster blamed on power fluctuation. Now on the headlines came the female voice. Police in the state have stumbled on the headless body of a young woman near the university campus. The final nomination meeting of the PPP is billed for 11 o'clock this morning. More messages of goodwill and commendation have continued to pour in for the state governor. A United States reconnaissance aircraft has crashed near the Bermuda Triangle. Now the news in full. First, foreign news. A United States reconnaissance aircraft has crashed off Melbourne in Florida. a few kilometers from the notorious Bermuda Triangle. 909. Now, we'll still be mourning the state of journalism practice when the station came alive with the news after an apology for his late with the newscaster on power fluctuation. Now, the headlines came the Venus voice. Police in the state stumbled on the headless body of a woman near the university campus. Hello, yeah. Police in the state stumbled on the headless body of a woman near the university campus. Final nomination meeting of the PPP today for 11 o'clock this morning. More messages of goodwill, commendation have continued to pour in for the state governor. And United States reconnaissance aircraft has crashed near the Bermuda Triangle. Now the news in detail. First, foreign news. United States reconnaissance aircraft has crashed off Melbourne in Florida, a few kilometers away from the notorious Bermuda Triangle. The modified Systems SR-71 strategic reconnaissance aircraft, which was cruising at a speed of 3,000 km per hour at an altitude of 15 kilometers, is suspected to have been shot down by Cuban forces over an allegation by the U.S. that Cuba was harboring Libyan terrorists. No life was, however, lost since the aircraft was remotely piloted, unlike the May 1, 1960 Francis Powers pilot U-2, which was downed by the Soviets. Meanwhile, the U.S. Congress has revisited the Strategic Defense Initiative project, codenamed Star Wars, in line with current global realities. Poor Yankees. Uneasy lies the head, Dr. Atalo remarked, and then added mockingly, "It's the price that you have to pay. The price that you have to pay